believe.
Would it help to refresh your recollection if you looked at some of your Facebook posts that you shared with Mr. Sorrells?
Absolutely.
All right, go ahead and take a look at this.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, we're still here.
Thank you.
I'm going to take a look at the yellow highlighted part.
Yeah, I recognize it.
All right, do you know who David Sorrells is?
I do not.
All right.
He must have been on the neighborhood page. I do remember the message now, and I believe he must have saw it on the neighborhood Facebook page.
All right, so on January 1st, he says he's sorry about your gun being stolen out of your car. Is that right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
All right, and then you indicated that you had a pretty good feeling about who stole it,
Yes, ma'am.
and you found out where he lived. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you'd been watching him for several days.
Yes.
That was not Mr. Arbery.
No, that was the truck I was telling you about.
Okay. And you then indicated that this may be the same individual who has been causing trouble in the neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But that's not Mr. Arbery.
No, ma'am.
So why, in your written statement, 2 hours after the homicide, do you put down the very first sentence? On January 1st of 2020, approximately between 9 and 10:30, I had my vehicle broken into and my Smith & Wesson gun stolen out of my truck.
Because I was aware of things of burglaries and vehicles being broken into the neighborhood, and then on top of seeing what I saw on the 11th, that there are things being broken into. I was under concern that Mr. Arbery could be a suspect in this, or he could not be. But like I said prior, he is the one that I have seen, and he is the one that has been in that house several times. So of course I'm thinking he's a suspect. But I don't know if it was him or the other people that they've seen or if I've heard about.
So, given you don't know who stole your gun, there was no probable cause to arrest Mr. Arbery for the theft of your handgun on January 1st, 2020.
No, ma'am.
You also didn't know who had stolen the items out of the boat, Mr. Larry English's boat, did you?
No, but I had a probability. I was thinking that the probability of who was doing that was the one that continued to go into this house, that has been caught in this house several times, which was Mr. Arbery.
But you had no evidence he'd ever taken anything off of Mr.
I'm trying to figure out how to use
other than that there's been stuff stolen out of that house. And
I put that video
that he has been in that
yesterday.
house
I put that
several
on
times.
TikTok, and I think that 15,000 people.
So you have
Yeah, I put it on like 2 hours ago.
stolen
Viral.
items,
But I just got a ton of
on the
followers, so
boat.
now I can live stream.
and you got that from your mom.
But I can't figure
Yes.
out how to do it from my computer because I want to live stream this trial.
And then you
everything
got
today, all my I mean, it's just a
him
different audio. And we
Inside
can make money with TikTok. You know?
the construction site,
So
right?
what I'm doing
Inside
is I'm trying to
Q2.
figure it out, but I need to figure out
And
if I can run
at the point in
a
time,
virtual
on February
camera into
23rd,
Streamlabs
you knew
and
about
then Streamlabs
October
into
25th.
TikTok. I know I
Yes.
can do Streamlabs into TikTok.
November
I gotta
18th.
see how I can
Yes.
get
and February 11th.
my
Yes.
RTMP feed. You know what I mean? I know there's
You also knew
probably
that
a
the
way I
white
can
couple
do
had
it.
gone in on November 17th, right?
I did.
Yeah, but it'll all automatically do it. Yeah, so I
You
can
also
just
knew that there was a
delete
shady-looking guy under the bridge, correct?
I did.
I don't know.
And you also suspected this guy in the neighborhood
Can't find your car either.
with the truck may have been the one who stole your handgun. He might have also been someone who was stealing things in the neighborhood, as you said to Mr. Sorrells, right?
After a couple of days, they decided that was not him. Or was not the person that had the truck, that I thought it was a different truck. So I said, no, that's not.
Is that Rob Way?
I don't know who Rob Way is.
So Kim Ballesteros didn't tell you that she suspected Rob Way in the neighborhood as being the one who stole her purse out of her car January 30th?
Not that I recall, no ma'am.
And you're telling this jury that your mother never told you that Larry English suspected his contractors?
No ma'am.
You just gotta find your keys.
All right, so about February 11th. I want to make sure yesterday, when you
I just
testified,
need to- how
did
do
you
I set up an
testify
external,
that Mr. Arby actually came toward you and started lifting up his
audio
shirt?
Yes ma'am.
output from VMix?
But you never said that before to anyone, did you?
I put it in the statement.
The statement, your handwritten statement?
The written statement, I believe I did.
Audio output.
Can I hand you a copy of your handwritten statement?
Sorry, is that Mark?
But it says one. Oh, you mean the ABCDs, blah blah blah? Yeah, they're all just. They say none. Really? Alright, well, figure that out and then call me later. I'll figure this shit out. You don't have a spare key with your wife? Oh, fuck.
I was incorrect. I said I reached into his pants on the written statement.
Right, so in your statement, you indicated that I was getting out of my car to ask him what he was doing,
This is a written statement?
Correct.
Okay.
and he turned toward my vehicle and reached into his pants, which led me to think that he may have a weapon.
Yes ma'am.
Reached like that to his pants?
No. That's,
And then you indicated I immediately put my car in reverse and the individual went into the house under construction, correct?
yes ma'am.
And that was... Oh. All right, can everybody see now? Okay. And that was the publishing of State's Exhibit 120, the video clip entitled Video MP4. Is that your car pulling down?
It is, yes ma'am.
Now right here, Mr. Arbery have anything in his hands?
Not I could see, no ma'am.
Have a backpack with him?
He did not.
Any sort of bag with him?
Not at that time, no ma'am.
No. He's wearing a big long t-shirt, isn't he?
Yes.
And shorts cut off at the knees.
I think they were cargo shorts, but yes.
And he's got running shoes on.
I can't tell.
Do you see the Nike logo swoosh in the reflection?
No ma'am.
I'll back it up for you. See it then?
No ma'am.
That was State's Exhibit 117 that I just published. Now, that particular evening, you've seen the body cam video of Officer Rash, is that correct?
Yes ma'am.
And Officer Rash told you and told your father that Larry English said Mr. Arbery had never taken or stolen anything from the open unsecured construction site. Is that correct?
My understanding was never saw him take anything from there. Yes ma'am. Never saw anything taken.
Okay. And Larry English actually had never had anything stolen from the open unsecured construction site.
Yes, he had stuff stolen out of his boat that was inside that house. Yes ma'am.
But you didn't investigate that crime as a law enforcement officer, correct?
No ma'am.
Because you weren't a law enforcement officer, were you?
That's correct.
All right. And your father wasn't a law enforcement officer either.
He was not.
Okay. So you're basing your probable cause on something that was rumor that your mother told you about things being stolen off the boat.
I was basing it on the 11th for seeing him in there again and hearing that the stuff was stolen off of that boat, and then hearing it from the other neighbors, and then from seeing on the 11th. So yes, it happened, and then seeing him come in multiple times, and then everything that followed up on the 23rd. Yes, that's.
You were here when Officer Rash testified, is that right?
I was.
Okay, and you heard Officer Rash, under cross-examination, answer the defense attorney's question about if Mr. Larry English had filed a police report about items stolen off of his boat, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and he said the officer assigned would have investigated it, right?
Yes.
All right, and that means interviewing Larry English, correct?
Yes.
And so an officer who's investigating the theft of items off the boat would have found out from Larry English that the boat had been moved back and forth to Douglas, correct?
Objection, speculation. She's asking him about to assume what Officer Rash would have done had he been asked to make a report about thefts by Larry English, and then how he would follow up on that. This is all speculation on the witness's part.
Speculating as to what Rash would have done, that's sustained.
I'll ask a better question, Your Honor. On cross-examination, do you remember Officer Rash testifying that the officer assigned, if Mr. English had filed a report, would have investigated that?
Yes.
Okay, and that Officer Rash, you heard him testify that that would have included interviewing Larry English, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you heard Larry English testify that the boat had been moved back and forth between Douglas, correct?
He learned that. Yes.
Well, he didn't learn that. He knew it. He'd moved the boat back and forth, right?
You talking about Rash or English?
I object. I'm not sure what the relevance is about asking him what he heard people testify in court that he didn't know with his own personal knowledge on particular dates. Hearing what people later come and testify about in court is asking him to comment on the testimony before the jury. it doesn't seem to be a relevant inquiry. What he did and what he knew at those particular times, I think, surely. But what they testify about in court and how that may change his thoughts about dates in the past doesn't appear to be relevant.
It's overruled. Go ahead.
Okay. And you heard Larry English testify that he suspected his subcontractors. Yes?
That
That Larry English suspected his subcontractors of having stolen the items off of his boat. You heard him testify to that.
here, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you heard him testify that he told that to Officer Rash.
Yes,
And you heard Officer Rash testify that he told that to your father.
yes.
All right, so let's go ahead and talk about what was happening on February 23rd, 2020. All right, so you personally first saw Ahmaud Arbery as he was running ahead of you on Burford.
That's correct.
Okay. And you were driving behind him in the white F-150 pickup truck.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And at that time, when you first saw him, he didn't have a bag, did he?
No, ma'am.
Didn't have a backpack.
He did not.
Wasn't carrying a box.
Was it?
Okay. And you could see his hands as he ran.
Yes.
Right. And you could see that he was wearing the cargo shorts and the t-shirt.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you didn't know who he was. I mean, you didn't know him personally.
I didn't know him personally. No, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't know his name.
No, ma'am.
All right. Didn't know anything about him.
Nothing.
He didn't know you.
Not that I'm aware of.
You just knew that he was the guy who was on video at the open unsecured construction site.
And that I saw on the 11th.
And at this point in time, when you first see him on Burford, he's not reaching into his pockets.
No, ma'am. Not running. No, ma'am.
And he never yelled at you guys,
No, ma'am.
never threatened you at all,
No, ma'am. Not
never
ver-
brandished any weapons.
Sorry, Your Honor, he's trying to finish his answer.
Yeah, he did not threaten me verbally. No, ma'am.
All right. Didn't brandish any weapons.
No, ma'am.
Didn't pull out any guns.
No, ma'am.
Didn't pull out any knife.
No, ma'am.
Never reached for anything, did he?
No.
He just ran.
Yes, he was just running.
So at this point in time, you catch up to him on Burford by pulling up next to him. Is that right?
Yes, pulling alongside, keeping with my window right there. I did.
So as he's running down the street, okay, let's say this is the street, he's on this side of the road, consistent with someone driving forward, or is he on that side of the road looking at oncoming traffic?
Oncoming traffic.
Okay. So he's
Yes.
on the side for oncoming traffic.
That's correct.
All right. So you pull up next to him. Is that right?
Yes.
You startled him.
No.
Are you a mind reader?
I'm not, but I could see his actions, the way that he didn't veer, he didn't run off. I came up to him slowly, just like I would anybody else, and I've never startled anybody doing that before, anybody walking or jogging or running. I've never had anybody become startled on that, so I don't know why it would be.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. How many times have you pulled up on strangers that you don't know next to them with a pickup truck to ask them what they're doing in your neighborhood?
And I don't think I have in that situation, but I have pulled up on people that are running behind, coming up behind them. But, I mean, if you could be startled from somebody coming up behind you is one thing or the other. You can tell if somebody is, but I didn't startle him. I didn't come up on him hard or fast or blowing the horn or anything. I just pulled alongside him on my side of the road right at the yellow line, and once he acknowledged me and saw that I was there is when I came a little closer and stayed with him.
So he's running, you pull up, he looks at you, and you say to him, what?
I say, hey, what's going on? Hold on a second.
All right. And he didn't say anything back to you?
No, ma'am.
All right. He just kept running?
he stopped and turned and went backwards. That was the first time. That was the one caught on Mr. Roddy's or Mr. Brian's video. Was turned out to be the first qualification.
Okay, so hold on. You pull up next to him, he stops, and then he turns and starts running this way. Back down Burford towards Satilla.
Yes,
And then you back up. Is that right?
I did.
So you back up the truck to follow him, and at some point in time, what do you say to him at that point?
I'm asking him, what are you doing? You know, what's going on? What happened down there? Why is there some? You know, I ask him why somebody pointing down the road. As I'm talking, that's when he turns and runs back down Burford.
So now you're asking him, hey, why is somebody pointing down the road? That's what you're asking him?
That's what I was trying to get to ask him why there's people pointing down the road.
All right, Mr. McMichael. Not asking for generalities and what's in your head. I want to know exactly what you were saying to the man jogging down the street. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. What exactly did you say to him the first time you pulled up to him?
I want to talk to you.
And he turned and ran.
He stopped, turned, and then went the other direction.
Okay. And that was an indication to you that he didn't want to talk to you.
Yes.
That was an indication he was not going to stop for you.
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, you chose to put your truck in reverse and back up at him.
Back up along with him.
So he's trying to get away from you, doesn't want to stop, doesn't want to talk, and you're backing up to go along with him.
That's correct.
And at some point in time then, he turns to run up Burford, right?
Yes, I've asked him again, or asked him that I wanted to talk to him. I don't know exactly what I said, but it was to the effect that I want to talk to him and what happened down the road.
And at this point in time, you're not wearing any sort of uniform.
No, ma'am.
You're not in a marked patrol car.
I'm not.
You don't have any badges on your sleeves.
I do not.
And when you told the police, you were talking to them about make sure I get this right. Do you remember telling the police, so I pull up to him and say, hey, you know what's going on. He's running, he won't stop. I said, that's him, stop right there. I'm at the bottom of page 8, top of page 9. Stop right there, stop where you're at. Do you remember telling the police that that's what you said?
That's what's on here. Yes, ma'am. You want me to read it?
I'm just asking you if that's what you said. You said, what's going on? He won't stop. I said, that's him. Stop right there. Stop where you're at.
Yeah, that's part of it.
All right. So at this point, you're ordering him to stop. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say ordering. I was asking him.
Like nicely and politely, please, sir, stop?
At first, it was not police or service. Hey, could you stop? Please, yes, stop for a second. Stop for a second. My voice inflection and tone, I was trying to keep the situation calm.
And this is at the time that he's already decided that he doesn't want anything to do with you and has run back down Burford towards Satilla.
Yes.
All right. And then we see what happens in the Night Owl video. Is that right? Is that what happens next?
Brian, yes. Yes, around that time.
see. What's my evidence number? Hello? Okay, I need to know what the evidence number is. If I can't find that, I'll be on the thing. I know it's there. I apologize, Your Honor, something's not right, and I'm worried I've missed it, or somehow it is not on the file anymore.
Your Honor, we have no objections to state would like a recess.
Thank you. Let's make sure it's on there. There we go. Publishing States Exhibit 194, the first video ending in 261. Is this what we have?
Yes.
You're backing up, and then he's running away from you.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, is this your truck pulling forward after him?
It is. Yes, ma'am.
So at this point in time, you could have just stopped, right?
I could have.
You could have just let him run, correct?
I could have, but I also wanted to make sure that everything was okay down the road and see what was happening. I wanted to ask him, at least ask him what was happening, and see what he would say and go from there.
Despite the fact that you know about the Fifth Amendment, you know that no one has to talk to anyone they don't want to talk to, right?
That's correct.
And you said that you wanted to know what had happened and that you saw Matt Albenzi out in the street when you came out with your shotgun from your house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't go down and ask Mr. Albenzi what was going on, did you?
I did not.
Okay. So at one point in time, I think you said you thought, well, maybe somebody had been hurt or something had been broken into, or maybe Larry English was down there, right?
That's correct.
Right. But you didn't head that way to see what exactly had happened, did you?
I did not, because Mr. Albenzi was pointing down the road. I took it as whatever happened, you need to go that way. You need to go that way. Something has happened. And then trying to ask him was to see what was happened. What happened? And then trying to ask him was to see what
something had happened.
Something has happened.
All right, so at this point, right here, where he's running, you're still yelling at him, stop, I want to talk to you, stop.
No, ma'am. Once I watched him run and then pull onside him again is when I engaged with him again.
All right, so we're talking about going all the way down Burford.
No, ma'am. It was only another 100 feet from there, maybe 200 feet. There was a wooded area right where I spoke to him again.
All right, so let's take a look at this.
May I?
Which, I want to make sure we have the right exhibit number, Judge. So what we're looking at here on the blown up board is going to be States Exhibit 300. So taking a look at States Exhibit 300. So taking a look at the blown up board of States Exhibit 300,
So are you asking him to take a look at it?
I'm going to go ahead and publish it up there so that we can go ahead and see it, but that's what we're going to for this.
Okay.
Are you able to see that on your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
So, got the Bryan house. You said you went down here to maybe a wooded area. Is it fair to say that that wooded area is right in here?
Yes, it's right at the corner of that house or lot right there. The last open area.
Right here.
No, ma'am. Right
Right
there.
here?
Yes.
All right. And so you chased him down here, and at this point in time, you cut him off.
No, ma'am. I'm alongside him and ask him to stop. I want to talk to him. And then after I asked him, hey, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. Hey, hold on a second. Is when he finally stopped. And I was like, okay, now we can talk. We can see what's going on. And then as soon as I said, the cops are coming, after he didn't respond to me or talk to me, and I said, hey, the police are coming. Stay right here. That's when he turned and ran the other direction.
You'd agree with me when I say that you never, ever told the Glenn County Police Department or in your written statement that you said to Mr. Arbery, the police are coming.
I don't know if I did or not. If it's not on there, then I didn't say it. But I mean, I could have missed it from everything that was happening and writing it down. 2 hours later, I might have missed it, but on the assumption that they do that, because I was still under the impression that my dad has called the police, so I'm under the impression that the cops are coming.
So talking about that, I'm going to have you take a look at page number 9. Again, that last paragraph. So, in your statement to Detective Nohilly, only a couple hours after the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery, you basically say he goes around the corner, comes back, he's, man, something's not right here. I tell him to stop, grab the gun out of the truck. I say, hey, stop, stop, stop. He runs back. Man, you call 911 yet? Find my phone. Call, give it to my dad, said call the cops, let's get the cops. So it's only after you grabbed your shotgun out of the truck at the corner of Holmes and Satilla that you say, hey, let's call the cops, and you hand the phone to your dad to call the cops.
That's when I found out that he did not call the police. When I realized that he has not called the police. And then
So also on page 9, you never indicated that Mr. Arbery actually stopped long enough for you to have a conversation with him. Is that correct at the top of page 9?
Yes, I do. I said, he's running, he won't stop. I said, that's him. Stop right there. Stop where you're at. Call the cops, And I'm assuming, or what I'm saying there is, I told him that I called the cops. There he is. He starts acting funny, and then he takes off running. So he was stopped. If he takes off running, then he was stopped at the point.
Do you remember yesterday telling this jury that that's what you said to your dad? Call the cops, there he is? Do you remember telling this jury just yesterday that that was what you said to your dad? Call the cops, there he is. He starts acting funny, he takes off running.
I believe I said, have you called the cops yet? And then on this here is what I mentioned to the police in the interview. And reading this and knowing how I was all over the place when I was giving that statement, this is what I was talking about. Is what I believe is what I was talking about.
But you'd agree, nowhere in here do you say that Mr. Arbery actually stopped. You said, stop right there, stop right where you're at, and he takes off running.
He takes off running.
So nowhere in here do you indicate to Detective Nohilly that he stopped long enough for you to say, the police are on their way, and that that's why he took off running. Nowhere in here and nowhere in your written statement is that indicated.
In those terms, saying it in that verbatim, I did not. But looking at this and how I was still under stress, still under the impact of what happened a couple hours after this, just 2 hours after the shooting, and then seeing how I was talking, under stress, nervous, scared, I know what I was talking about here, and that's what I was talking about. They call the cops, you know. Stop where you're at, call the cops. I'm probably choppy trying to talk to him, being nervous, and saying that I was saying this to Mr. Arbery, and then he takes off running. If you're running, he continued running. He takes off running. I think that's what I was talking about there.
So what were you nervous about while giving this statement?
I just killed a man. I had blood on me still. It was the most traumatic event of my life. I was scared to death. I mean, it was the most traumatic event of my life. I don't know anybody who wouldn't be scared or stressed or terrified or anything. I mean, it was horrible.
I'm talking about giving your statement 2 hours later at a police station. You were nervous because you thought you were going to jail, right?
No, I gave him a statement. I mean, if I would have,
somebody you don't think you're going to jail, is what you're saying.
I was going through an investigation. I was following the investigation.
So, you saw Officer Duggan's body cam, correct? Officer Duggan, the first officer who testified, his body cam.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You were standing right behind Officer Duggan while all that went on, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, you've just shot Mr. Arbery 3 times with a shotgun, correct?
Correct.
He's dead on the scene, correct?
Correct.
He's unarmed, correct?
He was.
All right. And your father came up to you and grabbed you by the shoulders and went, you had no choice, you had no choice, right? You saw that?
Yes.
All right. You're covered in Mr. Arbery's blood. You go down to the police station, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Any idea where that came from?
No.
Let's keep going.
Okay. And at that point, you're in the safety of the police department giving your statement, correct?
Yes.
All right. You've got all the time in the world, correct?
Yes.
All right. And Detective Nohilly hasn't threatened you,
No.
hasn't forced you to make a statement,
He did not.
all right, and didn't promise you anything in order to get you to make the statement.
We'll look real quick. He did not.
Okay. But you're telling this jury that you're all confused and you can't get the facts straight as you're telling the police about why it was you shot and killed a man.
I was trying with my best ability, but like I said, under the circumstances of going through a traumatic event, this is the most traumatic event that I have ever been through in my life. I don't know how. I've never been through a situation like that, so the reaction, trying to go through and trying to be as factual and tell as detailed as I could, and then look at this transcript being scattered as it was, I could tell that obviously I failed attempting to try as best I could. This is what you got. I tried, and this is what happened.
So, fair to say you never told Detective Nohilly nor wrote down in your written statement that you told Mr. Arbery the police were on their way.
It seems that I attempted to say it in these words here.
And at that point, Mr. Arbery turns around and runs back down Burford to get away from you, correct?
That's correct.
So at this point in time, he's running away from you. He has not threatened you.
No.
Hasn't pulled out a gun.
No, ma'am.
Hasn't pulled out a knife.
He did not.
Still arms at his sides.
That's correct.
And he's trying to get away from you.
And I was letting him run away. Yes, ma'am.
You were letting him run away.
That's correct.
Wasn't it your intention to go around the block and cut him off and find him over on the other side?
To head him off and to see where he's located. That was my intention. Yes, ma'am.
All right. But you could have stopped right there and not done anything, right?
Yes, but then immediately after is when I saw his interaction with the black truck and realized that there is something to my suspicions here, and I would like to see where he is at when the cops come, which I assume that the police were on the way, that I would be able to tell them where he's at if they haven't located him at that point.
So you're telling this jury that your whole intention was just to go ahead and follow Mr. Arbery, keep an eye on him, and to just tell the cops there he is?
At that point, yes, ma'am.
Now, it's true that your father, while in the truck with you, going down Burford towards that end, was yelling at you, cut him off, cut him off, cut him off, right?
He was talking to me or was telling me, I don't know if he was saying cut him off or not. I know that he was saying there he is, that's the guy. After that, I am not sure exactly what he said.
At this point, you're still yelling at Mr. Arbery to stop at the end of Burford.
I was not yelling at him on Burford, no ma'am.
And at the end of Burford, you and your dad both got out of the pickup truck, correct?
When he turned and started running down Burford, when he was away, when he was not a threat, if he wanted to be a threat and he was going past that, yeah, I got out of the truck, yes ma'am. When he turned and running away is when I got out of the vehicle.
Why in the world would Mr. Arbery be a threat to you?
Because of when I asked him what was going on and recognized that it was the guy that I saw on the 11th and Mr. Albenzi pointing, everything going down, and realized that it is him, and then how he reacted when I shined the lights on him on the 11th. He acted like he did not want to be. He was obviously caught sneaking through the front yard. He was obviously where he wasn't supposed to be, where he hasn't been several times, and then he reaches into his pants, like he has a gun, and that, I took that as a threatening gesture and walked in the house. Now it's the same guy on the 23rd that I've just pulled up to that turned out my father was correct. People pointing down the road, the same scene that this happened 12 days prior, that yes, there was a possibility that he may be armed with that gesture, but he didn't show me that, and he started running down the road. I was no longer under a threat if there was to be one, so I got out of the vehicle after my father got out of the vehicle to see what was going on and watch him.
So when you first pulled up to him, very first time, you confirmed it was him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You've testified under oath to this jury that I'm not going to chase or investigate someone who is armed, right?
That's correct.
And yet you want this jury to believe now that he was a threat to you, okay, and that you perceived him as a threat, yet you continued to chase him down Burford.
I didn't know if he was a threat or not. He never reached in his pockets, and I wanted to see what was happening. I figured I could talk to him at this point, or getting up to him on the second point.
But hadn't at this point he demonstrated not once, not twice, but 3 times he did not want to talk to you?
When I'm at the stop, when I stopped at Burford?
Mm-hmm. Right, because you pulled up to him once, he doesn't want to talk to you. You back up, he doesn't want to talk to you. You pull down Burford, your dad's yelling, cut him off, cut him off. And all of a sudden, he runs back, he doesn't want to talk to you. That's 3 times he's demonstrated to you that he does not want to talk to you, correct?
Yes.
And he's also demonstrated he's no threat to you. He hasn't pulled out a gun.
That's correct.
He hasn't said one word to you.
He has not.
He's not threatened you in any way, verbally or physically.
No, ma'am.
No knives.
No knives.
All All right. He's not swearing at you, using profanity or anything like that, is he?
Didn't talk.
So at this point, you get out of the truck, correct?
That's correct.
And you get out with your shotgun.
No, I got out when my father got out to get in the back, and then my shotgun slipped and was in the floorboard where my feet were all over it. Once I'm out of the vehicle, it was safe to, I'm not going to reach it. I wasn't going to grab it while Mr. Arbery was right there. There was no reason for it. He's run off. I'm on the side of the truck, so at that point I grabbed the shotgun out of the floorboard and put it back on the seat.
Your dad gets out with his .357 Magnum, correct?
I didn't know if he had it on him or not. I knew he had it, but I didn't see it. He didn't have it in his hand.
So he didn't have it in his hand as he ran about 10 yards down the road after Mr. Arbery.
He didn't run down the road after Mr. Arbery.
So, at this point, you see Mr. Bryan pull out in his black GMC truck to try and run Mr. Arbery off the road.
No, ma'am. I saw, after I put the shotgun back onto the seat when it was on the floorboard, and then watching Dad, or talking to Dad, or trying to figure out what's going on, when I looked back down the road, I don't know Mr. Bryan. I didn't know where he lived. I did see him when I had the first encounter with Mr. Arbery. My assumption, I was assuming from what I saw, that he came from Satilla. So the vehicle was at what I thought was the very end of the road. More than likely seeing the video the other day where the tree was closest to Burford. It was towards the end where it was almost on the road. I'm certain that's where I saw the encounter with them. And it didn't look like he was running them off the road. It actually looked like Mr. Arbery, I thought the vehicle was stopped, and it looked like Arbery went to the left side and then to the right and then went back to the left. It looked like he was engaging with that vehicle.
So you're all the way down here. I'll do it on this one. All the way down here.
Around there, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they're all the way down here by the time you look at them. Is that what you're saying?
By the time I noticed it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you want this jury to believe that you thought Mr. Arbery was the one engaging in this black vehicle, not that the black vehicle was trying to hit him or run him off the road.
I'm not going to object to the form of the question. You want this jury to believe. I think that's an improper form of the question. I think you can ask him questions and he can answer, but to insinuate that he has some motive for the jury to believe is improper.
It's cross-examination. Go ahead.
Thank you. So you want this jury to believe that it's Mr. Arbery who's the aggressor with the black truck, not that the black truck's the one trying to run him off the road to help you.
I didn't see the truck trying to run him off the road. What I saw from down there, what I saw was the vehicle looked to be at a stop, and Mr. Arbery was engaging the vehicle.
And then Mr. Arbery was able to get away from the black vehicle.
He ran past the vehicle.
And your dad wanted to go down there to see what was happening, right?
That's correct.
But you wanted to go around to cut him off.
No, ma'am. I wanted to get around and to see where he was at, not to cut him off. Not the way you're saying cut him off. No, I wanted to see where he was at, to be in that same area to let the police know where he was coming.
I'm going to have you take a look at page 24, middle of the page. I'm sorry, back up to page 23, please. take a look at page 23. So, line 16. So he turned and went back down this road. Dad's like, hey, go down there. I said, I'm not going through that. I'm not going back to him. And this is about the time that the black truck that was at the scene, that's when he tried to stop it.
Yes.
All right. So here you're telling the police the black truck at the scene was trying to stop Mr. Arbery.
That's what I was believing, yes.
Okay. And that was right here in this corner, just on Burford, probably a house past this intersection. So I turned and went this way.
Correct.
All right. And then he came down, came around, came down Holmes Drive. He was right there. I said, good. We'll have a chance to stop him now. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And then the black truck's right there. I was over here. Hey, stop, stop. Well, he's running up the road, and I seen him coming. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you came around Holmes, and you were a few houses down when you encountered Mr. Arbery and yelled at him once again, stop, stop. Is that right?
I think I had it wrong on here. Like I said, once I was bouncing back and forth, trying to explain everything that happened, that I misspoke on there. I don't know where I would say to stop, stop. Where was it that I said stop? Came down, came around, came down Holmes Drive. He was right there. I said, good, we probably will have a chance to stop him now. Black truck's right there. I was over here. Hey, stop, stop. Well, he was running down the road. I seen him coming. So, yeah, that was at the end of Holmes, right on the other side of the dog leg.
All right. Well, do you notice how it says, the investigator Hilly right after that says, which way is he running? And you said he's coming up this way. And where are you at this time? I came around and turned off this road. I'm not really sure how far I was. I was a few houses down. So you're a few houses down. He's asking you specifically, when did you say, hey, stop, stop? I was a few houses down, correct?
Yeah, on here, that's correct.
Okay. And you also got out of your truck at that time, a few houses down on Holmes Drive, correct?
On here is what I said, but I don't believe that's what happened. I believe I misspoke or had it wrong or had it mixed up to when I stopped at the end of Holmes.
Okay. But you also wrote it down in your written statement.
Which one?
Take a look at your written statement. It's about 2/3 of the way down.
On page
2. So I decided to continue down Burford towards Zellwood, then take on to Holmes to see if he would be there. Is that right? Do you see that line?
Yes.
Okay. And then it said, then you wrote, I made it halfway down and seen the individual turn and run back the way he came, then turn back toward me when the black GMC Chevy turned onto the road.
That's correct. That was at the end of Satilla.
Well, you said I got
Right.
out of my truck and told him to stop, which he didn't. I got back into my truck and stopped just short of the stop sign on Holmes facing Satilla. So you had actually stopped, gotten out of your truck, told him to stop, which he didn't, then got back in your truck, then pulled down to Satilla and Holmes.
That, looking back after everything cooled off, where I stopped, and I don't recall if I got out or not. I think I had this mixed with when I finally pulled up. Both times where I said I stopped and got out, I was saying when I stopped and saw Mr. Arbery and the black truck coming at me. We were on Holmes, just short of where the shooting occurred. I probably yelled stop at him, but then once they passed me is when I pulled up a couple more feet and decided to stay where I was at. That's what I was speaking about here.
Isn't it true that at this point in time, when you're a few houses down, Holmes, you stop, you get out, you yelled at him, stop, stop. That's when your father yelled at him, stop, or I'll blow your fucking head off?
I don't think so, no.
Right, well, you don't think so? I mean, you were standing right there. You heard your father say this, yes?
I don't think I heard him say that, no.
But you know that's what he told the police, he said.
In here in court is what I heard, yes, ma'am.
So at this point, you're coming down Holmes, and you see Mr. Arbery coming toward you.
He was in the middle of a turn. He was on the right side of the road, turning left in that apex is when I saw him there. The first time I saw him on Holmes. He was in the middle of a turn, turning back towards Satilla on Holmes.
Is that what the video picks up?
I don't think so, no, ma'am.
So, you're saying that you're coming down this way, and he's running toward your truck, he's turning around, and he runs back this way. You don't see the black truck at this point?
No, ma'am.
All right. But then all of a sudden he's running back toward you, and you see the black truck behind him?
No. When I came around the dogleg, the black truck and Mr. Arbery were together. The black truck obviously just came off of Satilla and were heading towards me on Holmes, towards Elwood.
So you're saying at this point you've made it all the way down here?
He was on the right side of the road, turning left. When I saw him, he was in the mid of the turn, and then he turned and was out of sight around that dogleg, and I continued, and then once I got to the dogleg is when I saw him and Mr. Arbery, or the black vehicle, coming my way.
And at that point he's pinned between the two vehicles.
He was.
You get down to the end of here, having passed Mr. Arbery and the black truck.
No, I was at a stop and they passed me. I let Mr. Arbery run by and I let the vehicle pass me. I was stopped in the correct lane and saw them coming, and that was when Mr. Arbery and the black truck Mr. Arbery was running alongside the truck, grabbing at the mirror and the door, and then that's when they split. When they were coming into my lane, that's when they split. Mr. Arbery was on the passenger side, and the black vehicle went back into his lane, and then was following Mr. Arbery as they went around that dogleg.
In order for you to get from here to here with them behind you, you had to have passed Mr. Arbery and the black pickup truck, correct?
That's when they passed me, was back there. Was towards Tillo. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor will consider a rescue break.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a mid-morning recess. We'll take a 15-minute recess and then continue with the evidence in the case. Thank you.
All right for the jury. Please be seated.
All right. Excuse me, sir. You can go ahead and step down. We'll take a 15-minute recess. Quarter of. Thank you.
Alrighty. Let's switch this one over here. Bam. What's going on, everybody? I've been quiet so far because I've been messing around trying to figure out TikTok and had a live stream to TikTok. It's not working properly. I don't know how to do it. I'll figure it out eventually because I know you could do it because I know Yahoo and all of them do it, and I'll figure it out eventually. I just don't know how to do it right now from the computer. At any rate, today is, what is it? It's the 18th of November. What month is it? Who knows? We are waiting on the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. That is our main focus for today. There's a couple of hearings and stuff, but there's not a lot going on, so I figured I'd just put this other trial on, the Ahmaud Arbery trial. I don't know anything about the Ahmaud Arbery trial at all because we've been so focused on Kyle Rittenhouse, but a couple of people have asked me to play it, so that's what I'm doing. I'm assuming there's been no live feed. Well, there is a live feed out of the Rittenhouse trial courtroom, so I'm waiting to see what happens with them. I'm waiting to see. So as soon as that camera comes on, we'll put it. We'll bring it down for you. But as of right now, there's not a lot going on. So we're just kind of floating around. I'm trying to look on social media on Twitter to see if there's anything new either on Twitter. But again, I've just been messing around with the TikTok thing. So the Ahmaud Arbery trial is on recess for a few minutes and then for 15 minutes, and we'll bring it back as soon as it's back. And I just opened up the chat because I didn't even have the chat open. Really haven't been doing a lot yet. I woke up this morning, didn't feel like going to the gym. I woke up actually pretty early, which is crazy. I woke up at 5 o'clock feeling really good. And it was good. Someone said, what tank are you vaping on? Oh, with this thing? I don't know. It's called a Aegis or Regis? I don't know. Something like that. Someone said, can you put on the comptroller nomination hearing? I have no idea what you're even talking about. Oh, House hearings today. See, what do we have for Thursday? Thursday, we have comptroller of currency. That's the one you want? The Senate, that sounds boring. I don't know if I really want that. Sounds boring. Actually, I know which one I want. Hearings to examine confronting the Kremlin and communist corruption. That sounds good. Which hearing is this one? Is it 10:30 yet? Yeah, it just started. Witnesses, you're going to have Tom Malowski, Maria Salazar, Volkov, a bunch of people. I don't even know who half of these people are. Where is the video? And that hearing started a few minutes ago. So why don't I put that one on? Because I think that will be more interesting. And I'm just going to kind of float around today, switch between the different feeds that we have, add some other feeds. Adam has landed safe in Atlanta. He's got other issues now he has to tend to. I'm not going to say what they are, but he is safe in Atlanta. He flew out early this morning. He called me bright and early, and I was like, well, what are you doing calling me so early? But I was already up. He was already up, so talked to him before he boarded the flight, but he's there. So right now I'm going to throw on hearing confronting the Kremlin and communist corruption hearing. Let me make an overlay for it real quick. Duplicate this one. And I'll switch back and forth. I may go back to the hearing that we were just watching. But for right now, I think I'm just going to throw on this one. And I'll switch back if the White House press conference ends up happening today. We'll go to that. But obviously, the Rittenhouse case takes priority. So any new news out of that case, I'll break into whatever we're watching. If the courthouse camera flickers, I'll probably break in. I can't do anything else because I'm going to sit here and make sure that I have that up on the screen so I don't miss it. Thank you, everyone, for the stars. We'll also go out. I think Tara is not out yet, but she should be eventually. I don't know why her thing doesn't show up. Let me check. Yeah, she's not live yet, but she will be eventually. And so once I find her live, or you guys, see that she's live, let me know, and then we'll bring her up. But for right now, I'm going to switch to this confronting the Kremlin and communist corruption. All right, and then we'll be back.
China is laundered to the West, where the cronies of autocrats live opulent lifestyles, even as they steal from their people and deny them basic rights. This is the bargain of strongmen. In exchange for loyalty, cronies are privileged to steal at home and spend the money abroad. Indeed, modern dictatorships relies on access to the West. This access is a national security threat. It taints our system and undermines democracy. But the reliance of kleptocrats upon our system is also our strength. By denying access to kleptocrats and their ill-gotten gains, we force them to live in the system they have created. We also protect ourselves and provide a measure of justice to those denied it. With many tools for this, the Global Magnitsky Act, public visa ban law enforcement, is perhaps the strongest tool we have. As we all well know, by creating even more of this Congress with no fewer than 6 counter-kleptocracy bills in the House, NDA, and negotiations ongoing to place these in the Senate NDA as well, we have a powerful signal that we are united in our fight against corruption. I want to commend our colleagues who are with us today, Representative Tom Malinowski and Maria Salazar, for their bipartisan leadership, innovative and passion in this fight. Your caucus against fighting corruption and kleptocracy in the House has proven itself as a standout with its group of members. I also want to thank you for your leadership in together introducing the Combating Global Corruption Act. I'm the sponsor of that legislation in the House. This bill would create a country-by-country tiered reporting requirement on compliance with international anti-corruption norms and commitments. We are now very close to making this bill law, and I remain optimistic it will be included in the House NDA bill. It's a powerful tool. As we've seen in trafficking in humans, when we do these ratings, countries respond. They respond because they don't want to be shamed, and they respond because there's consequences if they're not taking the right steps to fight corruption. We have other bills that are included in the NDAA that we've championed. The Global Magnitsky Reauthorization Act, as Senator Wicker and I have been the champions on the House side.
Make sure
also
that we keep up both recruitment and retention of highly qualified examiners, particularly in terms of FinCEN, something this committee, again, the chairman and Senator Crapo and I and others worked on. How do we make sure we do that? And how do we make sure, as we get into this last minute, too often the OCC has been about box checking rather than actual oversight. So speak to how you would address some of the management challenges, retention of examiners, and trying to change this culture from, simply checking the box oversight to actual meaningful review of the institutions you'd have oversight over.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I think you put your finger right on the most important issue for the control of the currency as the head of a large and very complex agency. I have learned in my years of practicing law on Wall Street and working in the Treasury that it is important not to come into an agency or any big organization and start doing things without first talking to the people in the building. So the first thing I intend to do is to really speak to the supervisory personnel at the OCC and perhaps do even a listening tour of the regional offices in order to understand what needs to be done in order to address the concern you've raised, which I fully share. Thank you.
I'll have some more questions again on follow-up on this management issue, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Warner. Senator Rounds is recognized from South Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been listening to the comments so far, Professor, and Dr. Omarova. I'm just curious. I have a very difficult time in recognizing the appropriateness of you to be placed in this position. But I also want to give you an opportunity to respond to some things, and I'd like to just point out, I come from South Dakota, where we've got 67 community banks. They have 393 different branches. I think Senator Crapo touched on it a little bit, but I'd like to expand. How would you justify removing the critical relationship between bankers and their communities that has allowed for decades of locally sponsored economic growth, other than your belief that the government seems to always know best? And by that I mean, it would appear that you believe that you advocate for a full migration of demand deposits onto the Fed's balance sheet. It would seem to me that in a classroom, you would have a very lively discussion with members of your class, and I suspect that would be entertaining, but I'm really challenged to see how that could be put into, and that you would be trusted to be the person responsible for the management, or at least the oversight of these different banks. And I'd like to give you at least a little bit of time here to explain that process.
Well, Senator, thank you very much for this question. I find it difficult to explain what is a complex piece of academic work in simple, buzzwords, if you will. But I want to make one thing clear. I believe in the American banking system. I believe in the community banking system. I do not think that whatever Congress decides to do with respect to digital dollar or Fed accounts, whether or not Congress chooses to go that route, whatever Congress chooses, I think it is absolutely critical to make sure that community banks and their role in the provision of financial services is preserved. My fear is that that role is being eroded, and it's been an ongoing trend for the last 25, 30 years.
Let me just,
yes.
because I want to hit on a couple of other items real quick. And I know that we're not professors up here, but you'd be responsible for working with bankers across the entire United States, and you clearly have scared the heck out of them. They've been doing business for hundreds of years, and they have modified based upon the directions of regulators. But a regulator who suggests significant changes in what has been a successful opportunity to provide consumers with lots of credit opportunities and in a growing economy seems to me to be a real challenge for them to accept, and one that they prefer not to. I do have a question, though, with regard to, you've discussed what would be, I guess, described as suboptimal social businesses, socially suboptimal activities of businesses. But I don't think we've had the opportunity to ask you what it is that you view as socially suboptimal activities. There's a lot of activities that are clearly that you think that have been financed that you would do your best to stop from being financed. Is that what this means? And what is give us an example of a socially suboptimal activity?
Well, Senator, again, thank you for the opportunity to sort of answer this question and perhaps clarify some of my positions. I fully understand the difference between being an academic and being a regulator, and working with bankers and working with all other constituencies on making sure that our banking system really channels credit into the productive enterprise, meaning non-speculative, actual businesses, small businesses, large businesses in various areas. And it is not the job of the OCC to decide which specific business should or should not get a specific loan from a specific bank. I have never advocated that, and I believe that it is up to Congress.
With all due respect, in the People's Ledger, which is your work, on page 1272 of the paper, you write that in that new role, the Fed would impose activity limitations on lenders.
All right. Defense President, represented by counsel. I've got a lot of people standing.
I have, before we resume, Judge, we're noticing that juror number 12 is continuing to nod off. We would at this point move to excuse her. We don't think it's appropriate for a jury to sleep through both the direct and the cross-examinations, and we're very concerned that she's missing some portion of evidence. And it's important to both sides that she listened to everything. And so we would move to excuse her and place an alternate in her place.
Mr. Hope.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just trying to compare our, yes, to make sure I knew exactly where we were. Yes, we would join in that. But what we have, I don't have as good of a vantage point from where we're sitting to see the jury most of the time. But based on what the court has reported and what our defendant's counsel has reported, I want an attentive juror.
I think, although obviously I probably had the poorest vantage point in the courtroom, particularly this morning with the easel, I'm not complaining, but I would feel constrained to join in that motion. That's why we have alternates.
State objects. I've been up here cross-examining Mr. McMichael and turning and looking at the jurors. I have not noticed any one of them not paying attention at all. They seem to be paying very, very close attention to this testimony.
Yeah, and I've been watching 12. You know, I will say there are moments where she appears tired. She has not slept through the evidence that I have been able to notice. It was brought to my attention yesterday. She was moved. There were no issues yesterday afternoon. I'm going to keep an eye on her this morning and just get some idea of what, if any, consistency there is with what's happening. Based on that, the court will make some decisions on whether to inquire with her, whether she's missed any evidence, and move from there. But at this point, I'm not going to take the step of striking her, as the court will effectively take the matter under advisement. I'm going to continue to watch the juror. Obviously, if there is, if it goes beyond where it is now with her, I'll take appropriate measures, and if I need to follow up further at the end of this morning, I'll do so. Mr. Goff.
We'd also like the record to know two things before we start back up. After the examination of the witness began or continued, my understanding is the Right Reverend Jesse Jackson has again been in court. I think he's back there in the dark shirt. Putting that on the record, not going to re-argue anything. And I would also note that there is or was an individual walking about in the foyer outside the courtroom earlier today with a black sweatshirt saying, "I support black pastors." And given that the black pastors support the conviction of our client, we would object to those kinds of slogans being outside in the foyer where witnesses are sitting. It is not just an issue with the jurors who may or may not see them as they come in and out of the courtroom, but now we have witnesses being exposed to all this.
This is pretty entertaining.
Again, you know, it raises questions. I've noted it for the record. The court can decide with it what it will.
It's all noted for the record then. I can't speak to whatever may be happening outside the courtroom. There are procedures that the court is aware of that are in place, and something's brought to my attention that is deviating from those procedures, then I'll go ahead and address that. I will note that Reverend Jackson is in the courtroom. Beyond that, anything from the state before we proceed with the witness?
No, Judge.
From Travis McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
Greg McMichael. And Mr. Brown.
No, Your Honor.
Witness is seated. Remind you that you're under oath.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go get the panel.
All right for the jury. Please sit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the evidence case from the state.
Thank you. So, Mr. McMichael, you've seen this video numerous times in court, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And at this point in time, you can see that Mr. Arbery is well out in front of Mr. Bryan, who's videotaping this, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you're telling this jury that at this point in time, both your truck is behind Mr. Arbery and Mr. Bryan's truck is behind Mr. Arbery.
That is correct.
And so he turns around and runs back toward your truck and Mr. Bryan's truck.
From the video, yes.
Isn't it true that the reason he turned around is he saw your truck coming at him down Holmes?
From that video there, I don't believe so, no, ma'am.
And isn't it true that you're coming back down Holmes and he sees the front of your truck, so he turns around and that you pass him as he's passing Mr. Bryan?
No, ma'am.
So, for absolutely no reason whatsoever, Ahmaud Arbery, who could have kept running up Holmes to get away from both of these pickup trucks that have been chasing him, turns back around to go back towards both the pickup trucks.
Objection, speculation, Your Honor. The reason that he turns is a speculation. Sorry. Reason, she's asking him to speculate as to the reason he turns.
Well, if you rephrase it.
Sure thing.
Your Honor, I'm asking for the court to either sustain or...
It's sustained. She can rephrase it.
Thank you, Judge.
Point out the witnesses on the cross. The court is permitting her to ask open-ended questions, just like the defense would be permitted to ask open-ended, and was permitted to ask open-ended questions on cross. Ms. Tykowski.
Thank you. So, when you assert that your truck is behind Mr. Arbery, and we know Mr. Bryan's truck is behind Mr. Arbery, Mr. Arbery has the opportunity now to run up Holmes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And yet, on the video, we see him turn around. Is that correct?
That's correct.
To run back toward the black pickup truck that had already tried to hit him 4 times. Is that correct?
I didn't see him try to run him over.
Did you hear Mr. Bryan's statements in open court while you were sitting here?
I did.
All right. And you know he told the police that on 4 separate occasions he tried to hit Mr. Arbery. You know that.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
That's sustained. You can rephrase that.
I'll rephrase that. Did you hear the officers testify to what Mr. Bryan had said?
I heard the officers testify to that, yes.
All right. And you heard that Mr. Bryan told the police that Mr. Arbery tried to get into his truck or grab his handle or whatever that was on Burford.
On Burford, yes.
All right. And so, at this point, you're telling this jury, I just want to make sure that the turning around, you don't know why Mr. Arbery turned around, that's what you're telling this jury.
I don't know why.
Okay. But when he turned around, you're contending he's now running back towards both your truck and Mr. Bryan's truck.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to ask you about this whole thing about on Holmes, Mr. Arbery is trying to attack a truck, is what you said yesterday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You never told anyone that in any of your statements, did you?
I did not.
And that's something you've now told this jury for the very first time, correct?
Yesterday, yes.
All right. You never mentioned that he was running alongside the black truck in any of your statements?
In the statements, no.
All right. You never mentioned that you were worried about the person in the black truck because you saw the person trying to attack his truck?
Can I refer to the notes?
Sure.
Look. No, I just say that he's running back to that truck. I did not say that that he was attacking that vehicle in this statement.
All right, so let's go ahead and go to when you're parked at Homes in Satilla.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so at that point, during what we see here with Mr. Bryan going up and turning around, Mr. Arbery had actually run to your white truck.
Yes, yes, he has ran to my white truck once already at this point.
All right, and you ran forward toward him, correct?
When he turned and ran back, I went to follow him and decided that that's the last thing I needed to do, and I came back. And he ran around the corner and I lost sight of him. Yes, ma'am.
At that point that he ran to your truck and then ran away from your truck, had his hands out at his side?
He did. Well, he was, running.
He was running?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Didn't run to your truck and pull out a weapon?
He ran to the truck, but I was directing to the truck, but didn't pull out anything, no, ma'am.
Okay. And so he runs up. How close did he get to the truck the very first time?
Probably from me to you at the furthest, I would say. It was close, yes, ma'am.
And you got out of your truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You got out with the shotgun that time?
I did not.
So you got out of your truck and you yelled at him. Stop.
As he was getting close to me, yes, I was yelling at him at that point to stop. Yes, ma'am.
And he turned around to run back?
He did.
Didn't threaten you in any way?
No.
Didn't verbally threaten you?
Not
like
verbally.
Yell at you?
Not verbally, no.
Didn't swear at you?
Didn't swear.
Didn't say anything?
Did not.
Didn't pull out a gun?
He did not pull out a gun.
Turned around and ran away?
Once he got from me to you, directed to me, once I reached into my truck is when he turned and ran away. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So at that point, you're reaching into your truck, and he sees you do this?
Yes.
He turns and runs away?
He did. Yes, ma'am.
So now, we see him running back, and you said he ran up around the dog leg, right?
He did. Correct.
And at that point, we see him running back down the dog leg. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he got back to that blue mailbox and then had to turn around and headed back towards you.
I believe he was past the blue mailbox.
So he got past the blue mailbox.
Yeah, he was completely out of sight.
All right. But now, in the video, we can see that he's turned around and is heading back toward you.
That's correct.
at this point, he's pinned between the two pickup trucks.
He is between two pickup trucks. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're going to freeze frame it right here. You've raised your shotgun at him at this point.
At that point, I did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he's 30 to 40 yards away from you.
That's what I put on the. That's what I said in the statement and wrote, I believe. Thinking back on it now, I think it was 30 to 40 feet. It was closer to 30, 40 yards. It was 30, 40 yards, what, 120 feet? He was not that far away from me.
All right. And at this point right here, hasn't said anything to you?
No, he has not said anything yet. No, ma'am.
Hasn't verbally threatened you?
Verbally, no.
Still running with his hands at his sides?
Directly towards me, yes, ma'am.
Hasn't pulled out a gun?
Hasn't seen a weapon yet, no, ma'am.
And hasn't shown you a weapon this entire time?
He has not.
Hasn't said a word the entire time?
Not one time.
All he's done is run away from you?
Run past me, yes, ma'am.
And you pulled out a shotgun and pointed it at him?
Running directly towards me, and this is now the second time on the road coming directly, and then watching how he interacted with the pickup truck in that general location when I pulled it first time, attacking the truck, and then seeing him interact with the vehicle on Burford, saying that the police are coming, him turning and running, on top of seeing Mr. Albenzi pointing, and the whole February 11th episode. I was under the impression, and I was, at this point, this guy can be a threat, and he is coming directly to me. Yes, I pointed the shotgun at him to deter him from coming directly to me, which was effective at that point there.
So you're under the impression, is that right? You're under the impression, because of all those things that you just mentioned, that what? That he could be a threat to you?
Yes.
Now, let's take a look at State's Exhibit 129. Your father is in the pickup truck, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he has his .357 Magnum, correct?
He has it, yes.
All right. And this is when you finally have given him the phone and said, call 911.
Seconds before this is when I dialed 911 after I realized that I was misunderstood, that he has not called 911 or had not called 911, and realized the error and called, and then gave my dad the phone once I saw Mr. Arbery coming back at me this third time. Gave it to him, once he was coming around that dog leg. Yes, ma'am.
And your father had 30 years of law enforcement, is that correct?
I believe so.
All right. So, and he knows how to take care of himself, doesn't he?
He knows how.
Oh, I know. And he's got a handgun with him, right?
Yes.
And he's on higher ground, isn't he?
Yes. Yeah, I would say higher ground. I'd say vulnerable.
And you never once, anywhere in your police statement, said you were ever worried about your father or him being attacked at all. Never said that once in any of your statements.
In the statements, I guess not. No, ma'am.
So at this point, you and your dad are both yelling at Mr. Arbery to stop.
I am yelling. I'm sure my dad is, but I was not paying attention to what my father was saying.
All right, so at this point in time, you are right next to your pickup truck in the doorway, right?
I'm right in the crux of it. Yes, ma'am.
Right. All right. And Mr. Arbery is moving this way, and then he's moving that way, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you have now moved yourself out of that crux of the doorway into the roadway. Is that right?
Yes, because when I drew down on him, and then because he was coming directly toward me, focused in on me, and I drew down on him, he immediately broke his direction and went to the right. When he went to the right, I came to the left to gain distance. I was thinking that what I would do, or anybody else, would go across the yard, would run across the yard. Well, as I was going across, I saw that he turned and started directing towards me on the road again, and then turned a third time and then went back to the side of the vehicle. So I was trying to gain distance.
Gain distance. So you're expecting that he should take action to get away from you because you're pointing a shotgun at him.
I was not wanting him to come to charge me, to attack me, which I was assuming was happening. Yes, that's exactly what I was doing.
So him running down this road, being pursued by Mr. Bryan's truck, is him attacking you.
The last time that I saw Mr. Bryan's truck was when I was at a stop just before where I'm at now, and he was was all over that truck. And they left, and I never saw that truck turn around, and then Mr. Arbery is coming back to me, yelling at him, stop, directing to me. He wasn't going to the left, he wasn't going to the right. He was coming straight to me that first time. I was thinking, all right, he's going to try to get in this truck, or he's going to try to attack me or my dad or who knows what. He was acting weird. He was acting funny when I was trying to talk to him prior. So I'm on alert. He turns, runs off, comes back. I'm sure I saw Mr. Bryan's truck in this instance, but I was focused on what I perceived as a threat. So I don't even remember the question.
Well, I think the question is, you didn't know what he was doing except continuing to run away from Mr. Bryan's truck.
No, he was coming towards me.
Right, but you just said, who knows what? You didn't know what this guy was going to do, right?
I did not.
And all he had done so far is run away from you, right?
He has ran past me and ran away, and I let him run away, yes. Yes.
But at this time, you're not letting him run away. You're pointing a shotgun at him, correct?
I am not letting him run to me, directly to me.
And he doesn't. He runs around there, right?
He did.
And comes around that corner, and you have closed the distance yourself on him, haven't you?
I have gone to the front of my truck. I did not go to the passenger side of my truck at that time. I was trying to keep an eye on him to make sure that he didn't try to get in my truck or try to get to my dad or who knows, go into the passenger side or what. I was trying to keep an eye on him, and I would think that he's avoided me once I aimed the shotgun. If he sees me in the front of the truck, then he will not come back around, which I was thinking was more than likely was going to happen, and then he would continue to go.
So at this point in time, you could have stepped closer to your pickup truck and kept that pickup truck between you and him, correct?
Well, can you say that again?
Sure thing. You have moved out on the road. You've aimed this shotgun at Mr. Arbery.
I did.
Mr. Arbery goes to the passenger side of the truck.
Yes.
Okay. Your dad is still yelling at him because we can hear him go, "Stop, goddamn it, stop!" Right?
Yes.
You could have easily just stepped back to your pickup truck and watched him keep going, right?
I could have, yes, but I still didn't know what he could have done right there where I couldn't see him. And to get closer to the pickup, to get closer to that, and get to the truck, if he's going to try to come to the truck, I will be right there. So I was thinking that he was a threat, that might go after myself, my father, or the truck. I wanted to be right there to deter him or to be able to handle it if I needed to.
So you also could have stepped around the back of the truck and followed him in the path that way. Is that right?
Yes, but then he would have an open, unrestricted run around the truck and into my open door, into my pickup truck, and to the truck.
So you're telling this jury that a man who has spent 5 minutes running away from you, you're now thinking is somehow going to want to continue to engage with you, someone with the shotgun, and your father, a man who's just said, stop or I'll blow your fucking head off, by trying to get in their truck?
That's what it shows, yes ma'am.
He comes around the front of the truck, and you are right there with that shotgun, correct?
I was coming around, and then as soon as I was at the front corner panel, he turned, and yes, we were on each other.
That's your head right here.
That is my head.
All right. You heard the medical examiner testify that Mr. Arbery's hand was between him and the shotgun, and he was shot here into his torso, correct?
That's the theory, yes ma'am.
That was the medical examiner giving his opinion, correct?
His opinion, I'm sorry, correct.
Okay. And you saw the digital evidence that backed that up with the arterial spurt from his arm before the first 2 shots, correct?
Yes.
All right. You testified yesterday that Mr. Arbery grabbed your shotgun.
That's correct.
All right. Do you remember Detective Nohilly specifically asking you if he grabbed your shotgun?
I do.
All right. And you then said, you want to take a look at it?
Page 30. Which page? 31?
I'm going to find it for you. Page 44.
44.
So do you remember describing the first interaction that you had with him when he came around the corner?
Reading it, yes ma'am.
All right. So you told Detective Nohilly that he came up, meaning Mr. Arbery, and that I think that's when he hit me or started striking. He was on me. He had my shirt, or something to that point. I had the gun. I was too close to draw down on him. I did like that, and he's still fighting, and I was just like, and at that time, you're showing Detective Nohilly that you had the gun like this, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And Detective Nohilly specifically asked you, do you remember if he grabbed the shotgun at all? And your response was, I want to say he did, but honestly, I cannot remember. I mean, me and him were face to face the entire time. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, and I was trying to think of that exact moment. Trying to give him, trying to give him as much detail as possible under the stress and all this going on. It was obvious that he had the gun from what I was saying in here, rereading it, that he had the weapon the way that I was describing it. But why I said he did not have the gun at that second, I don't know why. But yeah, I mean, that's what I said. I want to say he did, but I honestly cannot remember.
So you didn't shoot him because he grabbed the barrel of your shotgun. You shot him because he came around that corner and you were right there, and you just pulled that trigger immediately?
No, I was struck, and we were face to face and being struck, and that's when I shot. So he came up, I think it was when we were hit, he started striking, he was on me, he had a shirt or something to that point, and I had the gun. And I was too close to draw on him.
So you're saying that all of that took place. He's got your shirt, he's striking you, you've got the gun up in this thing, and you can't draw down on him, and it's a struggle, and he's on you, and you're going back and forth in front of the truck? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what happened?
That's on the video, yes ma'am.
Okay. And he was shot right here in the torso, and it all came up, all pellets right back here. Okay? So, your gun was parallel to the ground. Yes?
Yeah, if you grab a shotgun and snatch it away, it will straighten a shotgun out. Yes ma'am.
All right, so which one was it? Was it like this, or was it like this?
It was obviously like that in the video. Yes ma'am.
Okay.
It happened so fast, and trying to recall and everything, I've obviously missed every minute detail.
All right, so let's talk about some of the things that you chose not to do with this matter, okay? You could have made sure that you and your dad called the police from your house at 230 Satilla Drive before you ever got in that pickup truck, correct?
I could have, but I was under the impression that he has called the police when we left there.
And you could have just continued to drive behind Mr. Arbery and not even speak to him or confront him at all. Isn't that true?
I could have, yes.
And you could have just let him run away when he took off in front of Mr. Bryan's house. From the Night Owl video we saw, you could have just gone, okay, he's running, we'll just, let him go, or just drive behind him really slowly, right?
Could have and did after I realized that he was not going to talk to me and turn around and ran away.
And you could have stayed in your truck over on Holmes Drive, right?
Could have, yes.
And you could have stayed in your truck until he ran by and then driven away to go ahead and follow him, right?
I could have, yes.
Not once. During your statement to the police, did you say that you and your father were trying to arrest Mr. Arbery, did you?
In the statement?
Yeah, to the police.
No, ma'am.
All right. You never told the police that you said to Mr. Arbery, you're under arrest, correct?
I did not.
Okay. In fact, you never did tell Mr. Arbery, you're under arrest for the crime of fill in the blank.
I didn't have time. I was still trying to get him to stop.
Now let's talk a bit about your attitudes towards sort of vigilantism, okay? You've posted several times on Facebook some things, and we talked about one of them in response to Kim Ballesteros, where it's like, you're playing with fire on this side of the neighborhood. Do you remember posting that?
Yes.
All right. And in response to another post about crime on the website, you responded, arm up, correct?
Was that the Ballesteros one?
July 1st, 2019, a post by Lindy Kofer. Your first response was arm up. Do you remember that? Would you like to see it?
Yes, please. I would.
Well, I think your attorneys want to see it first.
Probably so.
I'll show it.
Thank you.
Is that a fresh recollection that you said to arm up?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
In addition, back in January of 2019, do you recall having a Facebook conversation with a Lacey Allison Cox?
I do.
All right. And at that point, do you remember telling her about how she felt that you need to make examples out of somebody if they steal stuff? And you said, that's right, hope y'all catch the vermin.
That's correct.
All right. In addition, she was kind of worried about her father because she said, we have had a lot of trouble with...
Object to hearsay, Your Honor. I guess this is a post connected with the witness? It's not in court?
I'll ask a better question.
Thank you.
Do you remember
I'm not sure
sorry.
what the context was, so to the extent it may have been hearsay, it's sustained.
Okay.
Okay, I will rephrase. Do you remember telling her that your old man is the same as her old man, which is slap crazy, old as dirt, and doesn't care about going to jail? Do you remember that?
I don't think I wrote that.
Okay. It's on the top of the second page. Take a look at that, see if that refreshes your recollection.
Top of the second.
Does that refresh your recollection about what you agreed with Ms. Cox about?
Yes, I agreed to respond to it. Yes, ma'am.
All right. She said, we've had a lot of trouble with thieves. It just worries me because my daddy is slap old crazy, LOL. He's old as dirt and doesn't care about jail. And you responded, that's what this world needs more of. My old man is the same way.
I did say that. Yes, ma'am.
And then the next line is, you said, hell, I'm getting that way.
I did say that.
She said, have to make an example out of somebody. You said, that's right. Hope y'all catch the vermin, correct?
I did.
So your attorney has repeatedly stated a recurring theme here for you, that when seconds count, the police are minutes away. Have you heard him say that numerous times?
I've heard him say it, yes.
Okay. Is that your statement?
It's not.
Then why is your attorney saying that?
I guess that's what he believes.
Okay. That's not what you believe.
I can agree with that, but I don't think I've said that.
I'll go ahead and pass the defendant back.
Can you read it? Briefly. You've been cross-examined a bit about why you were making certain decisions to approach or not Mr. Arbery.
Yes, sir.
Or what you thought about when he was approaching you.
That's correct.
And you've been shown your transcript, the statement that you had with Officer Nohilly. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Take a look at page 7, line 1.
Line 1.
Can you recall what you said to Officer Nohilly there?
Objection. Inappropriate question. This is not a prior consistent or prior inconsistent statement at this time.
It's a rehabilitation of the witness after he's been cross-examined about his intent and why he made the decisions this day. This is a prior statement by him that is consistent with his testimony and to rehabilitate him after cross-examination. It's perfectly permissible. He's been questioned extensively, Your Honor, about what he said.
You're rehabilitating him on
Yes,
what
sir.
you're claiming to be that statement.
What do you say, page 7, line 1?
1 to just line 1, or
Well, my copy, so we can make sure I limit.
or the full statement before the officer.
The first full sentence there.
Okay. Let's see.
You haven't to read it out loud, or if he remembers the statement?
Yeah.
How are we doing this?
You haven't just read it. What he said to the officer.
Well, objection at that point.
Okay.
Improper.
Do you recall what you said to the officer?
I do.
Don't read it. What did you say to the officer?
I told it was to close it down that
Let me do this. What date were you speaking about when you were talking to the officer?
I was speaking of February 11th when I saw him the first time that I encountered him.
Okay. And did you tell the officer or give the officer an impression of what you thought about Mr. Arbery at that time?
Yes, I said that when I stepped out that he was not there. He wasn't clearly there, and he reached into his pocket.
What did you mean by clearly not that Mr. Arbery clearly was not there?
The way that he was interacting with me, the way that he was reacting to just being caught creeping or lurking in the shadows, to reach into a pocket and then just stay, I would say, bold, or having a brazen moment where you do that and then just go into the house, continue to do what you were doing. It was not, it was off. It just wasn't,
Did you share this with Officer Nohilly a couple hours after
this
this incident?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. If you'll go to page 9, line 3, Before you do that, at any point in time, did you try to describe Mr. Arbery's behavior as you were interpreting it on Burford Road? To Officer No Hill?
I did, yes.
Okay. And do you recall how you described his behavior?
Yes.
Okay. How did you describe it?
Funny, acting funny, clearly not there.
Okay, let me stop you. What do you mean by acting? What did you mean by acting funny?
The way that his facial expressions when I first pulled up, the anger, and then not speaking, not talking at all. It wasn't like ignoring me or trying to ignore me. It was just the way that he was expressing himself. He just wasn't talking. He was in an anger state, and
what was your interpretation of that?
That he could be
relevance.
Goes to his conduct.
Speculation and not relevant as to his interpretation.
I think it is relevant. It's not speculating, it's just his interpretation.
It's just
Did you ever indicate to Officer Nohilly that you felt something was just not right with Mr. Arbery?
I did.
Okay. Do you recall ever indicating to Officer Nohilly that you were just wanting to watch him and hope that he would continue to run past you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You were... One second. I don't have anything further. I don't have anything further.
all right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Why don't you just go ahead and leave those there? Thank you. Not sure whose transcripts those are. So why don't you go ahead and step down? Whoever left their transcripts up there, if you go ahead and grab them. Figure out where we are, and a little early to break for lunch.
You may have a brief witness.
Why don't you
Just give me a minute. Defense calls Lindy Kofer.
Kofer?
Kofer, C-O-F-E-R.
Take mask off.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and have a seat.
Hi, Ms. Kofer.
Hello.
Ms. Kofer, I just want to ask you a few brief questions. If you just wouldn't mind telling us where you live.
Satilla Shores.
How long have you lived there?
Since 1976.
1976. What road do you live off of?
Satilla Drive. I live on Satilla Drive.
Okay. Have you ever been involved with any of the Facebook pages associated with Satilla Shores?
Yes, I'm a member of the Satilla Shores homeowners page.
Oh, I see. And any other types of pages that involve the Exit 29 area or the Satilla Shores area?
Some time back, I was a member of the Exit 29 News Facebook page, but I elected to come off of that because I felt they were brutal.
Too much information?
Rude.
Rude. Oh, rude. Just people being rude on social media.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. What kind of neighborhood is Satilla Shores, generally speaking?
A rural, pleasant neighborhood. I don't know for sure. I don't know really what you're looking for.
Okay. The types of people that live in the neighborhood presently and over the last couple of years?
Families, all ages. It's my impression that we have a socioeconomic mix and also ethnicity mix. It's been a pleasant place to live all these years, and a lot of families, retired people.
Very good. Do you know Travis McMichael or Greg McMichael?
No.
Okay. So I'm not going to ask you any questions about them, but I do want to ask you a couple more questions about the neighborhood and the Facebook page.
Okay.
Have you ever used the Facebook page as a source to get information about crime in the neighborhood?
As I observe the Facebook page, there are many kinds of information we see, and often there would be reports of utility issues or crime issues as someone reported them according to their opinion.
Did you get a sense that what you were reading on the Facebook page about crime specifically, who was reporting about crime on the Facebook page?
Residents.
Okay. Did you get a sense about what kind of crime was happening in your neighborhood?
Based on what I saw on Facebook for the Satilla Shores.
I'm going to object at this point to hearsay from Facebook unless this witness has personal knowledge of actual crime.
Do you have personal knowledge of actual crime?
I do not.
Okay. Did you use the Facebook page, though, to learn about whether crime had been committed in your neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Did you at all try to pay attention to the type of crime so that you could try to make decisions about how you might need to protect yourself from crime?
And objection, Your Honor. This witness has testified that she does not know any of these defendants, so we would object to her testimony as irrelevant at this point.
She's being offered as a resident in the neighborhood where she's learning through Facebook about things that are ongoing and how it's impacted her.
Well, it's sustained. I mean, she's already testified to what her opinions were of Facebook. She doesn't know the defendants, doesn't know anything about what social media they would have been engaged in. So we're not just talking about what her knowledge of crime in the neighborhood may have been. It's sustained.
Did you post on Facebook after reading things from people about crime?
I think once or twice I did.
Why did you do that?
I don't know if there's a reason why anybody posts on Facebook. I don't know.
Did you ever be...
Judge, I would renew my objection to this line of questioning as irrelevant, Judge.
You take it further.
Do you recall making statements about trying to help catch the people who were committing crimes in the neighborhood by hiding in a car and surprising them?
There was one time there was a remark, something on Facebook about the activity that someone was reporting of what took place in the neighborhood. Okay. And I think I said on Facebook one time something about it. They had said people were breaking into vehicles. What I read was they said that.
Right.
And then I said something to the effect of, wouldn't it be funny if someone hid in a car and surprised them?
Right. Did you share posts on Facebook yourself about crime happening in the neighborhood as a way to be a good neighbor?
Yes.
Okay.
Not my own experience,
Not your own,
but shared someone else's.
Fair enough. And did you post on this account to help neighbors understand about some of the crime that was going on, not just in the area, but also in Satilla Shores?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Did you post on the Satilla Shores Facebook page to also notify other neighbors about crime that had been happening in Satilla Shores?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah, let's keep her on direct.
Hold on. All right. The Kenosha, it's weird. I just saw a tweet a few minutes ago where it said Kenosha PD posted and then deleted something. The Kenosha area police scanner, I guess I think it looks like Facebook, maybe Twitter. I don't know. It looks like Facebook. Said shooting near protest about the current trial. Kenosha PD apparently retweeted it or tweeted it out, and it's gone. They deleted it. Here's the problem with something. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's no shooting. I mean, the BCP is down there right now. There's nothing going on at the courthouse. There is maybe 5 protesters and some journalists that are out there, but there is no shooting that looks like it's in this area. And to be honest, most of the protesters, actually, there's a little bit more camera crews, not protesters. It's also 35 degrees there today. So I think that's going to limit who's going to be out there and how many people are going to be out there. We're waiting on any update to come out of there. Apparently they're going Right Side Broadcasting is also live, or actually they're not anymore. Well, they are live, but they're not broadcasting. But Quincy's got his camera out, and there's nothing about a shoot. I mean, there's nothing going on. There's no shooting. So that was probably an erroneous tweet that was put out, and that's since why it's been deleted, or they got hacked. There's also reports of video being released. There's also video. I don't even know, because now you got Antifa streamers. Sergio Almos he's might as well be an Antifa journalist from Portland, but I guess he could be out in Kenosha, but he's just grabbing other people's tweets. Kenosha Police Department apparently tweeted. I don't know. They probably got hacked. There's no shooting going on. Also, let me just debunk something. Like all the pictures of the bricks being found in Kenosha, that's not this year. That's from last year. All those photos are from last year. It's been debunked already. So you don't need to pass any misinformation there. And then there's also been rumors about photos of the jury getting out. Also not true. Also rumors. Also not. That's geared to dissuade people, to dissuade the jurors, prompt a mistrial. Most people already know these guys lost, hopefully. I mean, I don't know why they're in day 3 of deliberations. You know what I mean? But we're just waiting to see what transpires out there. But I wanted to provide an update. Whoever was just on the stand in that trial, the neighbor, I think they're going to go on a lunch break in the Aubrey trial. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw up the confirmation hearing for, I forgot who she is. I'm going to throw that up. Who is she? She is Sal Omarova for the Comptroller of Currency. So I'm going to throw that up here. Actually, let's go back to this trial real quick.
Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you in an hour. Thank you.
It's all right.
Yeah, never mind. They went to lunch. So we're waiting for an update out of the Rittenhouse trial. So far, there's nothing. Adam's not outside, and I'm glad he isn't because it's freezing there today. So we're just waiting. Let me go over to this comptroller hearing. Jen Psaki may be going live too. As soon as that does happen, I'll bring that to you so we can all get nauseous. And then we'll go from there.
The banks themselves. But anyway, with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the way.
Thank you, Senator Kramer. Senator Daines from Montana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I do want to join my colleagues in expressing extreme concern with the nomination of Professor Omarova to head the Office of Comptroller of the Currency. Professor's extreme views on energy, her desire to nationalize retail banking, to place government officials on private company boards, have the government set price controls on food, gas, and other everyday goods, and her hostility toward innovation in the digital currency space are just a few of the reasons that Montanans and the Americans should be very concerned about this radical nomination. What is said in the past, what is said in academic writings, what we say publicly matters. And you can't run away, a nominee can't run away from what they've said in the past, whether it's an academic setting or not. Each one of us here has run for public office. What we've said in the past, what we've written in the past matters. And that's what we use as a basis to determine if someone is qualified or not to serve in these very important capacities. In March of 2021 seminar, just 8 months ago, Professor Omarova stated with regard to oil, gas, and coal companies that, quote, "We want them to go bankrupt if we want to tackle climate change," end quote. That's very clear. In May of this year, Professor Omarova went further and called for debanking these industries, stating that, quote, "The way we basically get rid of these carbon financiers is we starve them of their source of capital," end quote. These are chilling statements and beliefs, and I believe they are disqualifying for someone seeking to hold such a powerful office. The fact that President Biden would even make such a nomination further solidifies how radically liberal and out of touch the mainstream views of the White House are. Professor Omarova, in a 2017 paper entitled "Bank Governance and Systemic Stability, the Golden Share Approach," you advocated for a fundamental structural reconfiguration of bank governance by giving the federal government a seat on the board of each systemically important banking organization. You specifically proposed that government, and I quote you, "take partial ownership stakes in firms in order to exercise voice in the deliberations and ultimately issue in firms' decisions," end quote. You also proposed giving the federal government power to manage financial institutions directly if certain conditions are met by, and I quote, "grant direct but conditional management rights to a designated government representative on the board of each affected institution." Professor, I lived in China for 6 years, working for Procter & Gamble. I've seen the effects of when big government, when communist governments try to take over the private sector.
Hold on. Yeah, they've started debate on the Build Back Better plan. Apparently, they're going to try to vote on that today. I want to bring that up and cover the debate on the House floor because it's getting nuts. It's getting nuts. They're going to vote on that today. I mean, if they do that, our economy's crushed. Our kids' futures are crushed. Our country is so flawed right now. Anyway, here's that.
Reminded to direct their comments to the chair. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Washington, Congresswoman Del Bene, a terrific member of the Ways and Means Committee.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Build Back Better Act. This transformational legislation will help grow our economy, get families back to work, and set our next generation up for long-term success. The bill includes a 1-year extension of the child tax credit, a historic middle-class tax cut for families. It's already lifted 3.5 million children out of poverty. The bill also will help build or preserve over 800,000 affordable housing units over the next decade through an expansion of the low-income housing tax credit, ensuring millions more Americans will have a safe place to call home. There's so much more in this legislation that will deliver direct support to our families, like making child care and health care more affordable and accessible, and making historic investments in fighting the climate crisis. So I urge my colleagues to vote to Build Back Better and support this legislation. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, member of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. LaHood.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to the so-called Build Back Better agenda. President Biden campaigned as a moderate problem solver, but is governed as a radical progressive. Under nearly a year of Democrat control in Washington, we've witnessed devastating consequences: stifling inflation, massive labor shortages, a supply chain crisis, and a border devastation at our southern border. Instead of stepping back and working with Republicans to address the real-life American issues we are facing, President Biden and the Democrats are pressing ahead with the most radical legislative agenda in my lifetime. Here's what the bill does: raises taxes on Illinois farmers, middle-income workers, and small businesses while subsidizing the wealthiest individuals on the coast. Encourages the IRS to snoop on average Illinoisans' bank accounts. and pushes us to the brink of becoming a welfare state. Moreover, this bill is not paid for, as the Democrats claim, and will
switch
only
my shirt real
bankrupt our
quick, guys.
children.
I had to. I had to. Plus, it's cold.
A bad deal for Illinois and American families, and I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Connecticut, neighbor, friend, and effective member of the Ways and Means Committee, Congressman Larson, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Neal, for your outstanding leadership. And wow, can you feel the love in this room today, can't you? I'll tell you, I got to hand it to you. The vote no and take the dough crowd is pretty good. Everybody votes against the bill, but then gets a newsletter out and takes credit for all the good work that's in the bill. No one voted for the American Rescue Plan, and yet you took credit for that and sent letters out to people about their checks. But that's to be understood. What this bill does is to make sure that working families on average will get $430 back in their pockets each month, save more than $14,000 a year in child care, and universal pre-K will save families about $8,600 a year as well. Seniors will now have lower prescription drug prices and estimated savings of $900 a year. And families in Connecticut will no longer be double taxed on state and local taxes. I thank the gentleman. I thank Rosa DeLauro and Rich Neal for their hard work.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, proud to yield 1 minute to a member of the Ways and Means Committee, gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you. Today, we are simply a majority vote away from the largest expansion of federal government in the history of this great nation, ushering in a new era of dependence on socialized government. We sit at a crossroads between two different directions: free will or government control, honest, hard work or cradle-to-grave welfare, generational debt or deficit reduction, tax increases or tax reduction, socialism or economic freedom, American energy independence or pro-China Green New Deal, mass amnesty or a secure border, keep jobs at home or send them overseas to China, economic growth or economic surrender, the American people or DC politicians. History will remember which road we decide to go down. I strongly encourage you to choose wisely and vote no. Vote no on the Build Back Broke bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, who had a substantive impact on the writing of this legislation. For 1 minute.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to express my strong support for the Build Back Better Act and commend all of those who've played a role in making it happen, especially Speaker Pelosi and Chairman of Ways and Means, Richard Neal, and all of the Ways and Means Committee members and staff. Build Back Better seriously reduces long-standing poverty among children. Which children? All children. Poor children, black children, brown children, white children, children of disadvantaged families. It reduces poverty for 4 million children. Build Back Better will provide preschool programs for children of working families across America. It even provides help for individuals who've got prison records so that they can get jobs and go to work. It's good for America. It's good for every community in America. I strongly support it, urge its passage, and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proud to yield 1 minute. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I thank my friend, the esteemed gentleman from Texas, very much. Mr. Speaker, this Break Business Backs bill is the latest iteration of an upside-down, in fact, inverted economic agenda, ignoring today's problems and doubling down on what we see are failed policies. What's in this partisan reconciliation bill says more about Democrats' big government agenda than people's actual needs and will exacerbate challenges currently facing working families and small businesses. It has an $80,000 tax break for wealthy individuals and $400 billion tax hike on small businesses with a total of $800 billion in new taxes. That's a fact. It subsidizes green energy, but has a new tax on natural gas, making heating your home more expensive. That's a fact. It disincentivizes work with new unaccountable entitlements while business owners are desperate to fill nearly 10 million jobs. It will increase costs on domestic businesses and manufacturers and make products overseas more attractive. And it's big spending, everyone agrees is not paid for, will increase debt to somewhere in the neighborhood of, I don't know, what's the debt ceiling request going to be? 34, 35, 36 trillion dollars on something that was said was going to cost zero? Decreases GDP, reduces wage growth, and drives inflation higher. We need to make our country better, not make government bigger. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, author, scholar, and effective member of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Higgins, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for your integrity and your studied leadership throughout this process. I am proud of the legislation that we are considering today, and the entire House should be as well. Over the past 2 decades, we have spent $6 trillion in 3 Middle East wars. Today, this Congress is cementing a commitment to finally nation building at home, in America and for Americans. Investments in American families to help them become healthier, happier, and more productive into and through adulthood. Because of this bill, the future of my community in Western New York will be stronger and more resilient. We are building back better, stronger, and longer. This bill reflects our optimism as Americans to confront our challenges with strength. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the Chief Deputy Whip, a member of the Ways and Means Committee, gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Ferguson.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, what I really want to say about this bill would probably make me wind up on the prayer list for the church folks back home. This bill is horrendous for America. Most Americans want a job, they want a decent, safe place to live, they want their kids educated, and they want to be left alone to lead their lives the way that they want to. And this bill violates every one of those basic tenets. It's going to destroy the economy and rise inflation. People are not economically more secure. It is encouraging additional illegal immigration at our southern border, and it is making our communities less safe. It's going to destroy private daycare. This bill is going to allow the government to tell you where you have to have your kids educated. God, has the majority not learned anything from what happened in the elections a couple of weeks ago? And by the way, it's going to tell you how you have to live your life, what kind of car you've got to buy, what kind of business you can run, how you operate your business. Americans are sick and tired of this kind of government overreach. 87,000 new IRS agents to spy on American bank accounts to come dig in the cushions of your couch in order to pay for the salt desk. This thing stinks like 3-day-old roadkill.
Gentleman from Massachusetts. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, the passionate advocate on the people of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Congresswoman Moore, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Neal. I'm so proud to support the Build Back Better Act. It's so time for us to pass this historic legislation that invests in our communities, our workers, our children, our families, while asking the wealthiest among us who have benefited from our growing economy to pay their fair share. These investments will lower the costs of childcare, which has kept women out of the labor force. It invests in our future workforce through our children. It helps us tackle the climate crisis, bolsters resilience, and creates economic and job opportunities and good-paying jobs for millions. I could go on and on and on, but I just want to end, Mr. Speaker, by talking about the millions of people who depend upon insulin. Something that's been a bipartisan issue is going to lower those costs to just $35 a month. That is a reason enough to pass this, to build back better. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proud to yield 1 minute to a member of the Ways and Means Committee, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the ranking member. I hope the American people are watching closely today, because there's a fundamental question being debated, and that is, what should the role of the federal government be in each of our daily lives, and what economic system best provides for opportunity and the well-being of the American people? That's the question today. Democrats believe, they said this in our hearings, that the federal government should provide everything to ensure all the needs are met of middle-income Americans. We believe in earned success. We believe in rewarding hard work. That system, the free market system, has provided more opportunity than ever before in the history of mankind. And Mr. Speaker, freedoms aren't taken all at once. They're taken bit by bit by bit. This is a move towards an entirely different economic system. It's a move towards socialism. We know that doesn't work.
Gentleman's
Look at
time's
every
expired.
country in history that has over-delivered and overspent.
Gentleman's time's expired.
It's not ended well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you,
is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker. I am pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, whose economic advice abounds through this institution, Mr. Byer.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my chairman for his extraordinary leadership on the Ways and Means Committee putting this together, and ask and urge all my colleagues to support the Build Back Better Act. This bill finally makes it clear that government's most important responsibility is to give every American the possibility for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The Build Back Better makes the boldest action to fight the existential crisis of climate change. It contains some of the most important benefits for American families ever contemplated by Congress: lowering drug prices, paid family leave, affordable child care and health care, universal pre-kindergarten, extended child tax credit. Mr. Speaker, this bill will boost our economy in the best and strongest way by investing in our workforce and increasing labor force participation. It will create long-term structural benefits for our economy that strengthen our supply chains, reduce the effects that drive up energy prices, and restrain inflation. Along with the recently enacted infrastructure bill, it will create millions of jobs. A vote for the Build Back Better Act is a vote for sustained, long-term economic growth that will benefit generations of Americans. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Texas. I can't help but wonder what my so-called moderate colleagues on the other side of the aisle are waiting for with bated breath for a CBO score. You don't need a CBO score to know that $100 billion worth of amnesty when our border is wide open will cripple the state of Texas, cripple our country, and cause thousands of pounds of fentanyl to pour into our country. You don't need a CBO score to know that a 900% increase in OSHA fines to go after small businesses and shut them down with tyrannical vax mandates is going to cripple jobs and small businesses across the country. You don't need a CBO score to know that $500 billion of unicorn climate agenda energy policies are going to drive up heating costs, drive up the cost of gasoline, and cripple our economy. You don't need a CBO score to oppose that. And you don't need a CBO score to know that $300 billion of tax giveaways to basically blue state Yankees is going to somehow fix our country. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield now 1 minute to the highly effective member of the Ways and Means Committee and a terrific gentleman from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Mr. Evans, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Philadelphians have been asking for help even with the pandemic. Help like things like child care, the cost of prescription drugs, and housing and jobs. Philadelphians I've heard you. I am proud to vote for the Build Back Better Act and the infrastructure bill this week. But most of all, today we make history. We make history because we're doing something for the American public. And it is important to remember, Build Back Better sends a message to every single American that we are on your side. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, proud to yield 1 minute to the ranking member of the Tax Subcommittee, the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition. It seems the majority has seen everything that the American people are angry about and are doubling down instead of addressing the very problems that need to be addressed. Americans are angry about the proposed $1 million payments to folks who want to come to our country illegally. This bill makes that worse. Americans are angry they can't get the IRS to answer the telephone. This bill spends $45 billion to further weaponize the IRS. Americans are angry store shelves are empty and prices are rising because of worker shortages. This bill makes it worse. Americans can't get necessities like cars. In my district, newly manufactured farm equipment sits unfinished and undelivered because of chip shortages. This bill makes it worse. Our economy is hurting. We need to get the American people back to work. This bill is only going to make life harder and more expensive for the very people that some are claiming to try to help. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts
Thank
is
you,
recognized.
Mr. Speaker. Pleasure for me to acknowledge the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee for 1 minute from New Jersey, but also one of the only 2 members left from the class of 1988 in Congress, my friend, Chairman Pallone.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Mr. Neal. I rise in strong support of the Build Back Better Act. This legislation builds on our efforts to make health care more affordable and accessible for all Americans, including millions unfairly caught in the Medicaid coverage gap. It also makes prescription drugs more affordable by finally giving Medicare the ability to negotiate lower drug prices with the pharmaceutical companies. Seniors will also pay no more than $2,000 a year in out-of-pocket costs for their drugs, and the legislation penalizes big pharma companies that unfairly raise prices. The Build Back Better Act also aggressively tackles the worsening climate crisis. The new Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund will accelerate innovation in low and zero-emission technologies. Rebates for homeowners to electrify and make their houses more efficient will save them money and reduce emissions. And a new methane emissions reduction program will drive down pollution from the oil and gas industry. Mr. Speaker, we simply cannot wait any longer to combat the climate crisis. Bold action is needed now, and the Build Back Better Act invests in the American people and our future and deserves strong support today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proud to yield to a key member of the Ways and Means Committee, the gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller.
Gentleman, for how much time?
1 minute.
Gentlewoman from West Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since President Biden has taken office, he's tried to increase taxes on everyone. His Build Back Better Act, or as I like to call it, Build Back Broke, is the latest example of his radical tax and spend agenda. This bill includes $4.5 trillion in new spending, $1.5 trillion in new taxes, and will cause $3 million in new debt. I introduced 2 amendments in this legislation. One that would ensure Americans still have access to life-saving cures, and one that would ensure members of Congress do not benefit from Democrats' SALT tax deductions. Democrats rejected both. If passed, this reconciliation package will negatively affect all facets of our day-to-day lives. It will make energy more expensive, tax small family businesses, ship American jobs overseas, and make the inflation crisis worse. I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the very accomplished woman from Connecticut, the chairwoman of the Appropriations Committee, whose advocacy on behalf of the child tax credit tax cut. Mr. Laurel for 1 minute.
Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
I thank the chairman. The Build Back Better Act strengthens our economy. It changes the lives of millions of Americans. It fights inflation because it is fully paid for by making big corporations and the wealthiest pay their fair share. No one making under $400,000 will pay a penny more in taxes. It expands and improves the child tax credit, the biggest tax cut for working families with children, a transformative policy that I have and the chairman have been fighting for nearly 20 years. It is a lifeline for the middle class and lifts over over 50% of children out of poverty. It guarantees that the cost of child care will not exceed 7% of a family's income. It includes paid family and medical leave, which responds to the needs of all people so they can take time off to care for themselves or a loved one. It delivers a historic and once-in-a-generation investment in combating climate change that cannot wait. It lowers health care costs. It provides universal pre-K, and I could go on and on. We have an opportunity to build the architecture for the future for working families, and working and middle-class families across this country
Gentleman's time's
are
expired.
counting on us to build a better and a stronger America.
Gentleman's
Thank you, and
time's
I yield
expired.
back.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
The U.S. Catholic Conference of Bishops said it is completely unacceptable that the Build Back Better Act expands taxpayer funding of abortion and many new and expanded programs. The National Right to Life Committee has pointed out that even the Obamacare contained a provision that specifically permitted states to ban elective abortion in their exchanges. The BBB, starting in 2024, would explicitly override the laws of those states. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Biden once said that those of us who are opposed to abortion should not be compelled to pay for them. This bill coerces us to pay for abortion on demand. Unborn babies, Mr. Speaker, need the President of the United States, members of Congress, and to be their friend and advocate, not powerful adversaries subsidizing their violent.
All right, a little bit more is coming out now. Kenosha police tweeted out 14 minutes ago that last night a person who was alleging to be affiliated with the national media outlet was briefly taken into custody and issued several traffic-related citations. Police suspect this person was trying to photograph jurors. This incident is being investigated much further. There was no breach of security regarding the jury, according to the Kenosha Police Department, and nor were there any photographs obtained. The investigation is active and open. Now, what's interesting about this is, one, we have George Floyd's cousin or someone like that, Cortez Rice, who said they have people in there for taking pictures of the jury. We know that previously there was a person that was detained and had their phone erased that was taking pictures of the jury outside of the courthouse. And now you have this. Brian Enton, who's a reporter for the national News Nation Now, he said reports of a media person followed a Rittenhouse juror home. Kenosha police say it's under investigation. Judge said he should get a statement later and that it's under investigation. That is kind of what we heard a little bit a while ago, where Court TV said that there was someone pretending to be NBC News affiliate. They were, I guess they were saying that they told another juror that, or they told another media person that, because they heard it. This case is imploding. This case is imploding. That's probably why the prosecutor was called to the office. My lunch is here. I'll see you.
Thank you very much.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, the Build Back Better plan is a big bloated joke. The problem is it's not funny. At a time when inflation is skyrocketing, House Democrats are doubling down on their socialist wish list. Is your family struggling financially after endless COVID shutdowns? Don't worry, the Democrats have a plan. They're going to be giving $80 billion to the IRS to double the number of agents that can track your spending habits. Worried about whether you can afford to put gas in your car or heat your home this year? Well, House Democrats have a plan for that too. Huge tax hikes on natural gas, kneecapping American-made energy products, and pouring billions into the Green New Deal. Are you concerned about the security on our borders, keeping the community safe? House Democrats are providing amnesty for 8 million illegal immigrants. We still don't have the cost of what this.
All right, now I see a comment in there. Someone said, what's he get for lunch every day? He has a steak sub every day. Actually, I get an Italian sub every day. Today, however, I switched it up and got a steak sub, which is funny that someone said that. I don't know what the fuck that sauce is. Let's see what this looks like. The one thing I wish is that they what is that? Oh, yeah, I forgot I ordered a side of chicken strips. Ready for the big reveal? I do this every day. You guys love it. And if you don't love it, I don't care. Because this is my show. Steak and cheese, Looks good. I'm going to eat this. I'll turn off the sound so you don't hear me go. No. That's barbecue sauce for the chicken tenders. Got it.
I have said from the start that I want a bill that will address four things: climate change, kids in education, health care, and economic growth. This legislation checks every box. I am proud of the work of all the House committees, and particularly the Ways and Means Committee. I am also proud that several initiatives I have long championed are included in this bill, including sustainable aviation fuel to fight climate change, health profession opportunity grants, and graduate medical education to make health care more accessible, onshore wind manufacturing tax credits to bolster domestic energy supply chains, and significantly, tax cuts through the child tax credit and state and local tax deduction. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proud to yield 1 minute to a key member of the Ways and Means Committee, gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
Gentleman from Texas is
I
recognized.
thank my colleague from the great state of Texas, Mr. Speaker. I've said a lot about the disastrous effects of this gargantuan tax and spend bill on the heels of an economy that's sputtering on account of massive spending, which is driving inflation, and on the unemployment policies that have locked labor on the sidelines. And you've got vaccine mandates coming down the pike. This is the proposal from my colleagues, my Democrat colleagues, and my friends. What I can't understand for the life of me, Mr. Speaker, is that in this bill that's supposed to go after the inequity gap in our country, they have the largest spending program as a giveaway to millionaires from high-tax states like New York and California. $280 billion. There are special interest carve-outs. This looks like a Christmas tree of giveaways to political allies, unions, plaintiffs' attorneys, media corporations. That's all in this bill, Mr. Speaker, and I plead with my colleagues. Relent. I yield back.
Here's another update. This is from Julie Bosman. She's a reporter she's a Chicago bureau chief with the New York Times, a hack news organization, by the way, but she does pretty good reporting. She is saying that defense lawyers and prosecutors have all just entered the courtroom and have walked into Judge Schroeder's chambers. I wouldn't be surprised if they throw this whole thing out. That's jury intimidation. This whole case, it shouldn't be tried anyway. Dismiss it with prejudice. Let this kid have his life back. That's what I say. All right, let's go back to Jimmy Panetta. He's a Democrat shitbird from California, California.
This legislation does that by focusing on children, education,
Lies,
health care, and affordable housing.
shithead.
By furthering our fight for clean energy and climate resiliency with e-buses, e-bikes, and microgrids. And by financing it in a way that protects our family farms and promotes our farm workers. For those of you who vote against this legislation today, you'll probably take credit for it tomorrow, because this investment will benefit not just my constituents, but yours too. Because this bill provides every working family, not just with the resources to succeed in our country, but with the dignity that they deserve by playing a...
Where'd I put it?
I might have a direct line for her.
Oh, good, thank you. Thank you. No, that's not it either.
same guy who calls me every day at this time.
Share this out, guys. There's no sound yet because he's not saying anything, so they have the audio off. There it is. It'll cut in and out when they're ready to talk. You'll hear it. Don't ask about sound. You don't understand it. You don't understand it. I'm eating. I could just be like...
All right, this is pertinent to the case of the state against Rittenhouse, and the media have been asking questions. There's been conversation around this morning. We had asked the media coordinator to determine possible whereabouts of certain persons because we received a report this morning from the Kenosha Police Department that last evening, well, and let me just set this background here. The jury in this case is being transported from a different location in a bus with the windows covered so that they don't have to look at aren't exposed to any signs by one side or another or interest in the case. And so I'm going to call it a sealed bus. And that's been done every day. And then they're brought here to this building. And last evening, a person who identified himself as James G. Morrison and who claimed that he was a producer with NBC News, employed for MSNBC, and under the supervision of a person, what's going on? Oh, okay. Under the supervision of someone named Irene Bayan in New York for MSNBC. The police, when they stopped him because he was following at a distance of about a block and went through a red light, pulled him over and inquired of him what was going on, and he gave that information and stated that he had been instructed by Ms. Bayan in New York to follow the jury bus. The matter is under further investigation at this point. And the media has asked questions about it. That's the latest I have.
and he was ticketed for violating a traffic control signal. He's not here today from what I'm told, and I have instructed that no one from MSNBC News will be permitted in this building for the duration of this trial. This is a very serious matter, and I don't know what the ultimate truth of it is, but absolutely it would go without much thinking that someone who is following the jury bus, that is it's extremely serious matter, and will be referred to the proper authorities for further action. Thank you.
So let me get this straight. All right. They're voting to pass. Is this the House bill right now? Voting to pass? No. That's 5376. We get this straight. Wait, hold on. Everyone's out, so he's not going to say anything. So, that's fucking huge. Okay, I don't care, especially with what I'm writing my book about now, with how mainstream media is the enemy of the people. And that's all news organization. Fox News, CNN, MSNBC with Joy Reid and her bullshit face. Oh my God. Oh my God. As they say, as the kids say, OMG. Why he didn't just throw out the whole damn case, I don't know. I would expect that the media pulling, it's crazy. So, all right, for anyone that missed that, it's pretty big. Sorry, I just finished my lunch. The steak was getting me, chicken tenders, it's all indigestion, you know what I'm saying? That's why I got a Sprite today, because I knew I was getting the steak sandwich. So, someone just asked what I missed. Well, I'm about to tell you. So fasten your seatbelts and all that stuff. Yesterday, police pulled over a vehicle for running a red light that was trailing the jurors home. They were on a bus, and it was following the jurors. Turns out that the guy identified it. What was his name? Jim something. They gave his name and his boss's name. Can you get those names? So, someone type them in the chat. We don't post names in the chat, but right now I'm asking you all to. Jim Morrison, and then who? What was that? It was Irene something. What was the Irene? Oh, James J. Morrison. And then it was Irene what? And then Irene what? Oh, man, indigestion like a mother... Irene Byton. So, does Irene Byton work for MSNBC? That's what I want to know. You guys are my reporters. Shit. Is this my kid's school? Hello? Fucking... Every day they call and they're like, bus something is delayed. So let's watch. Irene Byton, Byton. Oh, what's that? Fuck, I got food in my keyboard. Byton. So we don't even know if this guy was real. You got to assume that he was real. Her name doesn't pop up anything unless... Byron? Was it Irene Byron? Butoff? Irene Butoff? I don't know. I'm seeing Irene Byron. Do you think it's Byron? That is an employee of NBC. Ooh, let's get to it. Live. This is what we do here. Now we go to our little, fuck, I can't type. I'm trying to do it too quick. Hold on. Where's all of our internet sleuths? We'll do it live. Why am I not logged into LinkedIn? I should always be logged into LinkedIn. No, skip that. Let me into LinkedIn. No show up. So let's see. Booking producer. Oh, there's an Irene Byron that works for NBC News in New York City. This story's real. MSNBC is done. This story is real. She's a news producer for NBC in New York City. Boom! Mistrial. 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 Especially with all the coverage they've been doing. Holy shit, you're so fucked. Irene Byron. So her last name is spelt differently. April, can you write an article on this like immediately? I'll text you how her name's spelled so you can figure it out. You probably already know all this anyway because you're fucking speed fingers. I saw your message from yesterday just now in the chat, and I thought I was muted in the Slack channel. Copy. Let's see this other one, this James. Nobody by that name on LinkedIn for the fella. But we'll find it. We'll find out. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, April, you should screenshot that page too. Someone said LinkedIn says she's out of San Francisco. No. Ben Shapiro has a live feed. Yeah, we do too, but it's not live. There's nobody in the courtroom. I'm looking at the court camera right now. It's on Fox. Yeah, it's on Fox. Judge, yeah, we already watched that. So like everyone's jumping in it now because this is a huge story. MSNBC tried to follow jurors home. They got caught. They're now banned from the courtroom for doing that, which is a huge violation. They should lose their broadcasting license. Matter of fact, guys, MSNBC, call me, okay? I'll give you $1 for your company. $1, okay? And then I'll make it an actual good news organization. $1. Jim Morrison, Ohio news anchor, NBC. Very bland. Copy. I wonder, is that dude not on Twitter? This is what we do when we're actually doing research on news. Interesting. So there's an article by Maya Von Burke and a James Morrison with NBC News. Interestingly enough, the only article that it comes to reference real quick is an article by him that's on NBCnews.com about the Rashad Brooks shooting. Very interesting. The internet sleuths are going nutty. NBC Jim Morrison, they're going crazy into this. Is this real? Jim Morrison pardoned in an indecent... Yeah, it's probably not the same guy. This guy graduated high school. Yeah, never mind. I'm not even reading that. This is a huge story. Huge story. Let me see what this is. It's all right. No one's gonna. I mean, fucking LinkedIn. Who cares? Thank you, though. Everyone thinks way too seriously about this stuff. So that's pretty crazy. The House is voting on something. I don't know what it is, but they're voting on something. It's not the law. So what do we know? Mr. James Morrison, a.k.a. Jim Morrison, and said he worked for NBC News as a news anchor. He was working for a lady named Irene Bayan. Not Byton, they said it wrong. We figured it out. Saying that she's a news producer out of New York City, which we found her social media. That is where she works. We found his social media as well before they deleted it. And I don't know if it's going to be deleted, but it should. She should be fine. Oh, God. Can you imagine right now? Can you imagine NBC News? Oh, man. I'd love to be in that building right now. When the producer or like the head honcho of NBC right now is like, fuck! Like screaming. That's what happens. You should have fired Joy Reid because she's ultimately, I guarantee she's behind this. I guarantee that she's behind this. Man, we're just going to have to wait and see. But we're going to have to wait and see. April is going to have an article probably in like 2 minutes because she's quick. But this is crazy, bro. This shit is crazy. All right. It looks like the other trial is on recess too. So here's my question. Do the jurors know about this? And if the jurors know, and if this isn't the same person as the earlier reports, but there was I guess that it would have been the same person, but they said it was a woman, the earlier reports. This is crazy. And it's funny because a lot of people are now saying someone claiming to work for MSNBC. Guess what? This person did. We've already verified it. The two names. I mean, think about it. You would have to do a tremendous amount of research. Have fake. This guy had the name. So do you think he just? This is real. MSNBC is a hack. Oh man, I would love for them just to be taken right off the air right now. Matter of fact, CEO of MSNBC, give me a call, bro. $1. I'll buy you a company and I'll make news great again. Okay, I'll make news real again. Or if any of our viewers have, a couple 100 million lying around, let me know. And we'll go from there. Bye. Hold on, Liz. Anywho, that's crazy. What should I do? Should I put it back on the House? Oh, wait, is this vote? Hold on. Let me switch over to live. Yeah, so they're still voting here. They're voting on something in the House. I'm going to switch that over. We'll switch back as soon as anything else happens. The fuck is my thing? Bow, 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 bow. There's going to be no sound on this because there's nothing yet. There it is.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 3730.
Coming up. Virginia. For what purpose does a gentleman from Virginia?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Trone, I inform the House Mr. Trone will vote yes on H.R. 3730. As a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, I inform the House Mr. Blumenauer will vote yes on H.R. 3730. And as a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 3730. Hi, Allison.
For what purpose does a gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Ceres, I inform the House that Mr. Ceres will vote yes on H.R. 3730. And as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 3730.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Don Bacon of Nebraska pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on H.R. 3730.
For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Krishnamurthy, I inform the House that Mr. Krishnamurthy will vote yes on H.R. 3730.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Lesko of Arizona pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lesko will vote yes on H.R. 3730.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
The member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 3730. The member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on H.R. 3730.
Gentleman from Michigan seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yea on H.R. 3730.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote aye on H.R. 3730.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kathleen Rice of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on H.R. 3730.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Mr. Van Drew will vote yea on H.R. 3730.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
By Mr. Welch of Vermont, I inform the House that Mr. Welch will vote yes on H.R. 3730.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Barragan, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on H.R. 3730.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeFazio, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on H.R. 3730.
To the McMichael defendant's counsel, I don't see how we unring the bell, how the jurors unhear what they heard, and I don't know how the court cures it without bringing more attention to other issues. I mean, I thought the state was all concerned about talking about punishment and penalties and stuff. I thought this was an issue we discussed before trial, and I don't know how the court addresses this to the jury without bringing attention to punishment issues in the case. It's just unfortunate, and obviously it was arguably intentional in the question itself. It wasn't, we've already heard a statement, it was not an accident, it wasn't a misspeak of words, it was intentional, and we think that a mistrial is the only remedy under the circumstances.
From the other defendants on the motion.
We are waiting to see what you do about our motion to admonish and a curative instruction.
I agree with Ms. Hogue. From the state.
We leave it to the discretion of the court.
All right. Yeah, the court indicated that I'd take the lunch break to think through exactly what to do. The court does find that the question that was presented was inflammatory and irrelevant and completely unnecessary, particularly given the witness that was on the stand. It has potentially injected into this case issues not appropriate for the jury and which were in fact discussed and brought up pre-trial. Counsel should have either known or should have known that this was a question that should not have been asked.
Oh my God, he's going to declare a mistrial.
And therefore, counsel is admonished by the court and is instructed not to repeat such actions subject to the contempt powers of the court. The court does, in fact, or will instruct the jury that the state has been admonished based on the question. I'm not going to repeat the question. And I'm going to instruct them to disregard the question asked and any implications arising therefrom. That is the intent of the court. The motion for mistrial is going to be denied, with the court finding that the admonishment is the appropriate remedy and the instruction to the panel addresses the matter presented.
And just for the record, Your Honor, the court's going to do this in front of the jury, and I just don't want to be perceived as having waived by failing to accept. I'm just putting on the record that we do not believe the curative instruction will be sufficient. If the court wants me to come back up and say that again after the court actually does it, I can do that, but in the interest of efficiency, I'm just asking if the court will recognize this, preserve the motion for mistrial notwithstanding the curative instruction, or does the court want me to get up again and renew it after the curative instruction?
As far as the court is concerned, the court's ruled on the mistrial, and I have, I guess, pulled the motions together. I am providing, I've admonished the state, indicated the court's position with regard to the question, indicated that the contempt powers of the court would be the next remedy available if such action was taken, and I will indicate to the panel that the state has been admonished as such and instruct them to disregard the question. So that addresses both the motion from the McMichaels as well as with the court denying the motion for mistrial, will instead be providing the instruction that I have just indicated.
Thank you.
Anything from the state before we continue? Actually, it's the defendant's case, Chief. Anything from McMichaels before we continue?
We're ready, but I think ready.
Yes, Your Honor. On behalf of the McMichaels, I'd like the court to either revisit or think with outside the presence of the jury about a ruling on an objection made earlier concerning the use of Facebook posts with defense witnesses. The Facebook page that is informing the residents of Satilla Shores, including Travis McMichael, is relevant in this situation. And here is how. We didn't have the opportunity to argue this for Your Honor. Travis McMichael took the stand. He testified that he was informed by a number of sources about crime in the neighborhood, and that one of those sources was the Satilla Shores Facebook page. The Satilla Shores Facebook page is something that the state had acquired early on and had been provided to us in discovery. The Satilla Shores Facebook page has been something that was used on cross-examination of Travis McMichael, and the question before the jury as to whether or not this neighborhood had been experiencing an uptick in crime is relevant to the issues the jury will have to resolve, because it goes to one of those factors concerning the totality of the circumstances. What did Travis and Greg know at the time they made the decision to do the things they did, to choose to be proactive instead of, as the state has asked Mr. McMichael on the stand, just choosing to stay home or call 911. Additionally, the state has continued to argue through evidence and GCPD and GBI agents that it really wasn't all that bad out there. So, Your Honor, prohibiting the defense from questioning Satilla Shore residents who were involved in posting or reading Facebook posts on the Satilla Shores Facebook page, and who will testify that what they saw and either posted and read informed some of the choices and decisions they made about their own liberty and their freedom and their safety and security, is a relevant inquiry for this court now that we know and have had a witness to say that Travis McMichael saw the page, that his mother would see the page and would talk to him and his father about it. For that reason, it would be just like excluding any questioning of a witness about something she read in the Brunswick News. The Brunswick News says, hey, a serial killer has just escaped from the Brunswick jail, the Glynn County jail. Everyone lock your doors. Well, maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, but it sure does inform the decisions they make and the thought process that they have. For that reason, Your Honor, so long as the proper foundation is laid, the defense contends that we ought to be able to question and allow our defense witnesses to testify about things they saw, things they posted on Satilla Shore Facebook page, and how those things they saw and posted informed their decision making.
Anything from the state?
Yes, Judge. First off, Travis McMichael was shown Facebook posts that he made and that he responded to and that he commented on. So that doesn't really go to that argument. The problem here is, how is it connected to Travis McMichael? Travis McMichael testified appropriately that I looked at Facebook and I thought there was an uptick in crime. That's his perception, that's his opinion, and that's before the jury. So that's fine. But putting Miss Lindy Kofer up, which they just did, who said, I've never been the victim of a crime, and yes, I would repost other people's things on Facebook, there's been no causal link between what she did and her Facebook postings and Travis McMichael. There's been absolutely nothing that connects the two of them that makes it relevant. and her perception and opinion. Now, if she had taken the stand and said, yes, I saw a Facebook post and I went out and put up cameras, or I was the victim of a crime and put up cameras in the neighborhood, as we assume some of the witnesses are going to testify to, yes, that's what that person did. But to solely go, I read Jenny's Facebook post and Stevie's Facebook post and this other person's Facebook, and this is what they said, well, that's hearsay. And that's basically not admissible evidence at that point. So I'm not sure what the defense is asking for these witnesses to do. I think at this point the suggestion is we see if it's hearsay, we see if what the person's talking about is their personal Facebook post or is this something they read, because we're going to bring in every single Brunswick newspaper and show it for all of 2019 and 2020 to inform these people. They all read the newspaper, maybe they watched the nightly news. How does that connect up to whether it's more likely or less likely that the defendants committed the crime? So we ask it to be more on a play-by-play basis because I think that's the appropriate way to approach this.
Agree with that, except let's see if we can all agree on the definition of hearsay. Hearsay is not a Facebook post if it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but instead to inform an individual who has read it or posted it and who will do, just as you said, Ms. Donikoski, will testify about how that affected one's perception of their neighborhood and may have caused them to take certain additional safety measures or constrain their own liberty as a result of what they've read.
Yeah,
Your facial expression makes me think that we're not on the same page about
I'm trying to figure out how to explain where I am on it. The objection that was made during the last witness, the court sustained the objection and actually explained the ruling. She was asked generally about, I didn't write it down, but generally about Facebook posts and what her thoughts were. But my ruling, I indicated that I think it was a relevance objection, was not relevant to the defendants and what they may have known, and none of that got linked up. So for that particular objection, if I remember correctly, that was the basis for it. The challenge with the Facebook posts is it's social media. I'm not sure exactly what the basis of it is. There are some issues that are out there, so the court has some concerns about a bunch of Facebook posts being the basis for anything. But more importantly, what we're here about is what the defendants think was going on, as opposed to in the last with the last particular witness, what a resident of 30 years may have seen and how she reacted to it. The court has some concerns about the relevance of that evidence, and I'll rule on it accordingly. But just putting up individuals that live in the neighborhood to say, I looked at Facebook and this is the way I felt, I think that there's the basis for some objection there, and I'll go ahead and take that as they come. But if it can be linked up with what's actually before the court, so be it. But just bringing witnesses in to say they looked at Facebook and unrelated to, in fact, she testified, I think she didn't know the defendants.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I'll just say this last piece, Your Honor, to fill in that one gap. We will link this up. And I think it's important for the court to be reminded that during the cross-examination of Travis McMichael and other direct examinations of GCPD and GBI agents, the argument has repeatedly been made by the state that the defendants are exaggerating the feelings of that neighborhood and what was really going on in that neighborhood. So I think the only way to respond to that, if I'm acting on behalf of myself and my neighbor, then it's fair enough for me to say, well, let me tell you what my neighbor was worried about. Here's what she told me, here's what she experienced, and that may help the jury think more clearly about the way that the state is characterizing a peaceful, calm, placid Satilla Shores in February of 2020.
I just want to add, I'm sorry, I just want to add, I think Ms. Hogue addressed it, but several witnesses have testified that there were maybe 2 burglary 911 calls or 2 entering auto 911 calls, 1 burglary call for this long period of time. That testimony was elicited by the state. The only way to respond to that, there was more crime in the neighborhood, is from people who experienced it and read about it and were concerned about it. And that's the relevance of the Facebook page, because Travis McMichael testified on direct.
Well, let me just, I guess I was going to say, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm going to do it anyway. Yeah, I mean, if you got a witness that stands up and testifies that they were the victim of a crime in Satilla Shores, sure. But if you get a witness that gets up and says, oh yeah, I lived in Satilla Shores and I looked at a Facebook page and I used that to inform myself about crime in the neighborhood, but I've never spoken to the defendants, which is exactly what we had with the last witness, that's an objection that's going to be sustained. Those are 2 very different things. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, we believe because of Travis McMichael's use of the neighborhood Facebook page as a source of information that raised concerns that he testified about.
Well, and he testified and on direct could have walked all the way through that. So and I believe he testified to what he was informed of in the neighborhood, and Facebook was referenced during his direct examination.
Hold on. This is too good. Oh, boy. All right, so we have an update, guys. This is, you can't even make this up. Brian Stelter just put out an NBC News statement saying last night a freelancer received a traffic citation. While the traffic violation took place near the jury van, the freelancer never contacted nor intended to contact the jurors during deliberations and never photographed or intended to photograph them. This is so stupid. MSNBC and NBC are done. They call this guy a freelancer. He's not a freelancer. We've already identified him. They said in the actual police report, he gave his producer's name in New York, Irene Bayan. Irene Bayan has since nuked her LinkedIn page. She's nuked her Twitter page. This is insane. And then you got this Brian Stelter, like NBC News. Couldn't you have come up with anybody? Well, I mean, granted, he's CNN. Same thing. I love how he's writing it, trying to like apologize for this. Oh my gosh. This is crazy stuff. I mean, this is like reason number 17 for a mistrial. This is crazy. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. I don't know. I just thought that was the craziest thing that Brian Stelter would write it with his slobbiness. The guy's younger than me. Oh, boy.
Has been done. All right. So we do have that.
So Ways and Means.
But the other 2 will be in the table.
And Judiciary would also be in a table before something came.
That's my understanding.
Yield back.
I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5574. As amended, on which a yeas and nays are ordered.
They're
clerk
trying to
will report
vote
the title
right
of the
now
bill.
to suspend the
HR
rules to vote on the
5574.
Build Back Better
A bill
bullshit
to
plan.
require the TSA to develop a plan to ensure that the TSA materials disseminated in major airports can be better understood by more people accessing such airports and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Matsui, I inform the House that Ms. Matsui will vote yes on H.R. 5574.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Duncan.
All right, welcome back. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their lunch. Before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, an improper question was asked of the last witness that the state knew or should have known was objectionable. Accordingly, the court has admonished the state and has ordered that the actions are not to be repeated. You are instructed to disregard the last question asked and any implications arising therefrom. With that instruction to the panel, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Call Cindy Clark. Just raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Go ahead and proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Clark.
Hey.
I just have a few brief questions for you.
Okay.
If you would just say and spell your name, please.
My name is Cindy Clark. CINDY CLARK.
Thank you. And where do you live?
I live in Brunswick on Holmes Road.
Is that in the Satilla Shores neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Are you married?
Yes.
Children?
Yes.
And the type of work you do?
In sales.
Okay. At any point in time as you were living in Satilla Shores, did you become aware of crime happening in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Generally speaking, what type of crime were you aware that was happening in the neighborhood?
Petty crime, cars being broken into, things like that.
Okay. Were you aware whether guns had been stolen from cars in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Or were you aware of whether people were seen or spotted walking around the neighborhood at night?
Yes.
Okay. You just have to speak up just a little bit. Okay. At any point in time, did you undertake any precautions about your home, like putting up cameras or doorbell cameras or things like that?
I did put up a doorbell camera, but I never hooked it up. Oh. It was a waste. But yes, we took precautions. We locked our doors and we locked our cars at night.
When you say we, who are you speaking of?
My husband and I.
Okay. Did you discuss this with any of the neighbors about how you felt or thought about these things that were happening in the neighborhood?
Sure.
Can you give us a time period of when this crime was happening? Was it 2018, 19? I'll just drop off the end part of that question. Can you give us a time period of when this was happening?
We moved in the neighborhood 2004, so probably 2006 on. I mean, just things happening here and there.
Okay. Do you have a general concern that as a neighbor it's a good thing to look out for one another?
Yes.
Is that something that you try to do?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you ever become aware of the Satilla Shores Facebook page?
Yes.
How did you become aware of it?
Well, I'm a member of I'm on there too, so I forgot how I heard about it.
Okay.
But I joined it.
All right. Have you yourself ever posted on the Facebook page?
Yes.
Did you at any time ever use the Facebook page to inform yourself about crime going on in Satilla Shores?
I think I remember once, maybe twice, yes.
Meaning that you only read it once or twice, or that you posted on it once or twice?
Oh, that I posted something once or twice.
Okay.
But I read it more than once.
Okay.
I read it a lot.
And did you read it as it was relating to trying to understand what type of crime may be happening?
Leading.
Again, it's not reading. I'll give you a case on it, Your Honor. Miller versus the State, 258 Georgia Act 425. May I approach? Yes. Mark the last paragraph for the court, asking a question that contains the possibility of it. I'll read it. I was just making a record for the court. That's fine.
It restates what a leading question is.
I know. I'm just giving it so the court understands that asking a witness a question that contains the possibility of a yes or no answer is not a leading question.
To counsel testifying and counsel doing all of this with a speaking objection.
I'm just responding to the objection.
This is
helpful.
Well, no. It states what a leading question is. If it suggests the answer, then it's leading.
Right.
A leading question can still be phrased as a yes or no, as if it leads to one and only one of those answers as a conclusion. It is still leading.
I would say it's subject driven, but I understand the court's ruling. I'll move on.
Yeah, so let's go on. It's the same.
All right. Did you yourself witness any type of crime happening in the neighborhood, or become aware of it in your own space in the neighborhood?
I didn't witness it.
Did you witness any aftermath of it or anything suspicious at any time?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
The neighbor across the street, I guess they were in the middle of going through their car. And
who's they?
Okay. It was two guys that were in a car that had parked across the street from my home. And I guess they scared them, and the one guy drove off and left the other guy in the neighborhood. And that was around like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, so we all woke up, they woke us up. So I was aware of that.
Okay. Is this the kind of thing that you would post for the benefit of other neighbors?
I don't think I posted anything about that. There was another incident that I posted about because I saw some people in the neighborhood. A car broke down, people walking into the neighborhood, and I did post about that, but I had called 911.
And why did you post about that particular incident?
Well, they were walking into the neighborhood away from their vehicle instead of walking out of the neighborhood maybe to get help or something, but it turned out to be a stolen vehicle, so.
Okay. Are you yourself a gun owner?
Yes.
Okay. If you could just give me one moment. Your Honor, one moment, please. Further questions? Thank you.
Okay.
But you'll just have to wait 1 second. The state might have questions.
Hi, Ms. Clark. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. I'm Linda Dunikoski. I'm one of the prosecutors, okay?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too. So, this incident with the two guys across from your home in the middle of the night, when did that happen?
I can't remember the year.
Well, let me ask you this. Was it before COVID?
Yes.
Okay. So if we do that, was it like the 2019, 2018, or even further back?
I think it was further back.
Further back. And then when we talk about that car that was broken down, was that the car from Florida that was stolen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so that was, what year? Do you remember when that was?
I'm going to guess.
Okay.
Maybe 2016, something like that.
All right. And do you know Greg McMichael or Travis McMichael?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know Mr. William Roddy Bryan?
I've met him one time. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you very much.
Any regret? Speaking about dates, do you recall in December of 2019 learning about a suspicious car coming in the neighborhood and you saying that you would go back and get the tag number of
Yes.
the car? Is that kind of the way you're talking about trying to help neighbors?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so this fucking dude. All right, so you know the guy from 2 days ago that had the dog and he was running around saying Black Lives Matter supports pedophiles? Remember that? And then yesterday he came back and he had his gun, and then I guess they told him to put his gun away. Well, he came back. I'm not joking about this either. He came back today and he was carrying what looked like a rifle case. And so he's, and he was doing the same things, the rambunctious attitude that he had yesterday and the day before. But he was surrounded by a bunch of these, because there's a lot of protest streamers there right now. A lot of people on the left, a lot of people on the right. He is just surrounded by all of them. And and it's getting frantic. Everyone's paying attention to what he's doing. And he opens up this gun bag and he pulls out a giant dildo. I'm not even playing. And then he yells, F Black Lives Matter. It's real. That just happened. It was on. I was watching it on Quincy's feed because I don't want to rebroadcast him because my agreements with Tara and them. But that just made my day. It really happened. I hope Quincy clips that and puts that out because that was amazing. That was the funniest thing I've seen out of all this. Their sound cut out, but man, that was funny. I don't care who you are right there. That's funny.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat.
And I know you're soft-spoken, so please use that microphone next to you.
Yes, sir.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Brooke Perez.
And how do you spell your first and last name?
BROOKPEREZ.
A little bit louder, okay? Because I'm even having trouble here. Okay. And Ms. Perez, where do you live?
Satilla Shores.
How long have you lived at Satilla?
It will be 6 years.
6 years. In 2015 or so?
Yes.
Okay. And are you married?
Yes.
What's the name of your husband?
Diego Perez.
And do you have any children?
Yes, 3.
And what are their ages?
13, 8, and 15 months.
13, 8, and 15 months?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you at one point the victim of a theft crime?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury what happened and first when that happened?
I don't remember the year that it happened. I knew it was over the summer. Someone in the neighborhood had posted on our neighborhood Facebook page that they had I think their car was broken into. And usually when that would happen, I would go out and check just to make sure And sure enough, I went out and some tools were missing from my husband's truck. It was a Makita drill and impact wrapper, charger, and 2 batteries in a case.
Here, watch. I'll show it to you. 1 second. Ah, crap. Hold on.
About that, refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes.
All right. I think it should be playing for everyone, or you should be able to see it. I don't know why it's not full screen. Hold on. Position. Reset. Oh, there we go. Now watch. This was a few minutes ago in Quincy's feed. See, they're chasing him around. I don't know exactly where the time is. Maybe it's right here. Hold on. Look, right here. Look at even the journalists are cracking up. They couldn't even handle. This guy just starts laughing. Watch. Look how the media is all fawning to get the picture. Look at this guy. He just can't do it. He can't hold it in. Oh my gosh, that's funny. I don't care who you are or whether you think that's not funny, because that is some funny stuff. That right there is some funny stuff. Man, oh man.
Second story, and there's one facing the front door. I think at that time we had only done maybe those 3. I don't think we had put any more up. We purchased several cameras, but the cordage that they come with, they only come with X amount of feet, and then you have to buy additional cords. I don't really know much about it, but I just know that the ones that we were wanting to put out, the cording wasn't long enough, so he was only able to put up a few at once.
One was, you said above the driveway?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We have, well, I'll get to that in a second. Did you post about the theft of tools on the neighborhood Facebook page?
Yes, sir, I did.
So when do you recall becoming a member of the neighborhood Facebook page?
The day, or maybe the day after it was created.
Do you know when that was?
I don't.
Okay. Was it prior to 2018, if you know?
It might have been. It may have been. I really don't know.
Well, tell the jury why you posted about a personal theft of you and your husband's tools.
Well, if I was a victim, I'd assume someone else, in the neighborhood was, because that's how I found out I was the victim. Was someone had said someone had entered their car last night, and I said this needs to stop, or the car is locked, and then come to find out we were theft, and apparently his truck wasn't locked. I'm not sure what happened, but just to let them know, hey, something was missing from us, you might want to check too.
Okay, so you were letting your neighbors know about your own theft?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did there come a time when you became the administrator of the neighborhood Facebook page?
Yes, sir.
And why did you become the administrator of the Facebook page?
Because my lovely neighbors.
We're literally going across the country preaching the same message. Together in the same cause. So any narrative you have on racism, you can take it and forget about it. And you can look at YouTube videos that are 2018 for that evidence. It's really easy to find. This ain't about race. You don't want to make it about race because the government and this administration makes it about race. And you buy into their government. You're just their pawns. Yes! These people are fed up with being pawns. Yes! That's right. That's right. Jesse Jackson got all that money. Now he got shit. That's right. Your police state. What planet does a peaceful protest cause $1 billion worth of damages? They don't understand it. More threats, more threats, more threats. It's all they can do. See, here's the problem in this country. We have a group of people who want to come to the table, who want to talk, and who want to have a conversation. The other group just wants to burn the country down. That's right. Stand down when the country burns down. When this country burns down, who's going to be left? When are you going to stand up and not let your neighborhoods burn anymore? This isn't about being violent. This is about protecting your right to be here as a human being and to be successful and not have somebody come in and ruin your business and ruin your livelihood. The only businesses in this area that were able to open back up were big businesses. Literally, all the small businesses, because of the peaceful protest last year, went out of business. Shut up! It's true! I'm here to express my voice! Why, you don't like the truth? Neither one! truth? We're all the people. We're all the people. I'm not here to argue. I'm here to make people realize. I'm emotional. Y'all emotional. I ain't trying to fight. The thing is, we're all the people. That's what they're trying to get us to do, to not realize. Yeah, they do. All lives matter. Black lives matter. Puerto Rican lives matter. Gay lives matter. All the people. And all lives matter. Our lives don't matter until black lives matter. All lives matter. Well said, sir. They matter until what? Black lives matter. All lives don't matter until what? They already mattered a long time ago. What's stopping you from being successful? What's stopping you? I've been successful for all my damn life. Why are you complaining? You in America. What are you whining about? This got nothing to do with racism. How you got nothing to do with racism? Y'all bringing a race into it. Why are you antagonizing? Say that again. You antagonizer. He's an antagonizer. He's just hard to hit. They come here trying to fight. They ain't trying to talk about peace. They're full of shit. It's all about their people. What about you? You're Mexican. Well said. I'm Puerto Rican. Shame on you. Don't judge me for my color. I judge you by your color. You're black. You're in America. Shame on you for crying. Woo! Well said. In another country being a black man. Good luck being in Europe as a black man. Good luck in South Africa as a black man. Good luck. Well said, man. Well said. No, everybody should be grateful. Everybody. I'm grateful. I'm grateful.
Well, I gotta ask. I want to ask. You say we should be grateful to be in America, right?
Everybody's privileged. That's right. Everybody's privileged. Everybody. You privileged. I'm privileged. Everybody's privileged.
Everything started from black. So ain't nobody pure white around this bitch.
It's not about white folks.
Ain't nothing pure white around here. Everything started
It's not
from
about
black.
white folks. We're all privileged in America. We are the people. It's not power to the people. Power to ordinary people. That's just the people. The people. We the people. Not the people. It's we the people. Not the people. It's we the people. We are in America. We are privileged. We are more privileged than anybody any place in the world. That's why we were here to argue with each other. Nobody else can do this shit. Nobody else. Good luck being Puerto Rican in another country. Good luck being a black man in another country. Good luck. Did you know? In a country like a white privilege, in a country of white privilege, Asians have all the money. Asians got all the money. You know, America's white privilege. I thought all the Americans are privileged. All the Asians got the money. What happened was the privilege. It's a bunch of shit. I'm a bootlegger. No, I'm not. The last thing I am is a bootlegger. My father's Puerto Rican got beat by cops. But guess what? It didn't stop him. Sorry. That's right, my master. The masters are the ones that funded B11 and Tifa. You guys have been the wrong white people.
Don't put that shit on BLM.
It's the truth. BLM is a terrorist organization just like Antifa. Antifa is a terrorist organization. You are white terrorist. I am Puerto Rican. Let's know. That's right. You know what? There's some in this country that people need to be said and hasn't been said. Okay?
How many of you guys would love to hear a little bit of the run music? Oh, wait, wrong button. Oh, no.
Dislike anybody besides your own color.
This music right now.
I can say what I want to say, but there's only one.
I would. Oh, my gosh.
Well, I'm racist against white people. Well, I'm racist against motherfucking petrol. That's what I'm racist against. I'm racist against white supremacists.
I got a question for you.
Call me racist, not be that.
There's a black man walking down the street with an R-15.
What they gonna do?
What they gonna do? Put up
They gonna make a trial. They ain't gonna make a trial.
Why does color have to be an issue? Why are you making color an issue? His whole injury is nothing but white folks. Your whole thing is based on color. Yes. You base everything on color, but you call us the racist.
He didn't even make it.
Why are we the racists when we base everything on life on color?
Because that's what it is. We call it what it is.
Racist because that's the definition of racism. Racism is the definition of whenever you are against anybody besides your own color, or whenever you look at life, that everything is about color. If everything is about color, you are racist.
You think you're pure white? Everything's
No, I'm not. I'm a Puerto Rican race because you're racist.
I'm not, yeah, I don't like Peckerwoods. You saw motherfucking right. I don't like Peckerwoods. You saw motherfucking
They
right.
just admitted they're the racist group on live feeds all over the world. And you wonder why we call them that.
Wonder why we call them that. Go back to the motherfucking slave owners and the masters. That's why they call them that. You're fucking all white. And I know that shit.
There's racism in America. There's racism in America, but America is not racist. White is this punishment of racism. And sometimes it's dishonest with yourself. You know what? By a majority, white slaves, some of the child wow, actually,
You named him.
Well, I feel like I know it's about.
Did you take a couple too many years? Now I gotta take a couple months, a couple too many years. Come on, take another one. Sure, take Yeah, we're all about dialogue when it actually gets us somewhere. When all you do is complain about one race or the other, it gets us nowhere and there's no point to a dialogue. But at the end of the day, for me, it's real simple. I base someone based on their actions, not based on what they look like or what they dress or the color of their skin, because that's ignorance. But hey, that was nice of the Sheriff's Department to come out and hand us out some cookies, man. That was... I didn't hear them, but they look good. Nobody was complaining, so must be edible. But all lives matter. Thank you. We include them all. You exclude yourself, and then you want us to accept you, and then you wonder what the problem is.
It's over.
Yeah.
We already had a conversation before.
Yeah, we
already had a conversation.
You stop using race as an issue.
We good.
It's not about color. What's in your mind?
All right, see you on the end. I'm going to yell.
Okay. Do your thing. Do your thing. I'm
See, y'all know him. Y'all know him.
You know, it's like they can sit here and they'll say, what happens if a black man gets accosted in a white community? Well, you know what? Let's flip it around. What happens if a white man gets accosted in a black community? I'll tell you what happens, because it happened to me in Milwaukee about 15 years ago. Not one single African American would stop and help me, because they all said that I was going to frame them and call it on them. So, because I got hurt, they refused to help me, but then if they on us when they come to our community. Last time I checked, the way you treat people is the way you get treated. It's like this. I give people respect. I treat them as nice as I can, and I'll treat them like my friend until they show me otherwise. But once you show me your true colors, I got nothing to say to you, because then I'll show you mine. It's real simple. I can either be your best friend or your worst enemy. The choice is up to you. And that's not a color thing. That's based on how you treat me. Free Kyle!
Free Kyle!
Defense is not a crime. Self-defense is not a crime.
Yes, it can.
Too bad we don't make that decision. We're not on the jury and we're not in the courtroom. And here's the difference. Here's the difference between my group and your group. When this verdict comes down, this group is going to respect the verdict regardless. Depending on what the verdict is, you won't. You're the group that's saying, oh, it better come my way or else. And now, you said or else, so we don't know what or else is, but, you know, we haven't made those accusations. That's your side.
Another part of the media, so I'm just curious. You're saying that people that agree more with you that Kyle's there to walk free, no matter the verdict, are going to be peaceful, right? Is that what you just said? Did I get that right? Yeah. Okay, so recently, or yesterday, I saw a Telegram message from Ohio Proud Boys and other Proud Boys saying that if the verdict does go against Kyle, they'll show up and they'll most likely cause some sort of commotion over here, or at least come rally over here. What do you think about that?
Well, first off, I'd want to see if they're actually from real Proud Boys, and second off, hear me out. Just, you know what I mean? I'd want to make sure they're verified. And here's the thing. I am a United States American citizen, and yes, I will respect the outcome of this trial, but at the same time, I feel it's my duty to protect this city and protect this courthouse from anybody who might mean ill harm to it. And I'm sure there's lots of other people out there that feel the same way. So, at the end of the day, if there's a group that's going to try to cause harm, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people that are going to show up to try to stop them. Like I said, there's going to be a group to show up and stop them. I didn't say who it was. I didn't say who it was going to be. I can tell you this much. If the National Guard doesn't show up and the local police doesn't show up, you blame your local politician because they'll be their fault at that point. Oh, you mean last August when they had a peaceful protest that cost $1 billion in damages? If it's such peaceful, then let's come to your neighborhood and cause $1 billion of peaceful damages and not let you guys say a word. If it's so peaceful. You know, because that's the way it should be. If it's peaceful, what $1 billion of the damage is, well, then we should be able to come to your neighborhood and cause $1 billion of the damage and be peaceful. You can't have your cake and eat it too. And that's the problem with politics in this country. They expect one thing for them and one thing for us. And we as American citizens are fed up. And we're not sitting here and dealing with your pawns anymore. I've been here 2 days in a row, and the Black Lives Matter crowd has gotten smaller and smaller. As a matter of fact, the local media, the mainstream media probably won't tell you that the opposition has been bigger the last 2 days. Because they don't want you to know the truth. Because they want to push the narrative that this country is racist. They want to divide and conquer. That is their goal. And what I mean by conquer is they won't be happy till there's no America left. Would you like to talk? As long as you're not threatening, you can have the mic.
So, I just wanted to say real quick that saying that Black Lives Matter is causing the damage in Kenosha is just like saying Proud Boys are going to show up. If they're going to be fake, which they probably will be fake Proud Boys, then the fake Proud Boys are going to cause the damage, just like fake Antifa caused the damage and fake Black Lives Matter, because the real activists were peaceful. They were in the streets. They did not cause damage. Only the fake ones did, the feds.
Okay, so now we get into conspiracy theories, and I am kind of a conspiracy theorist, but here's my defense to that, okay? Regardless, you know, it's like I was told yesterday by an African-American man that back in the 90s, where they had like 2 million African-Americans march on Washington, D.C., and it was all peaceful, okay? well, that's fine and dandy, and I'm not here to argue that. But at the same time, you have to understand, at some point, the American citizens need to put this on their politicians. At what point do we say, why didn't the police come out and stop it? Why didn't the National Guard come out and stop it?
The media or the politicians, which one?
It's the media's fault for pushing a narrative, and it's the politicians' fault for refusing to do what is right to the American citizens. That's why we're here today. Because the media's pushed a false narrative, and the politicians not only have gone along with it, but they've also helped push it along.
I got a question. I don't want to get on the mic, so okay. So obviously you've seen about the shit or whatever that happened at the U.S. Capitol and shit like that, right? So we talked about Black Lives Matter being rioters, protesters, and destructive, right? So are you going to talk about that at all, or?
Okay, so he wants to get up January 6th. So, again, that's the biggest come-up in this country. Here's what I can tell you based on the court documents that have been released already. From what we can tell, because the names are blacked out, and so the prosecution, meaning the federal government, said they blacked them out because they were working for them, which means they're either, an FBI agent or, an agent for them. Well, here's the problem with that. We have over 75 names that are blacked out. Okay, so that means on January 6th, there were 75 people working for the federal government that broke into that building.
So you believe that?
So unless you can tell me, so unless you can tell me, this is based on what they released for the court proceedings. So I read court documents, and that's what I base this on. I don't base this on hearsay. Now, what I can say is when they had the riots or the peaceful protests here in Kenosha, not any of the people they arrested, as far as my knowledge, was tied to the FBI or the federal government and blacked out in any way, shape, or form.
Inside information? You don't think that's the point?
You're inside.
According to you.
So here's the point.
Wait, let me go. He's the point now. Now understand, you said that those names were blacked out or whatever, but it's not possible or not feasible or whatever for the same thing or whatever to be applied to Black Lives Matter or Antifa or anything like that. Yes, it's not nowhere seen or anything like that or whatever, but you don't find it a coincidence that it's all of a sudden blacked out for people who are against us on the other side of us or whatever, but when it comes to us, it's, there's nowhere to be found, it's only us. It's no proof or whatever that there is government officials or FBI agents or whatever. You don't find that to be a coincidence or whatever. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just asking a question.
I'm not saying that I don't find it to be a coincidence, but here's the point. So if I was you and I was presented with that information, I'd be standing over here, not over there. Because over there, here's what you're doing. Over there, regardless of your belief, hear me out, regardless of your belief, by you standing up there for this circus, which is the media, which is the people that try to influence what the American people think and lie to them.
I want you to understand.
I know you're not, but by you standing up there, you're being their pawn. By me standing down here and speaking what I speak, I'm going against their narrative.
I'm a black man with a camera, so when shit like this happens, it is my responsibility to document it and to cover it. So I remember for my children and for my children's children, for my cousins, for my nieces, for my nephews and shit.
Okay, well you can document it from down there on a camera and not standing up on stage. As soon as you go on stage, you're their pawn.
We grew up learning about this shit only to be a part of it later.
Yeah, as long as you're not going to be. Why is it that when black people speak, nobody listens, but they have to make noise in order to be heard? And if by noise they mean riots and looting, in order to be heard, why is that a problem?
Okay, so, like I said, I've been stumping with this man around the country since 2018. We have hundreds of videos on YouTube together, and you can watch us. And you know who's the star of the show? He is. So if you want to say white people don't allow black people to talk, maybe that's in the circle of people you're in?
So
that's basically what you said.
So you believe just because he's black and he's the forefront of whatever is cool?
Listen, when that's what you're basically
saying.
You
said
that's evidence. That's part of evidence to show that it happens.
Is this evidence to show?
Right now, that's what we're. How is one black person evidence to show for millions?
Didn't we have a black president? That don't mean shit. Why doesn't it mean that? Don't mean shit. It don't.
How does one black person account for thousands and thousands of black people?
How does
one white person account for thousands and thousands and thousands of white people?
Why does the black people have to make so much noise just to be
Why is it that everybody else? Did you ever think the reason why you got to make so much noise to be heard is because the Democrats who've been controlling you for 70 years have had you on a leash and won't let you talk?
And who are those Democrats? White people.
First off, just so y'all know, I can swing just as much stuff I hate about Trump as I do Biden. So I hate them both. I haven't liked any president this country's had in over 30, 40 years. I think the last good president of this country was Ronald Reagan. So I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I'm an American. Because you know what? At the end of the day, I understand that. And here's the point. Here's the point. You want to help the black community? I'm trying to be real. Do you want to help the black community? Okay? I'm not against helping the black community. I feel the black community's been wrong. Okay? As a, some say, you have to understand why I come up. As a white man, okay, I grew up in the poor black neighborhoods. I grew up in the poor Mexican neighborhoods. I was homeless from 2011 to 2016 with a family of 3 kids. So I know what it's like to be poor. Okay? So I'm not coming to you. You know, I understand the struggle. I understand that when you become homeless, there's not enough good programs in this country to help you get back up, because I was there, okay? So I'm not trying to, you know, it was hard. I'm not saying it, but here's the point. In my opinion, an organization like Black Lives Matter is being used as pawns by the Democrat Party for the Democrat purposes. If the African American community really wanted to help the community, they'd start their own organization that's not beholden to the Democrat policies that the Black Lives Matter was formed on. It's just like this, okay? I'll use this as another argument so you can understand what I'm saying, okay? I am anti-abortion, okay? But not for why you think, okay? I am anti-abortion because I don't believe it should be called women's health. But it's not for why you think it is, okay? It's all about love. I care about women, and here's why. Okay, in this country, if you have an abortion, 90% of those women end up having depression and anxiety and issues. When you stand for justice, we've been in with the vote early since we got here. She heard me down here on these doorsteps, kicking up some dust, and she wanted to come on in and say something to the people that were here to support peace and the First Amendment. That's not what you like.
First of all, I just want to come out and say I thank you all for being out here. We all just want justice. We all just want a system that is fair to everyone. And I want to thank the Blake family and people in Kenosha and people who have come around to say that we want a system that works for everybody. When I stand on the Senate floor and we do the Pledge of Allegiance, I always take a moment to make sure that I say with clarity, justice for all.
That's right. Come on.
Justice for all. I think about even the gentleman Mike that came with the rifle.
Right. Yes, yes.
My son was carrying a turkey to a neighbor, and he was stopped by the police, stopped and frisked in Wisconsin and Milwaukee, six houses away from his own home. And to this day, not an apology, not a change. We want a system in Wisconsin that does not continue to treat us like we are second-class citizens. And so I come out to support you and to stand on these steps to say that we need a system that gives justice for all.
Come on.
Not for some, but for all. A system that if my son, because I can't wait for somebody to go and review cases of the judge to know if a little black kid ever carried a gun and got convicted and sentenced. Because I don't know how the charge got dismissed. I do not know, but I know that there are some people who got tickets for curfew during the night around the state of Wisconsin. And I don't remember their charges getting dismissed. I'm just looking for justice. I'm just looking for justice for all. I'm not looking for bias. I'm looking for justice for all. So I can't come and be with you, so I appreciate that you're standing out here. Because I brought you some hands on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. By suffocation. Not by a gun. Not by a gun, though. Look, I'm listening, but the facts are, I'm not here to argue that he wasn't killed. I'm not here to argue that he wasn't killed. It's not because you're sitting here arguing about that. Shut up. Hand warmers from Senator Taylor! Hand warmers from Senator Taylor! I don't have a narrative, okay? My narrative is simple. I want the truth. I want what's right, and I want facts. Yes, I have feelings, but unfortunately in this country, and if you start by it, it's just like when you're feelings. You should be staying with your boyfriend because of feelings, and then it will out there? No, you should have stayed with it because of facts. So I base things on facts. Fact is, I've been married for 20 plus years. That's a fact. It's not a fallacy. I have 3 kids. That's a fact.
When the verdict comes down, that there could be, obviously, still a full ballot.
So you want me to get real with you? Whatever happens. That would be like
one marked in peace.
I was coming to ask him. Same page. You're not working for real.
This is lunch.
I'm in my 40th year.
May I have coffee? Of course. Thank you so much. Oh my
Having a
goodness.
franchise quarterback is the. I hope so. It'll make it more interesting.
Into Mr. English's house, and it's just an uneasy feeling to not know, who it is, and the cops are being called, and they still don't know, who it is. It's just not a good feeling.
Thank you, Ms. Press.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Yes, you may step down.
Thank
you. And you are released.
She's also under our, so we're going to reserve the right to recall her.
I'm sorry, you are subject to recall, but you're excused for the day. Thank you.
Next calls Jack Brinson.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah. We can have a 5-minute break. Working together.
Let's do this. Sir, I'm going to sue the jury first. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a very very short recess. Plan to come back probably in the next 5-10 minutes.
All right, for the jury.
All right, sir, if you could just go ahead and step down. If you just wait out in the hallway, you should be recalled in just a moment.
Yes, sir. Put it back on.
Yes, please, thank you. All right, I guess we'll take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
Okay, 10-minute recess.
Here's why it's not about race. Because you know what? Obama got in office and nothing changed. Nothing changed. So stop pushing the race card.
Yeah. I think this,
Let's be real. Let's be real. The reason why this country is doing this, I think we can agree on something. Okay? And so I think we can agree on one thing. And that's simple. I think we can agree on three factors. The reason why this country is in such bad shape is because we have a bunch of pussies up in Washington who don't have any balls, and they haven't had any balls for about 50 or 70 years. And that's on both sides of the aisle. Obamacare is a joke. You've been in the marketplace since Joe Biden has fucked it up there. Joe, we've been talking about Obamacare. It's a socialist program. The kids are the future and the last ones to be in Russia. The ATF does more than just the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. So we need... It's a government-taxed entity, okay? No, I know. That's really what it is. Yeah, no, the government sucks. I'll agree with you. Some idiot in Washington said we had to pay it. And no politician has had the balls to stand up. The only one that kind of had balls was Trump, and nobody let him get anything done. Well, although Joe Biden ain't got no balls, he can't even complete a freaking sentence. Why not run up? Because we're here because of what Joe Biden said in his ad campaign for the 2020 election, calling Kyle Rittenhouse for murder before he had a trial. I thought in this country you were innocent until found guilty. Because I'm not going to do that to you, and I'm sure you, what are you, an anarchist? I believe in the Constitution of this country. I don't believe in the government. There's a difference. If George Washington was alive today, we would have had a revolt already. Let's be real. Maybe he voted on a 10% tax. How much tax do we have in this country now? So I'm sure George Washington is rolling over his grave in disgust. That's what we're here for the Second Amendment, our right to bear arms, our right to defend ourselves, our right to not listen to mob rule, our right to listen to the verdict of the judge. And Kyle had a right to live too. what it is. That's why we need a fair trial, because they're all equal. It's called they're all equal. It's called the paradise. No, the media's been biased. The DA has literally dropped the ball in this case. Okay? If this wasn't televised, they would have already called the big time as president. And that's based on the code law.
I don't disagree. Check Biden. All work together. So let's get
All right, guys, coffee break over.
and the prosecuting attorney withheld evidence from you. Do you think that should be against the law? Well, they did it to Kyle, and it's not even proven in the court of law. So, here's the point. I'm not here. I can't comment on another cases that I don't know about. And every county, every state has different laws. Or federally laws. Laws for every single one of us. If you mean attack, you're a victim. Here's the thing. Here's why I'm here. If somebody's trying to take it away from me, I'm gonna be in front for my life to think they're gonna take it away from me. If I have a gun, and and you're trying to take it from me, I'm going to... No justice! No justice! No justice! No justice! No justice! You've assaulted and defended... No justice! No justice! No justice! No justice! Wrong with the kid? You're mad at us. You'll say, you're saying, hey, you just keep going on. We're here to uphold the country. We don't rule to five rules. We don't follow my rule. We don't follow my rule. No justice! No justice! No justice! No justice! That's the problem with you too. You don't get what you want.
All right, you can go to have a seat, sir. And I remind you that you are under oath.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get the pen.
All rise for the jurors. Please be seated.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. I believe we are ready to proceed. Mr. Sheffield.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Brinson.
Good afternoon.
Could you please spell your first and last name?
Jack, J-A-C-K, Brinson, B-R-I-N-S-O-N.
Mr. Brinson, how old are you?
I'm 67.
Are you married?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
41 years.
And where do you live?
I live in Satilla Shores.
What street do you live off of?
I live on Zelwood Drive.
On Zelwood, okay. And where on Zelwood is it? Is it closer to Highway 17 or to the back of the neighborhood?
It's to the back.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
We have lived there, my wife and I have lived there for a little over 35 and a half years.
Okay. Do you have any other family that lives in the neighborhood?
Yes, my daughter and son-in-law live next door and 3 grandchildren.
They live where?
Right next door.
Oh.
And I want to apologize. I'm a little hoarse. I've had a cough, so if I...
Okay. Well, there's some tissue
bear with
next to
me.
you if you need them.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you for letting us know. You said your daughter and 3 grandchildren?
Yes.
All right. And what is your daughter's name?
Jill.
And what is your son-in-law's name?
Brandon Gregory.
Okay. How is he employed?
He is a detective with the Clinton County Police Department.
Okay. I want to ask you some very limited questions about your experiences in the neighborhood. Okay. At any point in time, did you become aware of ongoing crime in the neighborhood?
Yes.
All right. What type of crime were you aware of?
At the first that my experience was probably about 6 years ago, where my vehicle was broken into. And I didn't realize it until the next morning when I went to go get my coffee, and you could see someone had been in my glove box, and everything was strewn around. And I keep a bunch of quarters in an ashtray in that car just for tire pressure, things like that. And the ashtray was poured out, and the quarters were gone.
I'm going to stop you there. What kind of work do you do or did you do?
I was a sales tax and withholding tax auditor for the compliance division of the Georgia Department of Revenue for 30 years.
Okay. Did anything happen to some of your stuff related to your work? In terms of being stolen?
Not that I know of.
Oh, okay. You were saying then that you had some things stolen from your car?
Yes.
And that
CDs and things like that, but nothing really of value.
Okay. Do you know whether or not your wife is a member of the Facebook Satilla Shores page?
Yes, she is.
Are you aware whether she posts on that page?
Yes, she does.
Okay. Do you all discuss the types of things that are posted on the Facebook page as it may relate to crime?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to ask you if you ever became aware of any crime as it relates to Larry English's house, 220 Satilla Shores.
Objection to hearsay if this is based on the Facebook page, Judge.
Well, it's not based on the Facebook page.
Or whether he heard it from his wife, who got it from the Facebook page.
I'm just going to ask him if he's aware of it, Your Honor. I haven't gotten to the hearsay part just quite yet. Just want to establish a little foundation if he's aware of what's going on in the neighborhood.
All right.
We're asking about who's aware of crime.
Okay.
Are you aware of any thefts occurring in Larry English's home?
Yes.
And did you come to understand the type of things that were stolen from his home? Without saying what you were told, did you become aware of the types of things that were stolen in the home?
Yes, and
Okay.
also a dollar amount.
Without going into what you were told, okay. And do you recall who you learned that from? Just the name of the person or persons?
Various people.
Can you name them?
I would say one would have been Matta Benzie, maybe Taylor Zachary, maybe, I don't know, probably several other people, word gets around.
Did you discuss these types of things with your wife and your daughter and your son-in-law?
Yes.
Did you all make any changes in your habits to try to address or deal with some of the crime that was going on in the neighborhood?
Yes, after that first instance, as minor as it was, we had fake cameras at that point, and we bought a camera system ourselves. And,
So you had fake?
Yeah, we had, try to just let someone think we had a camera system out.
Okay.
So then we actually went out and bought actual real cameras.
Okay, very good. That's all I have. Thank you, sir. The state may have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
No questions, Judge.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay.
I understand he can be released.
Yes.
Yes, it must.
And, sir, you can step down and you are released. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Let's call Annabelle Beasley.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Nothing but the truth.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Annabelle Beasley.
And Miss Beasley, where do you live?
I live in Satilla Shores, 225 Satilla Shores, Brunswick, Georgia.
And how far is that from Sue B. Lawrence's house?
Next door.
Could you tell the jury how you're related to Miss Lawrence?
She's my daughter, and since she's single, divorced, I asked her to move next door so I could keep an eye on the kids.
How long have you lived in that house?
Since 2004.
So 16, 17 years?
Longer than that.
Longer than that. My math is wrong. And you mentioned your grandchildren, Sue B's children.
No, 1994, I'm sorry.
1994, okay, Sue, it's not my math, it's your math.
My math was.
All right, and you mentioned grandchildren. How many kids does Sue B have?
She has 3 boys.
And how old are they?
Right now, the oldest is 15. I have a 13 and a 10.
Please describe for us the type of neighborhood Satilla Shores is. Certainly when you moved in 1994 and as it's gotten
closer. When I moved in 1994, it was an older neighborhood, a lot of seniors in there, and it was quiet. I think my kids were the only 2 daughters that grew up next door, grew up right there. They went to high school, they were in Satilla Shores, and so we didn't know a whole lot of neighbors then because a lot of seniors tend to keep to themselves. But in the last few years, things have evolved and the seniors have moved on and we've got younger families in the neighborhood.
So more children in the neighborhood?
That is correct.
Do you know the children who live across the street at the Perez residence?
I certainly do.
Okay, and how do you know those kids?
I know those kids really well. I've known them since they were little because they went to the daycare with my little grandkids.
Okay.
Yes. And I've known Diego since he was a young boy at Sunday school. And then we reconnected, and then I found out that he's buying a house across the street from me. And I said, what a blessing.
Okay. That's wonderful. So, the neighborhood was elderly, now it's more younger families. Do you live with anybody in your house?
No.
Okay. Do you do anything to maintain your own security at your house?
I have recently, after all the happenings in the neighborhood. It was unnerving, and so I had to. She's single. She couldn't defend me. I got to protect myself. So it became necessary to have cameras put up.
Okay, and you have cameras at your front door, or what parts of your house?
I think I only have one at the front door.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was put on recently. So.
Okay. Did there come a time when you yourself became the victim of a property crime?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell us about that?
Well, I was in China, and my black Honda was sitting in my driveway, and my kids, I communicated with them every day, and they discovered that the car was broken into, the door was wide open, and they had been in, so they saw that it was all ransacked. And I asked my daughter if she reported it to the police, and she said no, because the week before, somebody's Jeep was broken into, and the police said, you should have locked your door, there's nothing we can do about it. And since my door was unlocked, she decided not to call the police.
Mm. Did you end up, when you came home from China, calling the police about it or anything?
No, it was way past, yeah.
Okay, so it was a crime that's unreported to the police?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you become aware of a situation where Subi's cameras, Miss Lawrence's cameras, went off one night in 2019?
She told me about it.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you, as a result of what she told you, did you do anything about that?
Not personally, no.
Didn't change security, didn't change
No. I have a security system in the house.
Right. Like an alarm system?
Right.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that Miss Lawrence has three boys.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware of those boys ever going across the street to Mr. English's house to borrow some pieces of wood?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of them ever playing at Mr. English's house?
They played with Mr. English's son. And Mr. English's son would come across and play with them. And Mr. English, when they were using scrap wood to make a ramp, he said he would build them a ramp.
Okay. And do you know if that ever happened?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Did there ever come a time when your grandchildren became too afraid to play outside?
Yes.
And do you know what happened?
Well, I think they were scared by what they saw. And when they called their grandmother one night, I wasn't there, and their mama was at a birthday dinner, and they saw somebody. Pardon me?
No, not you. You can sustain or overrule that objection.
Yeah, this is what she heard that the boys were reacting to.
Okay.
Let's sustain.
Let me move past what they told you. Did there come a time where they stopped playing outside at night?
We wouldn't allow them to.
You didn't allow them. You're talking about you and Miss Lawrence. Okay. And why wouldn't you allow them to play outside?
Because we didn't want them to encounter anything, you know.
I think it's all still based on hearsay from what she heard from either the board or somebody else. So the reaction or what they're allowing them to do because of that is still based on that hearsay.
Let's focus in on this figure out. It sounds like she made a decision. Let's figure out what her decision is and why.
Right, and that's what I was trying to do, Judge. Do not tell us what the boys told you, but did there come a time when they stopped playing outside?
That's correct.
And you said you didn't want them to play outside.
Correct.
And tell us why you and Miss Lawrence made the decision not to let them play outside.
Because of things that were happening in the neighborhood. Okay. We didn't want the boys out there. We didn't want them to confront or see anything that they shouldn't. You know, we didn't want them to be a victim of anything, so we let them stay inside.
A safety.
And even till today, they barely go out except now that they're older, they will play, but as long as we are home, it's okay for them to be out there. But they do go across to Perez's house, and we're okay with that.
As long as they're being overseen.
They're right, exactly.
Okay. Was there a time, Miss Beasley, when you were interviewed by GBI agents?
Yes.
Okay, do you know when that was?
When the incident occurred.
The incident being the shooting of Mr.
That is
Urban?
correct.
Okay, and you gave a statement to the GBI?
Yes.
Okay, all right. That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Anything from the state?
I just have a couple questions. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon. Fine, thank you.
I'm Paul Camarillo. I'm part of the prosecution team.
Nice to meet you.
We may have talked on the phone, I
think
believe.
you did. You and I had a long conversation.
We did, right?
I do remember that now,
Okay.
yes.
Was it a good one?
Yes, it was a good one.
Okay.
I think I told you all that I was thinking.
You did.
Mm-hmm.
You did. You did. And not all of that is relevant evidence.
Okay,
All right?
gotcha.
So I just got a
Okay.
few questions for you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You've been in the neighborhood a long time.
Right.
Okay. Is it fair to say that a vast majority of these crimes that occurred in the neighborhood were property crimes or car break-ins and that sort of thing?
Correct.
Okay. Other than the homicide of Mr. Aubrey, violent crimes were few and far between or non-existent in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Ma'am, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
May she be excused.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Is she under state subpoena?
Yes.
All right, and you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That's called Subi Lawrence.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me God, yes I do.
Let me see.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Ms. Lawrence, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself to the jury.
Okay, my name is Subie Lawrence, SUBELAWRENCE.
And we just met your lovely mother, but I want to make sure she spoke loud enough. I want to make sure you speak loud enough so that last jurors back there can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Lawrence, what kind of work do you do?
I'm in recruitment.
Okay. And how long have you been in, like a headhunter kind of recruitment? Mm-hmm. How long have you been
15 years.
Okay. Here in Brunswick?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about your job and being here at this trial?
I do.
Okay. Well, what are you concerned about?
I obviously just don't want any negative impact in my career and personal life.
Okay. But you're willing to testify today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you tell us where you live?
I live at 221 Satilla Drive.
And where is that in relation to Annabelle Beasley?
Right next door.
Okay. And where is that in relation to Larry English's house?
So he's kind of catty-cornered. If you're facing away from my house, he is across the street and one over.
Okay. Do you also know Brooke and Diego Perez?
Yes.
And how do you know the Perez's?
My middle and her oldest went to preschool together, and then just since moving to the neighborhood have become friends.
When did you move into Satilla Shores?
August 2015.
Okay. Was there a time before you moved in 2015 that where you lived in Satilla Shores?
Yes, sir. I moved there in 9th grade with my family, my mom, dad, and sister, into the house my mom lives in 1994.
Okay. Then at some point you moved out?
I did. I got married and moved out and got divorced and came back.
Okay. Okay. And so how would you describe your relationship with the Perez's?
Oh, very close. They are definitely good neighbors, good friends, like other parents to my boys. One time we actually had, the boys were playing baseball in the front yard, and a ball went through the dining room window, and Diego just happened to hear glass crashing and runs over, and he had it repaired before he went to bed that night. And then Brooke's over with her vacuum cleaning up all the glass. So they look out for us.
So they're neighbors that help you?
Yes.
With all the things that three boys, right?
Yes, sir.
I want to go back to 2019. How old were your three boys at that point?
They were 8, 11, and 13.
Okay.
Ish.
Did they have any kind of relationship with Mr. English or his children?
Yes, Hoyt, Mr. Larry's son, and my middle are about the same age, and so they would play together. And Mr. Larry actually gave them some wood for a ramp, for a bicycle ramp.
Okay. Have you ever seen Mr. English's surveillance video of two boys on his property
I have.
on bikes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who those boys are?
Those are my children.
Oh boy. And what were they doing in that video, to your understanding?
They were going to get the plywood for the ramp Mr. Larry made them.
Okay. So they had permission, essentially, to get the wood?
Yes.
Okay. Did they...
It's a distraction. It's a distraction.
What did he do?
You guys got this
put them inside the glove, they get, I guess somebody complain, right?
There's definitely a struggle.
Yeah, I have to do this to get my fingertips.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah, so let me go like this and my hand, fingers, just to keep warm. They gave me I had a cable, but even still one up there. Yeah, this is trouble for me.
It's been recently, like, at least they've been, like, kind of, like, traveling. I've had a couple times I've seen them down.
Yeah, I can get, like, 2,000, 3,000.
Of course, they're riding their bikes. Were they outside at night?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know when that you stopped them from playing outside at night?
I didn't have to stop them. As you know, reports of car break-ins and suspicious persons, lurking around, they kind of did that themselves. They didn't want to even come help get the groceries out of the car at night because they were just a little afraid.
Okay. As a result of your awareness of break-ins in Larry English's house, did you take any security measures to protect yourself and your kids?
Before I knew about the break-ins at Mr. Larry's, I had read on our Facebook page about a car being broken into. And so after that, I got the Blink camera system.
Okay. And were you kept aware about crime in the neighborhood through your neighborhood Facebook page?
Yes, sir.
Did you find it to be helpful?
Very helpful.
Okay. Did you, were you ever one of the administrators of the Facebook page?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, what does that mean to be an administrator?
So just to have access to who's joining the page, what kind of things are being posted in the page. We wanted to make sure that they were actually people that lived in our neighborhood or, had a legitimate reason to be in the group.
Okay. Did you notice over the course of when you moved back in 2015, anything about crime in the neighborhood, whether it was rising or falling, or?
Growing up there had never been crime, and I'm ashamed to say I didn't always do a great job of double checking that my car was locked, but when I started to see frequent posts about cars being broken into, and not only in our neighborhood page, but the Exit 29 Facebook group, people would post from the neighborhood next door. So of course I was just a little more diligent about making sure that the car was locked and the doors were locked and windows that I hadn't checked and that sort of thing.
Did Brooke Perez or any other neighbor, or the Facebook page for that matter, ever inform you about how many times this black male was coming onto Larry English's property at night?
Not so much the Facebook group. It was probably more just text from Brooke saying, get the boys inside.
Okay. And when she would text you that, would you make sure the boys were inside?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay. How did that make you feel, the fact that there was someone coming over?
Violated. Upset that my kids weren't getting to grow up in the safe neighborhood I grew up in. Previously, we lived on some land, and we had a dirt driveway, and all they wanted was a neighborhood with roads so that they could ride their bikes. And so to have to say, come inside, stay inside, or Mom, I don't want to go outside, it was just disappointing.
Even though it wasn't violent crime, it still affected you and your boys?
Well, crimes of opportunity may not start as violent crimes. It's just someone's in the wrong place at the wrong time, and I didn't want my boys to be home alone and someone think because there's not a car there, there's no one home, and then they're in that situation without me.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Knox. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, man. How are you?
Hey, I'm well, thank you.
My name is Paul Camarillo, and I'm one of the prosecutors here.
Yes, sir.
We've never spoke before, right?
No, sir.
Okay. I may have
left you a voicemail or two, but we've never actually connected, right?
No, and I'm sorry if I missed that.
Oh, it's okay.
Definitely would have called you back.
No, it's okay. Would you?
Yes. I'm very afraid.
All right. I'm not that scary.
Okay.
You and Mr. Rubin were talking about break-ins at Mr. English's house. Nobody there actually ever broke into anything. Is that correct? That you know of. It wasn't a secured house. Somebody walked through the door.
I don't know if there were even doors.
Right, there weren't. But
so Mr. Camarillo, that's testifying.
Just as your sons went in that garage, the open garage.
Yes, sir.
You're not aware of any sort of doors or windows or anything else that was on that property?
No, sir.
Okay. All right.
At the time that we're speaking of?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, sir.
Currently there might be?
I think so.
Okay. All right, so you're friends with the Perez's, close friends, right? Y'all have had dinner together? Exchanged texts and calls and that sort of thing? Y'all went on a boat ride with the Perez's and Mr. McMichael?
Mr. Greg and Travis. Or Mr. Greg and Miss Lee.
Yeah, right, okay. And that was shortly, that was after the homicide?
Yes, sir.
Y'all talk about friends and family, that sort of thing?
On the boat ride?
No, I'm just in general.
The Perez's and
Yeah.
I? Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and then after the shooting, you and Brooke walked over there, or kind of meandered over there to see what was going on, right?
The day of?
The day of?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you two were standing there together, right? Okay. Do you know Miss Lee McMichael?
I do.
How do you know her?
Lee and I work for the same place, so in passing, just colleagues.
Same hospital?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Y'all see each other in passing, talk about friends and family, live in the same neighborhood?
We don't usually chit-chat, but we're friendly.
Okay. Friendly enough that y'all wanted a boat ride together?
Yes, right. Brooke and Diego invited me, and I'm not going to turn down a boat ride.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Did you know Mr. Aubrey?
I did not.
Before this happened, did you ever hear about him?
Not by name.
You never heard that name before, right?
Correct.
None of your friends or family knew him?
No, sir.
The incident at your house where you said that you saw two guys with a flashlight, those are police officers, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You never saw any trespassers on your camera that night?
Correct.
You just saw the aftermath of people looking for somebody?
Right.
And in fact, you've never seen a trespasser on your camera ever?
Correct.
Did you ever view surveillance videos from anybody else's house, personally?
Being so far after the fact, I don't know if the videos I saw were, just from the internet or anyone's phone. I mean, if I did, it would have been from Brooke's phone, but I don't know.
Your mom had her car broken into, right?
Yes, sir. Well, rummaged through, it was unlocked.
It was unlocked. We tend to use that term pretty loosely, right?
Yes, sir.
Door was unlocked, car went through. Still unnerving.
Very.
Nobody wants that to happen.
Right.
Didn't call 911?
No, I did not report it, and my mom was out of the country and asked why I didn't, and I'd seen on the Facebook page that someone's car was also, things were stolen, and when she did report it, I mean, the police were maybe a little flippant about it, you know, just a car break-in, make sure you lock your doors, so I thought I'm not going to call the police for her car being rummaged through.
That seemed to be a trend in the neighborhood? That seemed to be a trend, people leaving their cars unlocked and things taken out?
I don't know if they were all unlocked or not. But you should still be able to leave your car unlocked and know your things are safe.
100%. 100%. And it's not your fault. I mean, it's not anybody's fault.
Right.
Right? Since you've lived in Satilla Shores, you haven't personally witnessed any car break-ins, correct?
No.
You haven't witnessed personally any property crime?
Crime, other than...
Property crime?
No.
Okay. You've never witnessed or heard about any physical assaults?
No.
Really the only thing that was going on was this car break-ins?
Car break-ins and several reports of a person that no one knew kind of lurking around. My boys called one night when I was at a restaurant and it was like 8:30 and they said...
Judge, I would object
Oh,
to...
sorry.
Yeah. A non-responsive answer. Asked to strike that.
I would ask if she's allowed to complete her answer.
I asked about assaults, and then it went into something else.
Oh, go against the state. Yes. Move on. Can't remember where the objection came from.
I think she was mentioning suspicious person.
Yeah, she
No,
mentioned
it was non-responsive.
it was non-responsive.
That's the thing of it.
As the administrator of the Facebook page, you were able to see all the different types of theories about who might be doing this, right?
I had access to, didn't necessarily engage or read it actively.
Did you get alerts on
Every
your
day.
phone as the administrator from being a part of Satilla Shores?
I turned off my notifications from Facebook in general just because they get overwhelming at times.
Fair enough. Had you heard that people thought it might be teenagers?
I don't recall.
Okay. I want to talk to you, Miss Lawrence, about a time when you had a conversation with Travis McMichael after the shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember speaking with him in his driveway at some point after the shooting about this case?
No, sir. I remember he was coming home one night and I was out in the road and he just stopped and we talked.
And y'all talked about the case and what happened?
Right. Yes, sir.
Right. And he told you there was a video out there
Yes, sir.
and that him and his dad were planning on, quote unquote, leaking it.
Right.
And you agreed to help him do that?
Probably not at that time. And I didn't agree to leak it.
At some point, you and Travis had a conversation about
that I would share it once it got
Share it,
out,
correct.
right?
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it had to do with you helping get his version of what happened out.
Right, the neighborhood's version of past events and yes, kind of all the things that led to this.
Because at this point, everybody had seen that video, right? Or a lot of the neighbors. You've seen it.
I have seen it, but I don't know about everything.
They showed it to you. They showed it to you.
Correct.
On their phone or wherever they had it.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, nobody knew that they actually engaged in a full-on chase through the neighborhood. Correct?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know what everyone knew.
No, what I'm asking, what they told you. Did they ever tell you that they chased Mr. Aubrey or followed him in a car, or whatever you want to characterize it? They never told you that, correct?
I don't recall that.
But they? Who are we talking about?
Greg and Travis.
So it's
Greg and Travis. They never told you they engaged in that chase, right?
Correct.
And you never heard from anybody else about that?
I'm sorry, objective on the question about what?
You never engaged with any sort of conversation with anybody else about a chase that occurred, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't know there was a chase.
At some point after the homicide, and I don't know if it's before or after this conversation, Travis asked you to admit him into the Satilla Facebook page under the name Travis Hafner. And it was a fake Facebook page, correct?
Correct. Because his actual Facebook page had been hacked.
But he didn't take the time to set up a new one under his real name.
I don't know that Facebook makes it that easy, but I don't know what he did.
Because he wanted to know what people were talking about this.
I'm going to object to Mr. Camarillo asking what Travis McMichael believed.
This was a conversation they had. I'm asking about the conversation they had.
So I would ask that to be clarified where the information's come from, Foundation.
You and him talked about the purpose of him creating this Facebook page, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that purpose was from him to be able to monitor what was going on throughout the neighborhood under this fake name.
Monitor what was going on? I don't.
Look at what people were saying?
Right.
At some point, the neighbors were, as you said, they post about maybe water that got shut off, complaints with things going on in the neighborhood, crime of some sort, right? That's kind of the general things that were being posted on the Facebook page, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And at some point, there were strings of messages or posts about car break-ins that were happening. You remember all that?
Fair enough. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you engaged in some of those conversations, and at some point on January 30th, you posted about leaving your window down, and you were lucky nobody took your purse and wallet in the front seat.
Right.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Bub and Renee Herndon posted about their gun being stolen, right?
I don't recall.
Don't recall. And at the very end of that, Travis posted, "They're playing with fire on this side of the neighborhood." Remember seeing that? He posted that?
I don't.
One minute, okay? Ma'am, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Lawrence, Mr. Camarillo asked you about the video that we've seen in this case regarding the shooting of Mr. Arbery. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you were willing to share it, right? Share it meaning the video.
Right.
How are you going to share it?
Texts or social media.
Post it somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Send it to friends or family? And why? Tell us why you were willing to share that video.
To me, I felt it matched the story that I knew to be true of this person lunging for the gun, and so this is the story I heard and have no reason not to believe. And so seeing the video kind of confirmed, okay, this matches the story in the video match, so you're lucky you have this on video.
Okay. And so you were willing to put it out because you believed it to be the truth?
Yes, sir.
And about what time of year was this? Do you remember?
Oh, I don't.
Was it after the media had gotten a hold of this story and was kind of blowing things up?
It was after the video was released and then didn't get a positive response.
Okay. All right. Did you ever share the video?
No.
Okay. But you were willing to?
Yes.
Okay. The Travis Hafner, I think, was that the name Mr. McMichael wanted to use?
I don't recall, but...
Okay. Tell us about that. What had happened prior to him approaching you as you understood it? Why he needed a new moniker on Facebook?
Someone had hacked into his account, and so I guess, I don't know if they automatically shut it down or he had to shut it down, but it was, just a way to get on Facebook.
Okay. And was this, again, after the national media had started reporting about the shooting of Mr. Arbery? Do you recall?
I believe it was after.
Okay. And as the administrator, what did you have to do to allow Mr. McMichael to...
I don't know that I actually did. I'm sure there's a record. I'm not saying I didn't, but it's just an easy approve or decline.
Okay. And tell the jury why you were willing to approve Mr. McMichael, Travis, being on the Facebook page under a different name.
I believed the account of the events as they transpired, as they were told to me by the family, and didn't see a reason he shouldn't have access to what people were thinking.
So it was to monitor what other people were saying about him? Is that as you understood it?
Or maybe not necessarily of him, but of the event in general.
Okay. Did you, as the administrator of the neighborhood Facebook page, see anything wrong with that?
No.
Was the name Travis Hafner, or whatever name was used by Travis or anybody else to put out information about the case, to your knowledge?
I don't think he actually posted anything.
Okay.
But I don't.
You don't recall? Okay. Just give me 1 second. Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Appreciate it. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Is she released?
Yes. We would ask.
She understates subpoena. Maybe you are. You can step down. You are released.
Thank you.
Your Honor, before the next step, we'd ask that the jury be asked to step out and we bring the matter up.
Stand up for what used to be the normal in America, and that is law and order, and people that respect law, people that respect the rights of others, people that don't riot and pillage and burn, but people that are all pulling in the same direction to make our country better.
What it means acquittal. Justice for Kyle. Your Second Amendment is here on trial.
Well, you know, we've both been trial lawyers our whole professional life. We respect the jury system. Regardless of what the jury rules, we have a duty to respect their opinion. They've heard all the evidence. We have not. None of us have. And then once they get to the jury room, they start debating the evidence. That's where real justice occurs. And of course, there's been certain things that have happened in the course of this trial, which I think are inappropriate on the part of the prosecution, and that may weigh on the ultimate result. So whatever the jury rules, that's our system of government. This is such a unique country where we have a right, no matter what the dispute is, if it's a civil matter like we tried, or a criminal matter, you ask 12 ordinary citizens to decide the outcome based on what they hear in the court and the law as explained to them by the judge. And they go back into the room and they make the decision. And this is really a unique thing, and we should all honor it and be proud that we live in a country where our fellow citizens decide our fate, not some overreaching government.
20 hours go by. What does that tell you? After 20 hours of deliberation as a trial attorney, what does that tell you?
Well, it tells me they're giving it a good thing. But I got to also tell you that this has got to be very intimidating to hear this anger out here, to hear the threats, to hear, you know, if Kenosha don't get it, we'll shut it down. If you're a juror and you've got to consider the fate of one young man, Kyle Rittenhouse, versus the fate of the city, depending on what you rule and depending on the threats you're hearing from inside the jury room, that's a burden on those jurors they should not have to endure. They should be able to decide this case based on the evidence in this case and the laws explained to them by the judge without having to think about secondary considerations like riots and bloodshed, or like Hawk Newsom said the other day to Eric Adams, if you go back to the old style of policing, there'll be riots, there'll be fire, and there'll be blood. These jurors should not have to consider that in making a decision in this case.
Certainly you're not advocating for the free speech zone to be tamped down.
I'm sorry?
I mean, all the free speech that is happening on the
Everybody's got a right to say what they want, but they need to do it under circumstances where it doesn't amount to jury intimidation.
Understood. Anything else you want to say?
No, thank you.
If you guys can pardon a little bit, one of the things I wanted to see was what the signs are saying today. It's hard to imagine how you can sustain that level of anger and noise for so long.
What do you think of the demonstrations out here?
Well, you know, so far, I wasn't here when, I guess, a fist fight broke out, but I've been here since Sunday, and other than being loud, and I had one lady screaming profanity at me for a while the other day, it's been, you know, if it weren't in front of the courthouse where the jury can hear it, I'd say it'd be fine. It's been peaceful, they've been fairly calm, they've been loud. I am concerned about the fact that the jury can probably hear it and feel the threat. Oh, the jury? Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah. So if that's the case, I wholeheartedly applaud that. I wish that had happened from the get-go. Anyway.
Hold one out.
Joseph Rosenbaum died as he lived, touching unwilling minors. I say no justice! I say no justice!
Antifa, no Black Lives Matter, no shit like that, because that didn't have nothing to do with nothing. It was strictly because people in Kenosha wanted to protect their shit, just like out of town people wanted to come and protect our shit. So that alone, Kyle was out of town. But Kyle's family lives in it. His family, have you seen a picture of his dad? Have you seen a picture of his dad?
You want to produce a report?
No. They didn't do a scientific examination, so there's no...
Just throwing it out there.
Yeah. But we do need to put in the record what he would have said had he been allowed to testify.
Okay, well, let's figure out. When are they available?
I can inquire tonight and get back to the court, but I think Mr. Register is very flexible.
Dr. Kaufman's a different story. So I've checked in with her, but we'll...
Hold on, I gotta fix something. I don't know what's going on here. Not letting me touch the thing. What did you do? Hold on, I gotta find the one. Something was messed up here, and I don't know what it was. Anyway, how you guys doing? I gotta fix this, but every input's closed, and it just screwed me all up, so I can't even see my inputs. But it is what it is. Arbery. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it was frozen or why we didn't realize it. I apologize for that. Let me just find a feed. Whichever one I had before, I don't remember. Nope. Nothing new out of the other hearing yet. I can't even find the damn feed that I had before. So I'm just going to throw this one up.
In the foyer in front of this courtroom. And again, we don't understand how this First Amendment activity, which is prejudicial to our client's case, continues to happen inside the courthouse. And I'm not picking on anybody, but it continues to take place. We had a huge protest. When I have access to a color printer, I'll print out some exhibits. We had a huge protest at lunchtime that was so loud with bullhorns, literally 20 feet from the front door of this courthouse, that you could hear what was being said at the doors of this courtroom within the facility. And again, that all goes back to our concern about the fair trial. But the most pressing concern I have is, because I can't read the minds of other counsel in this case, is my assumption is that there's one more witness yet to come, but based on the last couple witnesses, Your Honor, it's not for me to make an objection to character of evidence presented against a co-defendant. That's an issue for other counsel to deal with if they think there is an issue. But I heard testimony today, for lack of a better characterization, as vigilante social media posts or communications involving co-defendants. And then, we have this after-the-fact conspiracy evidence coming out from the last witness. I believe that was Susie Lawrence, talking about her talking to the McMichael defendants, or one of the defendants, about the famous video in this case. I felt under 403 it was more prejudicial than probative in the case, but technically that evidence as presented didn't directly refer to my client, although you can put things together as to where this famous video is coming from. But we're right at the precipice of getting into and establishing or suggesting an after-the-fact conspiracy involving my client. And that's going to raise some serious severance concerns, because now my client is going to trial with two Dirty Harry style vigilantes, if I understand the import of these of the post. And we now have this after-the-fact conspiracy, which the state has cleverly found a way to get right up to the precipice without actually implicating my client in it. And again, that's going to put us in a severance posture. And if I'm right, the next witness that McMichael defendants are calling, I suspect we're going to get into more of the same. And if, in fact, the state has intentions of going into any more after-the-fact conspiracy evidence or vigilante evidence in this case, then I think that the court should address what they intend to go into before they do it, and not make me stand up and object in the presence of the jury. Because I'm just not as fluid as some of the other people in this case with these 803s and 403s, and heaven forbid I would make a speaking objection in front of the jury that the state might find objectionable or the court might find objectionable. So if the state intends to go down that path with the next...
All right, a few minutes ago, someone was just arrested by all the protesters for carrying a firearm within 100 feet of 1,000 feet of a school. I guess there's a school right in that area. Trying to see, because the video is posted on social media. I guess we missed this one. He looks like he's wearing dark clothing. Doesn't mean anything, but let me see if this video shows anything more. Nothing. It doesn't even play. Police just swarmed him and arrested him. So it's a guy with long hair, black jacket, black hat. I haven't seen this guy at all. I haven't seen him leading up to this whole thing. The video's on Twitter. I'll retweet it right now. So you can find it on Twitter. I'll retweet it right now. Well, let's go back to this trial. No. Now they just went on break. Oh, beautiful. Here, so I've just retweeted that. Go to Steve Oatley on Twitter, at Steve Oatley on Twitter, and you'll see it. Apparently, they arrested him for. Apparently, they arrested him for possessing a weapon. Also, Jack Posobiec just posted something in a breaking news article. It says, note shows that the deadlocked jury is requesting to see the fortified image of the Kyle Rittenhouse from the prosecutor's photo analyst. I mean, I don't want to critique people, but how hard is it to pay attention to a date? Or just the court case? Because if you pay attention to the court case so far, and maybe it's just because we've been live streaming every single day of it, so we don't miss it. This whole thing was going on yesterday. This was question number 5. It was addressed yesterday in length, and it actually says received yesterday on top. But they're putting it out as like it's happening now. That in fact, I don't believe the jury's asked a single question today, which is kind of interesting. So I guess right across from the courthouse is Ruther High School, which is why anyone with a gun that is in that location, they're being asked if they have a concealed carry permit, I believe, because you need it to be near school property. Someone else, this is not a news article. But yeah, I'm just trying to get all caught up to everything. See what is going on, because I was picking up my kids, so I kind of stepped away for a minute. So for anyone that missed anything today and you're not sure what has transpired so far today, let me tell you. All right, so the only thing that's come out of the courtroom at all today is the judge called everybody in. There were some rumors about something to do with a news organization. The judge called everyone in around 11 o'clock, around 12 o'clock Eastern time today. He called the defense in, he called the prosecution in. I don't believe he called the jury, but he called all the media in as well. And he gave an account of a traffic stop yesterday that involved an alleged MSNBC reporter. Apparently the MSNBC producer was following the jury van. And he blew a red light or something like that. So when police actually stopped him, he said he was following the jury van. He said he was doing it under the direction of a producer named Irene I forgot what BYON, I believe it was, Bion, that he was working under the direction of that producer, and he named them both. The James Madison was the first, right? James Morrison was the first person. He was the guy that was driving the vehicle. Now, MSNBC or NBC News actually came out and issued a statement saying he was a freelancer that was working with them, and neglected to mention their producer in New York, who has since taken down her social media completely. She took down her Twitter page, she took down her LinkedIn page, and tried to scrub her online presence, which, if you've been paying attention to anything that's happened in the past year, innocent people typically do not delete their entire social medias as soon as their name gets put out. So it's just... It's very peculiar, but the judge barred MSNBC from anywhere in the. It's not just the courtroom. He barred them from the courthouse and the courthouse property for the duration of this trial, pending an investigation into what actually transpired. Now, what's interesting about it, there's been several tweets. Steve Lookner has retweeted a bunch of tweets from the liberal shill news networks, essentially saying. This is standard practice to follow jurors. That's apparently Court TV is saying that this is standard practice. Let's not Court TV, but Court TV commentators are saying it's standard practice to follow jurors. Again, this leads me to the question: why aren't these jurors sequestered, and why do they stop at 5 o'clock every day? Why are they not pressing these jurors to actually do their job, and the judge to do his job? And actually try to get these guys and gals, the members of the jury, to actually do their job. You know, it's very frustrating to me. According to the judge, a person who identified as James Jim Morrison and claimed that he was a producer with NBC News or MSNBC under the supervision of someone named Irene Byron was pulled over following the bus of the Kyle Rittenhouse jurors last night, at which point he then banned them and said they're doing an investigation. And you know, I guess the defense didn't ask for another mistrial because of that. Likely they could have if they really wanted to, but they didn't. I think that that trial that we were watching may have concluded for the day, or is this an ad? I can't tell. No, that's an ad. That's a long-ass ad. Gotta get that back queued up so it's proper. But yeah, we're just waiting. We're waiting to see what is transpiring with everything. There's a lot of little stories going on, but again, everyone's just waiting. One of the things that the defense attorney in the Aubrey case was just complaining about is I must have pressed the wrong button on my radio while I was picking up my cars, and CNN was on the radio, and I was listening to it, and I wasn't really listening, but I was kind of listening, if you know what I mean. And CNN was talking about how there's a massive rally outside of the actual Aubrey trial right now. And that's what the defense attorney was arguing. He's like, how can anyone say that this isn't, that, their case isn't prejudiced by a ginormous Black Lives Matter rally that's taking place outside of the courthouse, in as much on the courthouse steps. So I don't know the specifics about that case, to be completely honest. I'm not going to state an opinion on it. I didn't follow it. We didn't watch it happen live like we did with the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. That's why I'm pretty opinionated about Rittenhouse, because, well, we watched it live, so I saw what happened live. And the thing about live, when you watch it live, you see what actually happened. And we saw, every single one that watched with us that night, thousands and thousands of people, we all saw Kyle Rittenhouse get attacked and then have to defend himself. And then I could go over here and surprise him and be like, what do you have to say about that? And then he's not going to answer because he's so focused on his tablet right now. And then I could switch back. You know what I mean? And then the other one that's sitting in the chair that just picked up his head. See? Lean in. There you go. There he is. Live, Riley. You're going to be famous, kid. Someone said it's ATL that will be found guilty. No, they're not in Atlanta. They're in like a really rural suburb in Georgia. I don't know how far it is from Atlanta. Someone else said if Kyle is found guilty, adults need to rally in Kenosha. This kid has done enough. Laura said one lawyer on Fox said the best for mistrial is not sequestered the jury. Yeah, and here's the thing. I guess a lot of lawyers, including someone that we all know, a lot of lawyers are saying that they're not going to issue a mistrial now. They're not going to essentially waste a mistrial if the jury comes back with an acquittal. The motion for mistrial, the judge could already have his mind made up and just say, okay, we're going to declare a mistrial, as soon as the guilty verdict comes in based on that, especially because they specifically requested the evidence that the validity of it is in question right now. So someone said I found the kid's mugshot. Yeah, he was a 20-year-old kid. He's been arrested several times. I saw that too. I didn't post it because I didn't want to. He's a kid. But yeah, if that makes sense. I didn't want to post his information out there. Just a kid. MSNBC said 5 minutes ago, from all the information we've learned, I believe my brother to be a co-conspirator in a coup attempt against the United States government, so I think expulsion is actually the most appropriate step, says Jennifer Gosser, younger sister of Rep. Oh my God. I'm going to go. You ready? Everyone buckle up. Mini rant, except I won't curse because I can't curse because the kids are sitting there. Actually, I could curse. I curse in front of them all the time. You want to know who the enemy is of this country right now? Mainstream media. Doesn't matter what news outlet. Doesn't matter whether it's Newsmax, Fox News. Actually, I don't know about Newsmax. I just don't like that they bowed down and we're going to make all their employees get vaccinated or, submit to testing. That's kind of cowardly, if you ask me. But, Fox News with the propaganda that they do, it's so weird to watch that over and over and over. But I don't know who's calling me. I can't answer. Leave a message. We'll call you back. That's how it works. MSNBC has proven today that they don't care about our justice system, especially if you listen to some of the conversation that's been going on and taking place. They truly don't care about us as a country at all. I mean, this you're telling me that they try to make an argument that following, actually they didn't, MSNBC is just trying to skirt the idea or skirt through the whole thing. And the whole time I was in the car, I listened to Fox News and CNN, both of them. And I was just thinking, am I going to hear anybody talk about how an MSNBC producer was chasing down jurors in the back of a van, trying to essentially dox them? I don't know what the plan was. Not at all. 55 minutes in the vehicle listening to the radio between those two stations, not even a mention of it, which is really surprising because you would think it would be running on the front page. The judge has barred a national news organization from being anywhere in the courthouse, let alone in the courtroom, anywhere on the courthouse grounds. He's barred them from being there. And you're telling me that shouldn't be running everywhere right now? You're telling me that the media hasn't just crossed that line? I mean, think about what's gone on recently. The New York Times, the FBI raided an independent journalist's home. They got a court injunction to stop that. Actually, multiple journalists with Project Veritas. And I'm not a huge fan of Project Veritas. You guys know that. But the FBI raided the homes of several of their journalists, including O'Keefe, or whatever his name is. What is it, John Keefe? John O'Keefe? I don't know. The O'Keefe guy. They ran, they served a search warrant at 5:30 in the morning at his house. They get an injunction against the FBI. So what happens? The FBI leaks the documents to the New York Times, who publishes it. Now, they're fighting against the New York Times right now anyway, and I believe they already had a lawsuit against the New York Times ongoing. The New York Times literally published, privileged information, attorney-client correspondence that was leaked to them by the FBI. Our government is leaking things. Like, you want to just fully understand how batshit crazy our country is now? Just turn on the news. Listen to the propaganda that's being fed out to you, I firmly believe that. This is the title of my book, the new book that, not the new book, the book I've been working on that I just decided to switch its whole focus. It's at war with America. Our media, mainstream media outlets, regardless of what size, they're at war with us as the general population. Fox News is reporting what stories they want to do while still pushing, mindless propaganda. Whether you want to agree with it or not, there's still shows on there I watch, and if I have to listen to a news station, I listen to them. But it's just mindless propaganda. If we had the resources to go 24/7, true 24/7, have live programming every single day, we would. We just don't. Because, ultimately that's the quest that we have here, is just to try to stop, give people another outlet. But you have Fox News provide, and they're not as bad, like on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 means you're like evil, spawn of Satan, and 1 means like, okay, you're great. Fox News probably like a 4 or 3 maybe. But then you have MSNBC and you have CNN. CNN is a propaganda network. You can't even turn it on. They're talking about how great it is that there's a rally going on outside of the courthouse where the jury can hear the protesters outside. CNN is literally praising that kind of behavior. CNN minimizes riots. We saw it last year where they're saying, oh, it's mostly peaceful as fires are burning behind them. Just how nuts they are. They have hosts come on that are still, talking about how, what are you doing? Oh, all right. Well, never mind. I'll be right back. My wife was in the shadows. I didn't see her. Unbelievable. Anyway, my wife was just picking up the kids. But she was hiding because I got a big light right here, so I can't see because it's shining, so you could see it's very light. So she was like behind the light, so I couldn't even tell. And I saw one of the kids get up, and he's like, when I said, what are you doing? He's like, Mom's here. Oh, sorry about that. Mainstream media is the enemy. Whether or not, that's a harsh thing to say, but it's true. Someone said Newsmax is way better than Fox Dude. I do like a few shows on Fox. See, I have a problem with Newsmax for one reason. One, I had the first show, Wake Up America. You could track back. My show was called Wake Up America before they copied it. That's just something that ticks me off a little bit. And to be honest, I don't know. I just think they need more. They have such a good legwork. They could. Fine, I'll take it back. Newsmax is okay. I don't like that they were just going to blindly comply with the OSHA requirement. Don't like that at all. And now look what happens. That's been, booted. Someone said, do you think MSNBC was the only one following the bus? No, they're the only ones that got caught. No, we've already known this. That's why there should have been a mistrial before the trial even started. You had Cortez Rice, who's a streamer from Minneapolis. Apparently he's related somehow to George Floyd. Cortez Rice literally made a tweet and said that during jury selection, they had someone in there. He made a video. They had people in there. They know who the jurors are. They're going to find out. They have people in there. He made a video that says that. For them to even allow this to continue on at that point doesn't make any sense. In all reality, when you actually look at the bigger picture of everything going on, it's amazing that this trial hasn't been declared a mistrial yet. It really is. But I don't know. I don't watch Newsmax enough to know whether I detest them as much as I detest everybody else. I really don't. Even last night, who's the guy, Brett Baer or someone? He had some anti-Trumper book writer on there that was making all these stupid allegations, and I was just like, how can you do that? Like, you're literally giving someone a platform to peddle lies. That's the thing that I find perplexing. You give someone a platform to say something that you easily could verify isn't true. And then, yes, you may have to do a correction later, or yes, you may have to go and try to counter that narrative. But why give someone a platform to tell lies? It doesn't make any sense. It's like saying, oh, that whoever it was wrote a book about how they were so worried that Donald Trump was going to use the Insurrection Act after the election that they moved troops from Fort Bragg and a bunch of other bases all the way up to D.C., and they put active duty troops in our capital. And that was a decision. The decision wasn't because there was this big crazy threat that was going on. This author is saying that decision was meant purely to occupy those troops so that Donald Trump couldn't put in the Insurrection Act into place, which was never on the cards anyway. Anyone with a single brain cell left, but apparently in Washington no one does. And that's the problem with the media outlets in Washington is you don't have any truly honest reporters anymore because the ones that are honest are all independent now. They really are. The ones that are honest and stand up for what they believe in, they all go and separate and become independent. That's what they do, and that's what they've done. So I do have, I don't, that's the thing I don't like, or pushing vaccinations. I don't like it when a news organization is pushing vaccinations. You can provide whatever evidence you want. You can even provide an opinion about it. But to go on and say that something's great and great and great, and there's a very, very small chance of myocarditis, or whatever the hell that word is that I can never say, and I'll probably never be able to say it. To say it's such a small chance of it happening, it doesn't matter if it's a small chance. What matter? I mean, that's like saying, oh, you have a small chance of dying by a gunshot if you walk around on the streets of Chicago. There's a very good chance that that's going to happen. Maybe a small chance, but you literally have to do everything. Like, the solution to not getting shot in Chicago is not go to Chicago. They're like, oh, it's okay to do it. Only 40,000 people have been affected by gunshots in Chicago. And you know what? I'm changing the words around so I don't get kicked off of YouTube, but you guys know what I mean. Someone said, did the jury finish deliberations? No. But the other trial is back, so I'm going to throw that on. This is the Ahmaud Arbery case. I'm going to throw that on, and I'll be back as soon as I hear anything about the Rittenhouse trial.
All right for the jury. Seated.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the case from Travis McMichael.
Your Honor, on behalf of Travis McMichael, we rest.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Greg McMichael.
Your Honor, on behalf of Greg McMichael, we rest.
On behalf of Mr. Bryan.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Bryan, we've discussed this with the state. Rather than being compelled to republish the Night Owl porch video, still picture of Mr. Bryan's residence, republished Night Owl 2 video with the trucks, and rather than publishing this excerpts from the state exhibits of investigator Officer Minshew and Detective Lowry, the state has agreed that we don't need to republish those today since we went through that yesterday. Reserve the right to do that during closing statements.
So that's been discussed with the state.
It has, Your Honor.
With that understanding, we rest.
Anything in rebuttal from the state?
No, Your Honor, nothing in rebuttal.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what that means is that all of the evidence that will be presented in this case has been presented. So let me tell you how we're going to proceed from here. There are matters that the court's going to need to address. That's going to take a little bit of time. We are going to go ahead and adjourn until Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Okay? So you are not going to be required to be in court tomorrow, but you are going to be required to be here at 9 o'clock Monday morning. Now, over this period of time, again, I'm going to repeat these instructions, which hopefully you're thinking about even in your sleep. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Don't let anybody discuss the case with you. Don't go looking for any information about the case. If anybody is talking about the case in your presence of hearing, you need to walk away. And if anybody is approaching you about the case and wanting to talk to you or trying to talk to you about it, you need to make sure you walk away and contact the court so that we can get that matter addressed. Again, if you have social media, don't go looking at your social media accounts. Don't go picking up newspapers. Don't be flipping through stations and get caught on a station that's talking about the case. Don't do any of that. And I understand I've said those instructions a number of times, and you've heard them before, and I see I've got a lot of nodding heads, so everybody understands the importance of those instructions. So again, we will reconvene Monday morning at 9 o'clock. I think the way we're moving right now, that will be for closing arguments or closing statements by counsel, and we'll proceed with the case at that time. So I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your attention here in the Superior Court of Glynn County, and we'll see you Monday morning at 9 o'clock. All right, thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Let's go ahead and perfect the record. Any motions or other matters for the court with the evidence being in?
None from the state. I will go ahead and make sure all the evidence is organized and put appropriately together.
From Travis McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we would just renew the motion for directed verdict of acquittal we made at the end of the state's case. Same arguments. I won't repeat any of them here, but I want to adopt all of them and apply them here at the end of the evidence.
If I remember correctly, that motion was made on behalf of both McMichael defendants.
Yeah,
so I understand it's being adopted by both McMichael defendants. Mr. Bryan.
Your Honor, we renew our motion for directed verdict, and we also, I think, we joined in the McMichael motion, so we join in renewing theirs as well.
For the record, then, those motions having been made, the court denies those motions as presented, but they've been perfected from the record, or into the record. Anything from the state before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
From Travis McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryan?
No, Your Honor.
Before we break, if you could give Sam a good email address so that we can forward to you the court's proposed charge, as I indicated that I would. So if you could do that before you leave, that would be appreciated. Let's plan on giving everybody an extra hour tomorrow morning to go and do whatever you want to do for an hour. So let's plan on 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we'll plan a charge conference at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Well, shit. Now what are we gonna do? Just wait, I suppose, for anything to come out of Kenosha. That was Georgia that we were watching there. Gonna have to. What is this? Woodbridge, Virginia. Police are investigating a shooting near the Potomac Mills Mall in Woodbridge, Virginia. heavy police scene. This is the same area where there was that international terror threat 2 weeks ago, where they where they said they were going to target malls. Police are looking for 2 men, one with what looked like an Uzi, who opened fire at the mall. This is breaking right now, like 2 minutes ago. Officers are currently investigating an incident a shooting that occurred in the area of the Potomac Mills Mall. Heavy police presence, like I just said. Again, remember there was the ISIS terror threat. I believe it was an ISIS threat that ISIS operatives were going to attack people. It was around Halloween, remember? But they did a threat for Woodbridge and Alexandria, saying that they planned to attack people at a mall. Now you just have allegedly two people that got out of a vehicle and started shooting at people in a mall in this same area. This is very crazy. We see, here's another one. Cops rush to secure a mall in Virginia after reports of gunfire as police ask the public to avoid the area. The Prince William County Police Department confirmed officers are investigating a shooting in the area of Potomac Mills Mall. There's nothing. You see. Man, they write quick up here. The news, local news here, they write fast. They've already got articles out. Almost all the local news up here. NBC4 has it. Fox 5 DC has it already. WJLA has it already. Leakers Post. It's crazy. It just happened. You see if the police have an update. Now, I wonder if there's video of it so far. Well, actually, I just see this one. This article has been updated to say there is no active threat. That's weird. Why would you say there's no active threat if the suspected gunman got away? Also, the FBI today has issued I believe, arrest warrant. 2 suspected Iranian computer hackers have been charged with election interference, accused of trying to intimidate American voters ahead of last year's U.S. presidential election by sending threatening messages and spreading misinformation. The effort attracted publicity in the run-up to the November 2020 election when law enforcement and intelligence officials held an unusual evening news conference to accuse Iran of orchestrating an email campaign aimed at intimidating Democratic voters in battleground states so they would vote for then-President-elect Donald Trump. Complete and utter bullshit, mind you. That included a message that was purported to be from a far-right group, the Proud Boys, that threatened Democratic voters with physical harm if they didn't change their party affiliation to vote for Trump. U.S. officials say the goal of the far-reaching influence operation was not to change the results of the election, but to sow confusion and discord and create the perception that results could not be trusted. Weird, huh? Cyber Division Assistant Director Brian Vardan discusses the FBI's role in unsealing of the grand jury indictment of the 2 Iranian individuals involved with interfering in the election. Here, can you guys... I think you should be able to hear it. Hold on.
FBI insists to publicly announce the Iranian campaign.
Which is... they're just going to repeat what I just said. The guy has a voice that would...
American.
Like one of those teachers that like down the neck. The indictment filed Thursday in the federal court in Manhattan and unsealed it was filed in federal court in Manhattan and unsealed on Thursday, accuses Iranian nationals named Saeed Mohammed Hussein, or Hussein, not spelt the same way as scumbag, and Musa Qasimi. Oh wait, that's the whole guy's name. Never mind. It's Saeed Mohammed Hussein Musaf Qasimi and Sahid Kashan of helping to orchestrate the scheme. The Treasury Department is also announcing sanctions against the 2 men, their colleagues, and the company they worked for. The defendants are not in custody and are believed to still be in Iran, but officials hope the indictment and accompanying sanctions will restrict their ability to travel. The FBI said both men should be considered international flight risks. Kazemi is described as an Iranian male born June 18th, 1997. Oh, he's just a kid. I was born like 14 years before him, 13 years before him. Pretty close to the date, though. He is between 5'5" and 6 foot tall, 180 to 185 pounds, with dark brown hair and brown eyes. Kashian is described as an Iranian male born on September 17th, 1994. He's between 5'5" and 6 foot tall. I mean, can we be honest? They're probably 5'5", and 130 to 140 pounds. Why would, you can't even figure out his height? With dark brown hair and brown eyes. They're offering a $10 million reward for information on or about activities of... What? Man, I want to go to Iran and get me some money. What? You just bring them back to you? As part of the cyber campaign, officials say the hackers attempted to compromise the voter websites in 11 states and successfully downloaded voter information for more than 100,000 people in one state. They also sent what officials described as carefully curated messages to Americans of both major political parties. The Republican officials and people associated with the Trump campaign, the indictment says, to the Republican officials and people associated with the Trump campaign, the indictment says the hackers crafted Facebook messages that falsely claimed that Democrats were planning to commit voter fraud. A manufactured video spread through social media platforms purported to show an individual hacking into state voting websites and registering fraudulent absentee ballots. Oh, this is all a big fucking cover-up. That's all it is. Oh, let's just name some random people from Iran that don't probably exist in real life and just say they're responsible for all the real things that happen. In the case of the Democrats, officials say the hackers sent emails that threatened to come after voters who didn't support Trump. This indictment details how two Iran-based actors waged a targeted, coordinated campaign to erode confidence in the integrity of the U.S. electoral system and to sow discord among Americans. Assistant Attorney General Matthew Olson, head of the Justice Department's National Security Division, said in the statement, the allegations illustrate how foreign disinformation campaigns operate and to seek influence in the American public. Interesting. Let's see if there's anything new about that shooting at the mall in Potomac Mills. That's probably an hour and a half away from me. Okay, so here's the latest update. This is per assignment editor with where does he work? WUSA 9, local news up here. In reference to the shooting at Potomac Mills Mall, there's no active threat to the public. One gunshot wound victim is at an area hospital receiving treatment. The shooting was isolated to one store in the mall. The investigation continues. That's kind of interesting. And it's very important to realize I don't believe that either. I'm not much of a conspiracy theorist person, but based on everything that's happening in this country lately, I don't know. We had a terror threat that came out that said that people were going to shoot up malls. That was like 2 weeks ago. And then now someone shoots up a mall in the same exact location as where those terror threats went out. And they're saying, oh, it has no connection. I don't believe that. I don't believe it at all. And even if they maintained that it was different, I still don't believe it. They could literally, I don't believe it. Not at all. They're guilty, especially if the FBI is the one talking about it. Here's something interesting. January 1st to October 31st, the Portland Police Department responded to 112 overdose death calls. Overdoses, especially those involving fentanyl, have increased dramatically. For the first time, 100,000 Americans have died of drug overdoses in 1 year, U.S. health officials say. The reason cited is a growing prevalence of deadly fentanyl, which is coming through the border. A lot of it's coming through the border. A lot's coming on container ships from China, as Donald Trump said, China. An estimated 100,000 Americans have died from overdoses in one calendar year, a never-before-seen milestone that health officials say is tied to the COVID-19 pandemic and more dangerous drug supply. Overdose deaths have been rising for more than 2 decades, accelerated in the past 2 years, and according to new data posted on Wednesday, it jumped nearly 30% in the last year. President Joe Biden called it a tragic milestone in a statement as his administration pressed Congress to devote billions of dollars more to address the issue. This is unacceptable and it requires an unprecedented response, said Dr. Gupta, director of the National Drug Control Policy. Except our country right now has given $5 billion to Pfizer. $5 billion to Pfizer to buy, I think, what is it, 10 million or 10 billion? $500 a whack COVID treatment pills from Pfizer. Yeah. So Pfizer makes a vaccine that's supposed to keep you from catching COVID. And now that you catch COVID, even though you've been vaccinated, you can buy this. The government now is buying these extremely expensive pills from Pfizer. Are you paying attention yet? As Jack says all the time. It's such a sham, dude. I don't care. Drug overdoses now surpass death from car crashes, guns, and even flu and pneumonia. The total that is close to that of diabetes, the nation's number 7 cause of death. Drawing from the latest available death certificate data, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that over 100,300 Americans died of drug overdoses from May 2020 to April 2021. It's not an official account, though. It could take many months for death investigations involving fatalities to become final, so the agency made the estimate based on 98,000 reports it's received thus far. The CDC, who you can't trust in anything, previously reported that there were about 93,000 overdose deaths in 2020, the highest number recorded in a calendar year. Robert Anderson, the CDC's chief of mortality statistics, definitely not a guy you could trust, said the 2021 tally is likely to surpass 100,000. Dr. Daniel Cicerone said 2021 is going to be terrible. He's a drug policy expert at the University of California, San Francisco. The new data shows many of the deaths involve illicit fentanyl, a highly lethal opioid that 5 years ago surpassed heroin as the type of drug involved in the most overdose deaths. Dealers have mixed fentanyl with other drugs, the reason that the deaths from methamphetamines and cocaine are also rising. Drug cartels in Mexico are using chemicals from China to mass produce and distribute fentanyl and meth across America, said Ann Milgram. Anyway, to administer the Drug Enforcement she is administrator of the Drug Enforcement Administration, also a hack. This year, the DEA has seized 12,000 pounds of fentanyl, a record amount, she said. But public health experts and even police officials say that law enforcement measures will not stop the epidemic and more needs to be done to dampen demand and prevent deaths. The CDC has not yet calculated racial and ethnic breakdowns of overdose victims. It found the estimated death toll rose in all but 4 states. Those 4 states were Delaware, New Hampshire, New Jersey, and South Dakota, compared to the same period a year earlier. The states with the largest increases were Vermont. Oh, it's weird. Vermont has the largest increase of fentanyl deaths. I believe it also has a lot of COVID cases going on, too. Is there a correlation there? I have no idea. Maybe. West Virginia also is at 62%, and Kentucky is at 55%. Minnesota also saw an increase of about 39%, with an estimated overdose deaths rising 1,188 in May 2020. I wonder if they included... Do you know who I'm wondering? George Floyd. Was he? Do you think they included that? It's weird that they said Minneapolis. Minnesota saw an increase of 39%, with an estimated overdose death rising to 1,188 beginning in May 2020 to April 2021, from 858 people in the previous 12-month period. So just like everything else in America, everything's going up. Right? Fentanyl deaths are going up. Drug overdose are going up. Death rates are going up. COVID cases are going up. COVID deaths are going up. The cost of fuel is going up. The cost of bread is going up. The amount of taxes you can pay is going to go up. Everything is going up. That is the Biden plan. I think I'm going to publish a book about Biden's accomplishments. It's going to be an empty book, but I'm going to sell it for like $15.99, and I'm going to take all the money to be able to pay for all the taxes that we're going to end up owing as a company. I think that's a pretty good idea, right? And I'm just going to have a picture of Biden like falling asleep on the cover, and it's just going to be a Biden's book of empty promises. I think that's a good deal. I think it's a good one. I'll dedicate it to Bernie Sanders. Among this year's victims are Travis Gustafson, who died in February at the age of 21, and his blood was found to show signs of fentanyl, heroin, marijuana, and the sedative Xanax. Gustafson was close to his mother, 2 brothers, and the rest of his family, said his grandmother. He was well known for his easy smile. That's sad. He could be crying when he was a little guy, but if someone smiled at him, he immediately stopped crying and smiled back. That sucks, man. Drugs are bad. They're bad. I've said that for a long time. I hate drugs. And I'll be honest, I have very little sympathy for those that use drugs, and I know a lot of people get really pissed off when I say that, but I'm not in the business of not being honest. I'm a very honest fella, and don't like drugs. They destroy lives, and the people that use them usually destroy their lives too. So the Young Turks tweeted out something a couple of minutes or 15 hours ago. Screw them. Cenk Uygur, whatever the hell his name is. I have no idea. They're irrelevant to me. But I'm just talking about stuff, so I'm going to do it anyway. It says, whether he's convicted or not, Rittenhouse went to the protest in hopes that he could shoot someone, he said, so matter-of-factly. He's got his wish, and now all of you racists have made him your folk hero because you all have Rambo fantasies about killing people you disagree with or that do not look like you. Again, that's an idiot liberal that's trying to bring race into something where race does not have any place. There's no reason. Race has no place in the Kenosha shooting. They have no place. Hey, well, I take that back. Unless you're talking about why Kyle is behind bars, because race has everything to do with it. It's because he's a white guy. And that's the reason why media is covering it. It's because he's a white guy. Again, I mean, like you would. No, I did this the other day. I could do it again real quick. I could do it again. Watch. I'm just going to go to this little website right here. Let's see how many mass shootings we've had today. Oh, no, yesterday. 3 mass shootings. We had a mass shooting in the Bronx, New York. Here, let's view the source and see the story about it. Williamsburg in the Bronx. Shooters inside an SUV opened fire in the Bronx on Wednesday evening, wounding 4 people, including a teen who was shot in the head. A black SUV pulled up on Burke Avenue near Barnes Avenue around 5 p.m. 2 people in an SUV opened fire, striking an 18-year-old in the head and sending him to the hospital. The teen was initially listed in critical condition, but his condition was upgraded early this morning to stable. A 15-year-old boy and a 26-year-old man and a 60-year-old woman were also shot. At least 2 of them were unintended targets. None of the victims had criminal records that might connect them to the shooting. The SUV driver made a U-turn after the shooting and drove off. Detectives at the scene found at least 8 bullet casings. Family at the scene said the 18-year-old victim was a smart and quiet kid. They said he's great with computers. They do not believe he had anything to do with the shooting. And of course, just like always with the mass shootings, police have not released any suspect information other than what I just said in there. No suspect has been arrested. No suspect information has been made available. Here's another one that happened yesterday. East St. Louis. 1 person dead, 3 others injured in East St. Louis Wednesday afternoon. This was a broad daylight shooting. Wednesday afternoon. 1 person killed, 3 others injured in a shooting on East St. Louis Wednesday afternoon. Illinois State Police said the shooting happened around 4:40 p.m. in the 8300 block of State Street, not far from Illinois Route 157. Police said one of the victims, a 25-year-old man, was pronounced dead at the scene of the shooting. St. Clair County Coroner Calvin Dye Sr. identified the victim as Cornelius Island. The other 3 victims were rushed to the hospital. 1 was airlifted and 2 others were taken by ambulance. The Illinois State Police said they do not know the conditions of the surviving victims. Illinois State Police troopers are assisting with the investigation, which is ongoing, and the story will be updated when more information becomes available. But again, no suspect information is available. You want to talk about real race and crimes? I can almost guarantee that all those victims and probably the shooter were African American. You want to, I'm doing this to be relevant. Everyone's talking about how Kyle Rittenhouse killed 4 people, and that's a racial crime. It's a crime against black people, and they're out having BLM protests outside of the courthouse right now. It doesn't really make sense when you actually have actual gun crime, actual black on black crime. If Black Lives Matter, why aren't you out protesting? Here's another one. You want to protest for this. Chicago, Illinois, yesterday, 4 people were shot. We don't have a lot of information about it except to say that 4 people were shot in the 1200 block of West Randolph Street in Chicago. A 36-year-old male was shot in the left leg. A 34-year-old male was shot in the leg, but he's critical. A 41-year-old male was shot in the knee, and a 31-year-old female was shot in the leg as well. Crazy stuff, right? But don't wait, there's more. Newburgh, New York. That's a little. I mean, I didn't know it was bad in Newburgh, but apparently it is. Newburgh, New York is in Middlesex County. It's right outside of the city. Kind of like you go Bronx, White Plains, then you're kind of up there. Rockland County, New York. That's what I was trying to say. City of Newburgh. City leaders are poised to declare a state of emergency after 4 teenagers were shot Wednesday near a school campus. Mayor Torrance Harvey said the city council and city staff are considering an action at a meeting tonight. The council will also discuss a task force that includes outside law enforcement agencies such as the FBI, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and state police should be formed. I guess it's Orange County, not Rockland, to be formed to address gun violence in Newburgh. We hate to do it, he said, but if it's something the council and city government agree on, then there's a need for it. The shootings prompted the closure of Newburgh Free Academy's campuses on Thursday, although they occurred a couple of blocks away from the South Middle School, which remained open. It's the second time this week that a shooting has closed the Hudson Valley School. Poughkeepsie High School has been closed since Tuesday after gunfire was reported outside of the school on Monday. The Newburgh shootings took place around 3:30 p.m. on Wednesday. City police said they received a shot spotter notification near William Street and Carson Avenue and found 3 gunshot victims near 98th Street. 2 of them had gunshot wounds to their legs, and a third had 2 gunshot wounds to his stomach. They were taken to a hospital where a 4th gunshot victim who had been shot in his legs was found. The victims were all Newburgh residents and aged between 16 and 18. It's crazy, right? New York also had a shooting. When was this? On the 15th. I probably already talked about this earlier in the week. These are all mass shootings, mind you. These are qualified mass shootings. Everyone's talking about how there was an active shooter, mass shooter in Kenosha, Wisconsin, right? There's a huge trial. They got a guy going on murder. How many of you guys think you are going to hear about these? Matter of fact, let's just go to a comparable one, right? So 2 people injured. Richmond, Virginia. This one took place on the 12th. So this is deadlier. Well, it's the same amount of deadly, more casualties than the Rittenhouse shooting. Let's find out. Let's hear if you know. 4th suspect in Friday's homicide on 9 Mile Road in Richmond turned himself in on Wednesday, according to police. On Wednesday, just before 8 p.m., the remaining suspect in the shootings that led to the death of 2 children turned him in at Richmond Police Headquarters. The shooting led to the deaths of a 14-year-old named Raquan Logan and a 9-year-old short pump boy whose family identified him as Abdul Bani Ahmed. The suspect was one of 4 in the case, a 17-year-old kid. He's charged with the following: murder, 2 counts. Use of aggravated firearm, commission of a felony, 8 counts. Aggravated malicious wounding, 2 counts. Possession of a firearm by a minor. Shooting into an occupied vehicle. Shooting from a moving vehicle. Attempted murder. The Richmond police said, I continued to commend the officers, major crime detectives, and they don't even, this kid was 17. They haven't even released his name. And he's 17 years old. Unbelievable. And because remember, it said 1 of 4 people that were arrested. Of the other 3 people, 2 others are 17-year-old boys and an 18-year-old named Clinton Baker. I messed up your name, but I don't care. You're a scumbag murderer, and you murdered a 9-year-old. Fucking, oh. So, which one's worse? Are we gonna hear about these? Is Court TV going to be in Richmond, Virginia? And are there going to be Black Lives Matter protests outside of the courthouse in Richmond, Virginia in about a couple of months as these 17-year-old kids who shot up and killed other kids? Now, keep in mind, there's major differences in this case, the Richmond case that I just talked about versus the case in Kenosha, Washington. Hold on to your seatbelts because I'm about to rant. If you want to pay attention to what the differences are, 1, you have a shooter. Or in this case, you have multiple shooters. In the Richmond case, you have multiple shooters. Of the 4 shooters in Richmond, 3 of them are 17 years old. Likely, not a single one of them is white. We already know that. The victims were not white. So there's already, let's pretend, boom, color doesn't matter anymore. The similarities between the two shootings are pretty prevalent, right? Because you have a white kid in Kenosha who was being attacked and ended up shooting 3 other white people. And then you have 4 kids, an 18-year-old still a kid. You have 4 kids that shoot and kill 2 kids and injure 2 others, like actual children. Which one is of more importance? And I know I'm probably going to piss off a lot of people that are watching my feed right now, and so be it. I'm going to piss off a lot of you guys, and that's fine. BLM is protesting outside right now in the cold 35-degree weather in Kenosha, Wisconsin, because of a white kid who was being attacked by sexual predators. I want to be honest and say I have zero sympathy for the loss of Joseph Rosenbaum. He was a child rapist. I don't care whether the guy deserved to live or didn't deserve to get shot, or he was mental or bipolar or beat his girlfriend the day before. I don't care about all that. To me, the guy is good riddance. And I know it's a horrible thing to say, but he's a pedophile, literally a convicted pedophile. He has 5 victims under the age of 11, confirmed victims, 5 of them. 5. So him being gone, good on you, Kyle, good on you. And you were being attacked, so it was justified. It was on video. But let's talk about the other ones, because already the Richmond case is way worse, right? Because you killed a 14-year-old and 9-year-old. They didn't even get a chance to fuck up in their life yet. You killed a 14-year-old and a 9-year-old. BLM is not going to protest. And I would fucking pay for it. Where is BLM 757? Where is BLM, what is it? Augusta County. All the fake people from Nexus Services. Bonnie Chapman and all the other lazy scumbags that are going out protesting sheriffs. How come you're not down in Richmond right now protesting for true black lives? The innocent black lives that were killed by other kids. How come now we have protests taking place outside of the courthouse in Georgia, but not a single person? How come Reverend Al Sharpton, Reverend whatever fuckface is down in Georgia right now? How come they're not up here in Richmond mourning the loss of a 9-year-old? A 9-year-old. Doesn't make any sense. Do you know why the mainstream media doesn't care about these kids? Because they're black. I will be honest and say that's the reason why I say all the time we are at war in America. The media is literally made it so you don't care anymore. They don't even cover it. They don't even cover this story. Google right now how many shootings. Let's look up this kid's name. Oh, fuck him. Look up this kid's name. Raquan Logan. Raquan Logan. 14-year-old boy. Look up his name and then look up the name of JoJo shitbag child pedophile Rosenbaum. See who has more articles and who deserves more. Find out how many more articles have been written since Wednesday. You want to understand why race is always going to be a problem in America? It's because mainstream media, no one holds them accountable. No one's going up to MSNBC right now protesting outside for trying to screw over this kid again. No one protests Joy Reid for all her race-baiting propaganda bullshit. No one protests against Joe Scarborough, who says Kyle Rittenhouse shot 70 rounds or 60 rounds. And then he tries to say, well, he shot all those rounds in 60 seconds. You literally say you shot 60 rounds. There's a huge difference. Nobody cares. They don't care about it. You know what's sad? The people that actually care about it are the people that are being villainized. White people. White people care when kids get killed. White people care when anyone gets killed. Everybody should care when people get killed. I get worked up knowing that a child has died in a senseless way, senseless gun battle. I get worked up about it. Last time I checked, I'm a white guy. Remember, I'm supposed to be some incompassionate, racist, based on everything that they were saying on the steps today at the courthouse that we heard. Everything they said. Remember, we all heard it. You heard it. The whole BLM thing is a sham. Literally, when you actually look at everything from a big up there level, it's all propaganda. Do you think that Anderson Cooper sits back at night and thinks about the little kids that die or all the news stories that he has to report about it? Because I know every single person that works here at Citizen Stringer, we've all talked about it. This shit fucks us up. Excuse the language. It messes us up. People a lot, cry about it, whatever you got to do to get it through. But to do this every day, it sucks. Do you think Anderson Cooper is impacted? Don Lemon? All they're doing is they're just blaming this on Trump. I could put on CNN right now, and I guarantee in the next 2 minutes they're going to mention Trump or white supremacy or white nationalism or privilege or Kyle Rittenhouse. And I mean, the president of the United States passed judgment on whether or not Kyle Rittenhouse was a white supremacist before the trial even came out. And then the prosecution said, no, he's not. And it doesn't matter. It's crazy, dude. 100 black pastors attended Power of Prayer vigil today to pray with Ahmaud Arbery's parents. That's Ben Crump talking.
On every level.
So they held a protest. You want to talk about fuck it. I don't even know like what you can do. Doesn't make any sense. Our media is so flawed. And no one holds them to account. Nothing that anybody does is ever going to hold them to account. It's very sad. It's very sad. Very sad. Here's an update. The AP has written an article about MSNBC. The judge at the Kyle Rittenhouse murder trial banned MSNBC from the courthouse Thursday after police said they briefly detained a man who had followed the jury bus, may have tried to photograph jurors. Judge Bruce Schroeder said the man claimed to be working for MSNBC. The judge said he was stopped because he was following the bus from about a block behind and went through a red light. NBC News said in a statement that he was a freelancer who received a citation for a violation that took place near the jury vehicle. He never contacted nor intended to contact the jurors during deliberations and never photographed or intended to photograph them. The network said it regretted the incident and would fully cooperate with an investigation. The jurors who began deliberating on Tuesday are anonymous by order of the court. Schroeder said they have been riding in the bus whose windows have been covered to keep them from seeing any signs about the case because while people are protesting outside the courthouse. Schroeder said the person who followed the jury bus had been told by his boss in New York to do so. Kenosha police tweeted the person was briefly taken into custody and issued several traffic-related violations. The judge called an extremely serious matter and said it will be referred to the proper authorities for further action. And that's it. They're not even right. They didn't even write the names. Here, I'll do it. I'll tell you the names. James Morrison, an NBC News reporter, and Irene Byon, B-Y-O-N. Those are the names. Irene is the producer from New York City. And again, you may be like, well, Steve, they're innocent. They're just doing their job. Oh, really? What kind of innocent person deletes all of their social media within 10 minutes of their name becoming public? That's what Irene did. Deleted her LinkedIn, deleted her Twitter, deleted her Facebook. That's exactly what she did. That's not something an innocent person does. Our media, I mean, I talked about yesterday in the opener to this video, I talked about, or the opener to yesterday's video. I talked about all that stuff. I talked about the trials. I talked about everything. I don't know why you're... I don't know. Who is sending me this stuff? Oh, this is you. Santilli. No, it's not. It's a real name. I understand. Yeah, people take another name and then assume it here. Not everything is that big of a conspiracy. Our country's so fucked. Does anybody know like a multimillionaire that you could put me in touch with? Like seriously, serious question. That wants to go buy a news network and just put me in charge of it? Serious question. I probably can't do it. I curse too much. I don't have the personality for it. I curse too much. I'm too real. So maybe we couldn't be on. I want it more than anything. Because we have to. We have to. And I'm going to keep growing. I'm going to keep doing it. I'm just going to end up taking on advertisers. Big ones. Just going to have to, even though I don't want to. But we're not going to give up, and we'll be such a force. And here's the thing: we don't publish propaganda either. If you pay attention to our articles, we don't publish propaganda. We don't really talk about propaganda. We didn't go heavy into the whole election thing, even though it was a big deal. We didn't go super heavy on it because we wanted people to figure out what they want to believe. We wrote articles about it, sure. That's why we didn't get sued. We were the first company in the United States to write about Dominion voter systems. Did you know that? I bet you didn't. We were the first one to do it. We made the connection to their having their units and having state contracts in 22 states. We were the first ones, November 5th. I wrote that article myself. We're not a propaganda network, and we turn down entirely too much advertising. I'm just going to stop doing that because I do. I want to be able to, like, oh my gosh, right now, like if I was in charge of Fox News or Newsmax, I'd be running this 24/7. Thank you, Psych NATO. It said you subscribed. I don't even know how that showed up on the screen that fancy. I know it. We haven't seen Twitch bits or anything show up for some reason, but it just showed you up. Maybe the Twitch bits things are working and it'll show up again. Very cool. Thank you, bud. What the fuck was I talking about? I forgot. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, if I ran Newsmax or I ran OAN or if I ran Fox News, I would be running this MSNBC story 100 times. I'd be pulling clips, because if I ran one of those news stations, I'd have the resources to be able to hire a bunch of producers and executive producers and associate producers. So I'd say, get me Joy Reid's like stupidest moments ever. Get me Anderson Cooper talking shit. Well, Steve, he doesn't work for MSNBC. I don't care. Do it. And that's the narrative we'd be running. We'd be running, okay, this is why you need to pay attention to what's going on in the mainstream media. Nope. What are they doing? What are they doing right now? They're talking about the Build Back Better vote, the Build Back Better bullshit plan, which I think they're still, they're still in recess unless this is actually, hold on. Let me just refresh this whole page. I think they're still in recess. Yep, they are. Till Nancy Pelosi decides otherwise. She was hoping to get the vote in, so they may squeeze in a vote at the end of the night. You never know. We may wake up to the Build Back Better plan is passed, and then I don't care about owning a media company in this country. At that point, I'm figuring out how to get the fuck out of here to go to a different country because I have children. I don't want. I would gladly go to like Ireland or something and start over there. At this point, they speak English there. It's just with a little. I can't do the accent, but you know what I mean. Australia, not Australia. They're all locked down because of COVID and all that shit too. Joe Biden just tweeted. I just want everyone to know. Joe Biden just said, "America's on the move again." And have you ever? Oh boy, I literally don't know. I guess just doing the little push-ups that I did this morning. For anyone that doesn't follow me on TikTok, I'm now going to start using TikTok quite often because it's fun and I can keep my rants very short. But this morning, I didn't do a rant. I just did a video of me doing push-ups because I didn't feel like going to the gym. So I was like, screw it. And my kids were there. So I made my kids get on my back and then I repped out push-ups. And it's funny. And then it's to the Let's Go Brandon theme song. You could find, I don't know what I am on TikTok though, what my channel is. I think if you just look up Citizen Stringer, you'll probably find it. But I like it. And I can live stream too. I just don't know how to do it. Someone said her name's not Irene. Yes, it is. We already ran it too, bro. But that's cool. Got you. What the hell was I going to say? Boom. Yeah. I mean, I added a shit ton of followers today. Shit ton of followers. Look at that. Yeah, it is. Citizen Stringer. That is it. Look at that. It shows up. Shout 97 cheered 500 things on Twitch. Thank you. 500 things. I'm not going away, but here's the thing. So you know how you just did 500? In order to do what I need in the long-term goal, I need that to be about 50 million bits. How much? I don't even know how much a bit is. Is a bit a penny? No. I need 5 trillion. Hey, you know what? The infrastructure bill is $1.7 trillion. Let's go. 1.7 trillion. And it's funny because sometimes I watch in jealousy as some of these other streamers are just doing stuff and they're talking at night or just ranting about video games or unicorns dressed as golf balls. And I'm like, they're making so much money. I'm like, maybe once in a while, I'm just going to have to talk about unicorns or uniforms on golf balls. I don't know, whatever. But I've been making, my videos today. 32,000 views on TikTok. The push-up one doesn't have a lot. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And I fought TikTok on the video of the journalist getting attacked yesterday. They actually immediately took that video down, and I said, F no, that's news. I'm a news company. And you know what? They reinstated it. Now 32,000 people have seen that video. And a lot of people say, I'm not going to use TikTok. That's a Chinese company. You know what? You know who does use TikTok? People that don't watch CNN and MSNBC, or maybe people that do and just don't know that it's all fake news. And so if I go on TikTok and I just spit a little bit of truth, kind of keep the pissed offedness down all the time and just spit a little bit of truth, I could change things. And that's my goal. I'm going to change it. I'm going to change it. My TikTok's right there in the chat. Go follow. Once I figure out how to do these live streams on TikTok, I will. But you guys, there will be videos only on TikTok that you'll never be able to see anywhere else because it's super easy. I put out a phone, press a button, boom, I can go rant. Someone said you could twerk on TikTok and make lots of money. That will never be happening. But I may do like stuff I like on TikTok, like mowing the lawn or playing around in the RV or weightlifting, because it doesn't necessarily need about politics all the time, but I'll do what I want to do. Someone said, keep spitting. I am spitting a lot. Was I spitting on my microphone? Or can you guys see me spitting when I'm talking? It's crazy. What is going on with the Rittenhouse trial? We are still waiting. Nothing new. Nothing new. America's on the move again. Fuck you. Fuck you, Joe Biden. What else? For people asking me if the protesters begin heard inside the courthouse, just talk to our producer inside the courtroom. She says, yes, you can hear. So according to Brian Enton, who spoke to a producer inside the courtroom, the protesters outside the courtroom can be heard inside the courtroom. So therefore, the jury obviously knows that the protesters are there. Farad Manju, who's got 195,000, he's an opinion columnist at the New York Times, said, do people seriously not know that skateboard guy Anthony Huber was killed second after Rittenhouse had shot an unarmed man and the crowd was pursuing him as an active shooter? There would have been no skateboard incident if Rittenhouse hadn't brought a gun and killed someone. Well, it's weird, right? I mean, he neglected to mention that Rosenbaum was a pedophile. And I understand why people are doing it, because they would have to defend a pedophile and say, well, he did deserve to die. No, actually, pedophiles do deserve to die. I mean, you can't really argue. There's no recidivism. There's no fixing them. You're done. You're done. You're done. Oh my gosh. And they say a skateboard isn't a deadly weapon. Tell that to the man in San Diego who just died, I believe today, from getting hit in the head with a skateboard. What else? Also, too, I mean, we bumped up. We're at 12,300 followers on Twitter. So we actually increased our Twitter presence, which is pretty amazing, too. We're doing things. That's what we need to do. All your super chats and all that are great, man. It helps. Being a Facebook supporter is the best way to do it right now. Or actually, just being, signing up for our memberships on our website, citizenstringer.tv is the best way, because that's a reoccurring monthly thing. It's great. But all the other ways, the Facebook, the Twitch bits, yeah, you're contributing to big tech. But you know what? Facebook is running a promotion now. If you become a supporter on Facebook, they're actually paying us money. So it's beneficial. And some of you guys are doing it. Like I just shared the pump out there. That's good. Someone said, be prepared to be trolled on TikTok. Oh, I don't read the comments. So on TikTok, I don't read the comments. And I've already learned that. I won't read the comments at all. Diane just sent 1,000 stars. That's pretty awesome. She said, did you send 1,000 again? Country also cheered ×5. Don't know what that means. I should really figure out what that means on Twitch. Should really figure it out because Twitch has been pretty good this month too. But if you guys don't want to support big tech, but you want to support us, go visit citizenstringer.com/support. Because if you do that, you can contribute directly to us. There's all different ways you can do it. PayPal, Venmo, Zelle. Sorry, I don't see the Zells right away, but a bunch of you guys did Zells yesterday, and I appreciate that. I don't see them until I actually log into the bank. And Rumble. Wow, Psych NATO with a 2,000 something. Cheers. Thank you. You sent a couple of them. You actually just became a follower, subscriber, something over there. I don't know. I appreciate that, though. Our long-term goal here is to completely and utterly disrupt the way news is reported. I'm going to do it anyway. I'll never stop. I get discouraged. I'm discouraged by the mainstream media's coverage. Seriously, go turn on Fox News right now. Go turn on MSNBC. On MSNBC, you're not going to hear that they've been banned from the courtroom. Go turn on CNN. They're not really going to do it either. Brian Stelter already was acting as an apologist for MSNBC. They don't want you to know what's really going on. That's the whole game of the media. They don't want you to know what's going on. FM Manyard cheered ×1 on Twitch. Thank you. We have some crazy stuff going on, man. Someone said, man arrested at Kenosha courthouse charged with knife today, named Jonathan David Clark from Kentucky, charged with possession of a firearm within a 1,000-foot school, per Kenosha County Sheriff's document viewed by Human Events. So wait, he was charged with a knife and not a gun. Oh. Man arrested at court with a knife today, named Jonathan David Clark from Kentucky, charged with possession of a firearm. Yeah, so if you're planning on going to Kenosha to protest outside of this place and show support for Kyle Rittenhouse, don't bring a firearm. Here's a news release from the Environmental Protection Shipbird Agency and the Army. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, in addition to the U.S. Department of the Army, announced a rule to reestablish the pre-2015 definition of waters of the United States, which has been in place for decades, updated to reflect consideration of Supreme Court decisions. This action advances the agency's goals of establishing durable definition of WOTUS that protects public health, the environment, and downstream communities while supporting economic opportunity, agriculture, and other industries that depend on clean water. Longest sentence ever. This proposed rule would support a stable implementation. I don't even know what the hell this means or why it's relevant. I don't care. It's probably part of their climate change bullshit, and I don't care. I don't care. What's going on with the Rittenhouse trial? No one has any updates right now? Drew Hernandez is live. Drew Hernandez should watch my show and I should watch his, and then we should talk to each other through the shows. That would be extremely exciting. But not really. I'm happy with his testimony. He testified in this trial as well. I just wish that when they asked if he had a biases in the case, if he said, well, yeah, Rosenbaum was a sex predator, I would have been like, yes! They would have threw out the whole damn trial right there. But it would have been awesome, the most legendary moment ever, because it would have permanently clouded the minds of those jurors. You can't tell a jury to ignore the fact that you now know that the guy is a child sex predator. That shit's not going away. You know, that's not going away. Like a jury, I wonder if a jury would be like, you know what? We heard that you told us to ignore the fact that the guy was a child sex predator, but can you confirm that? Because that does change our opinion on whether or not he was a good guy, you know, because if someone messes with kids, they're probably not good people, you know what I'm saying? Oh, so crazy. So crazy. But I'm just kind of chilling with you guys. Let me read the chat for a little bit. There's a shit ton of you on here. Someone said, keep speaking the truth. Oh, I am. Court member said jury done for today. Doubt it. It's pretty early, but I said that yesterday. Someone said hearing jury is done. Deliberations for the day per courtroom member. Yeah, that's Jack Posobiec. He may be right. I don't know, but he's posting breaking news the day after it happens lately. Maybe it's just it's hard. Jack Posobiec is a very famous person now. So until I actually find a verified thing, I hope not. I really hope they're not done for the day. Rittenhouse lawyers and prosecutors, Rittenhouse all arrived in the courtroom. So they're probably going to adjourn for the day. This is fucking stupid. They shouldn't allow him to do it anymore. Because what was the first day? 5 o'clock yesterday, or 5 o'clock local time 2 days ago on Tuesday when jury deliberations began. And then yesterday it was 4:30 local time, 5:30 Eastern time. And now it's looking like it's going to be 5 o'clock Eastern time, which is 4 o'clock there. They're already done. They start at 9 o'clock. What a bunch of lazy assholes. A bunch of lazy buttholes. You get there at 9, you take an hour for lunch. What are you doing? You know what I mean? What are you doing? What is this? Bro, do you understand? Oh, come on, dude. You can say, yes, that was her legal name. She's since changed her name. She's been domiciled here in the United States for a long time. She goes by Irene. That's what we're calling her. We're not calling her an agent for China. Not here. You could do that on your show. That's not what I do, though. That's your thing. I mean, that's not mine. Whatever she is, she's a fucking asshole. Excuse my language. MSNBC is a hack job. I'm still checking. I'm going to bring you the courthouse feed. I promise you, I hope they're just back with a verdict today. I really hope they're not going home. Because I don't want to keep doing this. I want to be over. Yeah, but Judge is talking where? I have a live feed up. Oh my God. So this live feed is no good. Fucking wonderful. Hold on. Oh, they fucking killed their live feed. What feed is he talking on? Because I just checked 2 and he's not live. Is the audio not on? I have PBS. I'll throw that over. Yeah, let's put on this one. Ugh. I'll be honest. I'm ready. I fell asleep yesterday at 9 o'clock. I'm ready to just call it an early day. Pete, I'm sorry. I'm in a shitty mood, bro. Plus, I hate getting text messages when I do my show. Absolutely hate it. Because I'm an a-hole. The Exploding Kitten with 2,750 bits. Thank you so much. So I've got this on. There's no audio yet, so I don't know what's going on. But I do have a feed. They are in the courtroom. Please, please have a verdict. Please have a verdict. Please have a verdict. No verdict today. Everyone is saying. Judge confirms jury is asked to take a break for the night. Don't let them. Like, what the fuck? Don't let them. Say, no, you got to work. This is stupid. How hard is that? Don't let them take a break. Say, no, you can't take a break. Do your job. Oh, shit. Yeah.
Where is the meeting in? Well,
Bullshit.
Good evening, everyone. You've certainly put in a full day and have asked to retire for the evening, which is fine. And I'm going to ask that is 9 o'clock okay again tomorrow? Okay. Any questions, anybody? Now, does it pertain to your deliberations at all? As opposed to mechanics about
Just whether or not I can take something home.
whether or not
I could take the jury instructions home.
can you take the jury instructions home?
No. They should sequester this jury. What?
Yes.
Why do you need to take it home? To talk with your significant other? This fucking trial, bro.
I can't talk to anybody about them. Yeah, yes, you may do so. And any question? Okay. Same rules. Don't read, watch, or listen on any account of the trial. And don't discuss the case with anybody. And we'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy the evening. Are the alternates in the library? Caleb?
The records clerk sent you a Mr. Edwards.
Good afternoon, the most patient people in America. We're going to break for the day, and I'm going to ask you to return tomorrow at 9. Is that going to be okay? And I know we're over our time that I talked about initially, and your magnificent jurors. Please adhere to the same rules. Don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And don't discuss the case with anyone, not even with your fellow jurors. Any question? Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow. He's got a book there that says the pack defense, so I know his reading matters. But now the record will reflect that it's probably a bad habit to ask the jury any questions. You can do that, you can get away with that a lot, and then all of a sudden you learn your lesson. Although I don't think there's any harm to But I typically do that, as you know, throughout the trial, and I don't usually have this situation. But anyway, and then I had it a second time. But anyway, the record will reflect that when I asked, when the juror inquired if she could take the instructions home, which also means can they take the instructions home, I didn't see reaction from the state side. I did see a wag of the head by Mr. Richards urging me to say no, but I did it anyway. So, did you want to make a record on it?
I'm afraid it's going to be the old dictionary game, and they start defining words and things like that, the outside research.
Yeah.
That's my concern.
Well, actually, no, because they could do that at home without having the paperwork, and instead they have the wonderful, concise jury instructions that I have to say, I don't know about you guys, but I watch a little TV in the morning and in the evening, and some of the greatest legal minds in the country, I'm delighted to say, agree with us that the instructions are very confusing. But
The only thing I would say is I don't think it would be appropriate for them to bring their notes home.
No, you're right about that. No notes to go home. That's correct. So no notes to go home, but they may take their instructions. If they have notes on their instructions, I'm going to let them take those. Okay?
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. See you in the morning. Thank you.
I simply just do not understand what the hell's going on in this trial anymore. I think the whole thing is a sham. I think the whole thing is a sham. I think they're going to keep this going on. For the jury's going to be in deliberations for 97 days. We're going to forget who Kyle Rittenhouse is. When Kyle Rittenhouse is finally acquitted, he's going to have died of old age before they finally figure out what the fuck is going on and why they are not doing it. One, they should be sequestered. The jury was followed home yesterday by a left-leaning news outlet. They should be sequestered. Oh, they could look up the definitions of stuff. Well, they could do that anyway if they remember the words and get on the old sequester. They can't do that if they're sequestered. They're bored out of their mind. You know what? The thing about sequestering is, so say you want to start at 9. Okay, you run until 9 o'clock. Yeah, you're going to be super tired, but you know what? We could get that verdict in 2 days. I've never heard of this. I've always thought juries were sequestered. Always. I've never thought that they would be sent home every single day. Most foolish shit. Forgot to switch it over. I've been ranting over on social media, but not on Citizen Stringer. Whatever. This whole thing is bullshit. It's bullshit. All right? I don't care who you are up there. You want to hear what else is bullshit? This is one. Pete Santilli, if you're still watching, I'm sure you're going to rant about this tonight if you haven't heard about this already. The country's largest bank has now cut ties with a Missouri conservative group, forcing an event that had been set to feature Donald Trump Jr. to be immediately canceled. On the December 3rd St. Charles, Missouri event featuring the son of former President Donald Trump was organized by Conservative Defense of Liberty Political Action Committee. WePay, a payment processor owned by J.P. Morgan Chase, had reportedly been used to handle the event's ticket transactions until the arrangement fell apart. Defense of Liberty founder Paul Kurtman, a former GOP state representative, told the Missouri Independent that WePay informed him in a message that it would no longer do business with this group based on an alleged violation of terms of service and had refunded all of the ticket sales, totaling about $30,000. That would already process for the event. So because they had no money, they could pay the vendors. They can't do anything now because they refunded all that money. They had to cancel the event. According to the message that they received, it says, it seems you're using WePay payments for one or more of the activities provided by or prohibited by our terms of service. More specifically, per our terms of service, we are unable to process for hate, violence, racial intolerance, terrorism, the financial exploitation of a crime, or items or activities that encourage, promote, facilitate, or instruct others regarding the same. The quoted terms appear on the WePay website under the heading Illegal. Other violations listed under the category include deceptive, fair, predatory practices, and forced child labor, human trafficking, slavery. The specifics of why the Defense of Liberty PAC was found to be engaging in illegal activity is unclear. According to Kurtman, personal sense is why they did this, kind of along the same lines we have been seeing in our culture in recent years. If someone has a different idea politically, there is an attempt to silence or shut them down. I don't think a single instance where anything we have done at any of these events violates any of the terms of service, he said. They are trying to shut us down because they don't like our politics. Former Republican State Senator Jim Lembeke, who was working with the group that saw the event, reportedly said that Trump Jr. appearance was expected to draw an audience of 3,000 people. Tickets were priced between $70 and $250, while guests could participate in a special event with Trump Jr. before the main event for another $500. Lemke announced that the event had been canceled during a local radio interview on Tuesday. He told the Missouri Independent a day later that the move directly speaks to a woke corporation that is trying to cancel free speech, and specifically the speech of Donald Trump Jr. So I have a brave announcement to make. I will be closing all of my business accounts, all of the businesses, because I own more companies than just this. I'm invested in a bunch of shit. I will go tomorrow and close every single Chase branch I have. And I should have done this after the Michael Flynn, because they canceled, they closed Michael Flynn's bank account and his wife's bank account and a couple other people's bank accounts too. Chase has been going woke, but now they're directly just attacking conservatives. If you bank with Chase, go close your banks. That's all. That's what you have to do to fight back against it. It sucks. I've been banking with Chase for 5 years now. 5 years with these businesses. Gone. Done-ish. But I am, in the bank right across the street from my office, super convenient. They've been trying to get me for a long time. They know what I do and all that stuff already. I got American flags all over the front storefronts. So they know all about me. But I'll go and close all my bank accounts with them, and they make a lot of money in fines because I constantly go over their 100 transaction a month limit on all of the accounts because we have so much money going in and out all the time. Someone said I shut down Chase when they gave the FBI my card transactions that I went to DC. Really? Did they do that? That's pretty crazy. Never will bank through them again. Never had Chase. Thank you. Someone said, what's Steve's handle? On what? On TikTok or on Twitter? On Twitter, it's at Steve Oatley. And on TikTok, it's Citizen Stringer. And if you use hashtag me. If you see, here's the thing for all you TikTokers that watch TikTok and you're watching now. If you see, I don't know how it works actually. Can you duet something and tag me in that so I see it? Or can you tag me in something in a I don't know how it works actually. But I was going to see if you see like a breaking news or something and use the hashtag and then we could see the viral video, that would be cool. But I don't know how that actually works. So I'd have to figure that out first. Fuck, dude. What a shitty day. What a shitty day. Day 4 of the deliberations are done. Oh, what's day 3? Day 3. Tomorrow's day 4. I wonder if we're going to have anything back. I wonder if we're going to have anything back tomorrow. I wonder if all these streamers that have traveled long and far to go out in there and stream are starting to panic a little bit too. And this is my reminder to tell you to support your local streamers. The Black Conservative Preachers out there. Tara with the Polish American Brotherhood is out there. I believe Ford Fisher is out there. A bunch of other people are out there. But Tara and Black Conservative Preacher, support those guys. They're out there. And, they're independent. They're on their own. So support them. They're both on YouTube. I don't know if anyone's live right now. I'm not watching them. Well, shit. What do I do now? I think what I'm going to do, the Pizza and Tilly show is going to be live on Rumble and Citizen Stringer here in about 40 minutes. So how about you guys watch some bloopers? I like how to say it like that. I think I'm going to put on some bloopers for you because I like bloopers. And I think I'm going to watch with you for a little bit on the PTN or on the citizenstringer.tv chat. I'll be in there until 6 o'clock until the Centilli show goes over so I can switch it. But I appreciate you guys all for being here. We will pick up our coverage again tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a lazy day. You're going to hear a lot of just nothing on your screen because we'll have the Ahmaud Arbery case, but they're doing court stuff, so there's not going to be a lot going on. There's no meetings on the House floor, I believe, tomorrow. Let me see if the House is back in session yet. Probably not, because Nancy Pelosi is a lazy butthole. You can tell I've been hanging out with my kids too much. Yep, House is not in session yet. And there's probably no hearings tomorrow because it's a Friday and all of our politicians are lazy scumbags. Yep, no hearings tomorrow. Go figure that one. Jen Psaki will likely run her mouth, so we'll probably pick that conversation up, and we'll go from there. Maybe what I'll do is I'll break into the day and just do an episode. Actually, let's plan on that. I'm going to do an episode of Capacity today, probably right around 1 or probably during their lunch break. So what's that, 1 to 2? So I'll do an episode of Capacity today. If you don't know what that is, it's a new show that we're doing that's focused just on the trucking and supply chain industry, which was my background before I got into this media mess of news reporting. But I'm going to start doing that. So I'll inform you guys of some of the biggest trucking stories in America and why you should care. All right. So that'll be around 1 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow. I will pick up the protest, or I'll pick up footage at right around 10 o'clock tomorrow as soon as we hear what's going on with the Rittenhouse trial. And we'll keep a live feed going just like we have all day today. I'll be live on the Citizen Stringer app, not live, but I'll be in the chat just for a few more minutes until the Santilli show comes on, until I see that he's ready to come on. But for now, everyone that's watching on Citizen Stringer or our 24-hour Rumble channel, which you could find by just looking up Citizen Stringer on there and clicking a bunch of videos until you find the one that's live. We'll see you over there. Bye. Bye.